and we'll get started.
I'm going to switch to the couch too, and I'm just saying because my ass already hurts.
That's fine.
You're good.
I'm officially a dad, by the way.
And you officially said that online?
No, the reason I say that is I got pooped on today. So,
congratulations.
yeah.
Good times.
She waited until I was
Corey
there
got
to just
pooped on.
fucking
You and
release.
Kaylee were into that?
I'm not.
Dude. It's,
All right,
it's,
guys.
Oh, the baby.
All right.
It's literally
Into the game.
Movie 43.
Into the game. So, the party finds themselves standing on the exterior of the giant war machine that they discovered hiding in the swamps on the exterior of... not on the exterior. Quite a distance away from Tower Valiant. The party found themselves standing there after a rather interesting descent into this war machine, searching for some missing farmers, soldiers, just some disappearances that had happened in the area. The party made their way through. They encountered a couple different obstacles.
Suffice to say.
A couple, surprisingly, yes. A couple, red herrings that I threw out there just to distract people. But eventually making their way down into the basement and uncovering the operation of a mad scientist who so far you guys know as Soren. This mad scientist was experimenting in the depths of this war machine, which seemed to have a experimental mobile creation forge for creating Warforged. It's a lot of the same words all right after the other.
Sorry about that. We're back on.
Okay. After a slightly intense battle with some annoyances on the party's end because of how fucking elusive this guy was.
He is shifty.
Yeah, he's very shifty. After the flesh monster was defeated twice,
The second time without him being able to get a single fucking attack.
the second time without him being able to actually do anything. Note to self, nerf Gunther.
I left the self. Sam
No. The party managed to start to surround this Soren character with Dalkarin sort of leading the charge. But in a rapid succession of events, Soren managed to teleport himself and Dalkarin out of the area. Upon investigating the area, the party found their fair share of loot.
Which has not been divvied up.
I have it. So
Yes, which
I'm aware.
Jet has, so that is something that I figured you guys would
Well, I was
probably
gonna say I was dividing it.
probably spend a decent amount of time discussing. But after discovering the loot, you freed the prisoners. You freed Artersmar, who was saved by Rin after Soren sliced his throat to bring Nyx back to life, the flesh golem.
Somehow the girl can do that, she just can't reattach someone's leg.
Hey.
Yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say regeneration.
I'm working on it.
That's
It's very complicated.
But you also
you're on a mountain
recovered you recovered the farmer Artersmar, and then you recovered four of the 6 missing soldiers. Captain Electos Invarius, who was the soldier that was on the surgeon's table that was missing the leg, the one that you heard screaming as you were descending through the war machine. Avelina Grass, Antoine Raychardot, and Bevan O'Rendell, all just 3 pretty standard run-of-the-mill soldiers, infantry, grunts.
Sorry, can I get that? Those last 2 names one more time?
So you had Avelina Grass, Antoine Raychardot, and
George Clooney.
Bevan O'Rendell.
Thank you.
Upon releasing them, you investigated one more room, and you found a smattering of Warforged pieces and parts, and it looked more so just like a storage room where you would, keep all your extra parts that you don't need at the moment. But there was something different, because there was one Warforged in this room that was whole, wearing robes, and different. His armor was smoother. He had some lines carved into the armor in circular and sharp-angled patterns, and he was clutching a tome to his chest. Vale
Stupidly, slightly.
attempted to part this Warforged from his tome, and was greeted with a mental attack, screaming at him to let go of the book. This Warforged then appeared to wake up, stand up, did not appear to be hostile, appeared to be naive, clueless to an extent, almost infantile. But the Warforged you had been fighting were glowing red. Most Warforged that you guys have encountered glowed blue. And then this one glows yellow. Who knows, maybe there's more with different colors out there. No. So, the party finds...
Change the rainbow.
Rare,
Okay, that works
Crusader rarity.
well, I mean...
Purple, like, legendary.
well, purple would be... blue would be rare, purple would be epic, orange would be legendary, red would be artifact, and... purple would be epic, yeah.
And what are you?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Oh, you're not important.
I mean, yellow would be... Yeah, I would classify yellow as legendary.
He's legendary.
Um,
Masterwork. Wait for it.
So, even I'm getting distracted.
Masterwork Warforged.
Bring it back together. So, the party finds themselves on the exterior of the war machine. You are standing there, grouped up. It is mid afternoon, approaching late afternoon, probably like 2:30, 3 in the afternoon. You have about a 3-hour. It took you about 3 hours to travel from the fortress to here, but that was with also losing your path, encountering the Alyps, struggling a little bit. It's going to be a little bit easier for you all to find your way back to the fortress, but you do know that it was about a 3-hour journey. You are looking at about 3 to 4 hours till sunset, and it is still very prominent in your minds, the warning from the Major in the fortress: do not be caught in that battlefield after dark. And so, I leave it to you guys.
One of the things we had discussed
Yes.
in the Discord
Yes,
was, as we're walking out of the weapons platform, if we still heard the knocking, or if Rin would be curious to see if the red energy
Yes,
that was possessing
yes,
the Warforged was
yes.
still active, or if
So, on your way back up through the war machine, you did stop inside that central power source room. It did still appear to be active. The giant dragon shard that was there in the middle of the room that had all the pipes and wires and stuff connected to it did appear to still have some latent energy stored within it.
And what are the dimensions of this dragon shard, roughly?
Width probably 3.5 feet, 3.5 feet wide, maybe 4 foot tall, and probably in terms of depth, maybe like
69 inches.
I guess
8 to 10 inches thick.
the question I would pose to the group is, how rare are dragon shards of this size? Is it valuable?
Of this size, none of
It's like a
you definitely haven't encountered it. You haven't encountered it.
Right, I guess what Rin would want to know is it valuable?
Would I have encountered it?
No.
That was me. I was joking.
Yes. You two would have seen dragon shards of this size in Sharn. They're not uncommon, but it's with great size comes great responsibility. No, with the large
Shit, we just solved it.
the larger
Okay,
the
that's right.
the larger the dragon shard, the more power it contains. The larger thing it can power. So you guys would have seen them before in Sharn, and these are these are things that control. You might see them in some of the larger central towers because they would help keep the towers standing upright.
Okay.
Instead of You can't build a 1.5-mile tall tower without any exterior supports, or else the thing's going to wobble. Magic, though, can do that, and it's these dragon shards that allow those enchantments and wards to stay in place. You haven't directly seen a dragon shard this massive, but you've read about them. It's not uncommon to, if miners can find a large enough vein and a large enough deposit of dragon shards, as long as they're careful and the person leading the mining expedition is knowledgeable, it's fairly easy to get a single shard of that size out. Most of you haven't encountered something of this size. Dragon shards are fairly common. Some dragon shards are even used as like jewelry. Right. But a dragon shard of this size is not something you guys have seen before. You would probably put it somewhere in the range of 400 to 600 pounds.
So it's like the difference is some gold is jewelry, some gold is wiring for electricity.
Right. I guess the question is if we could either get this back to Tower Valiant, is this something that Aundair would be interested in acquiring?
After we get this back,
They may be interested, but it's more of a question of how are we going to.
I mean, if we get it out of platform, we could just set it off to the side and let the major know where it's located.
And as you're all having this conversation, Avelina will she pipes up in the back and she's like, one of the soldiers, you have cleared the place out. Yes, there's no more threats.
Don't open that door. Oh fuck yeah! Don't open that door.
I was gonna say, are we still hearing that?
You're not. You're not.
We're not inside.
But it's also.
It's technically one more floor up. You guys haven't gotten there yet. But
okay.
you're not. No, you're not hearing the knocking.
Okay.
I thought we were at the Dragon Shard, which is why I was pointing to where the.
No, the Dragon Shard is one floor below that room where the Warforged were.
Yep.
Or role-playing.
The Warforged that he blocked in was on the floor,
that's
the
right,
first
but
floor down.
We see the top part of the thing that's coming off of that shard, where the Warforged were at, correct?
This is the bottom floor.
You entered on the bridge. You went down a floor. Inside that floor was the training pit in the middle, and then that storage room for the Warforged.
That's right. So
You
one
went
floor
down
up.
another floor.
Yeah.
That's where the central power source was.
I forgot about the training area. I thought the training area was where the dragon.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So, from where you're standing now, looking at the central dragon shard, you do not hear the knocking. It does not. You do not hear any movement. But she pipes up and she's like, "If you've cleared the place out and there's no threats, it wouldn't be implausible for us to return to the fortress and we can send out a contingent to recover the dragon shard. I'm sure Major Gotrek, once he hears that the place has been cleared out, he's going to send people to, I mean," and she just sort of like gestures vaguely at everything, and this would be invaluable. I mean, I'm sure there's knowledge and technology in here that would benefit us. This place is going to be picked clean rather quickly by the forces of Aundair, so it wouldn't be unheard of for us to send a contingent to recover the dragon shard.
You seem very excited for money when your entire company just got wiped out.
Most of them all survive.
Money? We're soldiers. We don't get paid.
I think she's more so thinking about the research that could come from this particular area.
This dragon shard could supply enough energy to defend our fortress from another attack. I mean, you could power 6 airships off this thing.
Anyway, yes, well, it's as long as you think you'll have the manpower to get it out of here. I was just suggesting perhaps we could remove it to the top for you, make it a little bit easier to transport. I could help in that regard.
And she just looks at you and she's like,
Found like 3 left.
"You're awfully small.
She is wise for.
I could fit 3 of you inside that dragon shard.
Yes, but I could also.
I've got 100 gold to anyone that wants to take it to watch the little one move it."
I just want. What do I do for 100 gold?
No. She's betting 100 gold that Rin can't move the dragon shard.
Too bad you don't have the potion of
Yeah.
giant strength.
I didn't say I could, but I could make it easier to move. I could reduce its dimensions and
What was that?
I was getting very concerned for a little bit.
No. I
Didn't know what they were
No.
feeding you in those mountains.
No. Mountains. No, I'm from a village.
Mage hand can only lift 5 pounds.
No,
And you could just see if she's got a little bit of a distrusting.
I was just simply suggesting I could make it smaller and more compact for a short while if we wanted to secure this. Obviously, this seems like the more important part of this, machine.
Just a moment. And she sort of looks over at one of the other shoulders, and she's like, Bevan. And he walks over, and she looks at him, and she's like, does this look safe to disassemble? And he stops for a second, and he looks, and he walks around, and he pokes at it a couple areas, and sort of like tugs on a couple of the wires, follows the wires over to the control assembly over on the side, and starts looking at it, and turns around and looks back at Avelina, is like, still connected, still power, and I haven't gotten far enough through my training to understand this kind of machinery. It's still got too much energy. I would say we need to leave it, and we need to get some artificers out here. They would know how to disassemble.
It was just a suggestion. I'd hate for us to come all this way only to blow ourselves up, but it was just.
And you could see he's just sort of nodding, like, yeah. And he just sort of takes a step back.
I follow suit.
He's just like,
I just got a quick question. I didn't want to interrupt. So, what exactly is a dragon shard? What is it physically? It's not a scale.
Imagine it's like glass. It's not a gem or a jewel, but it is a stone that is, you can mine it from the ground, but it is.
It's a mineral.
Are you familiar with residuum?
No.
Okay. It's a stone, and it is a glass substance that is excellent in terms of storing power, in terms of like arcane power.
Okay.
Dragon shards are used widely throughout Eberron as a source of power. The lightning rail that you guys were on is powered by, at the very front, a dragon shard that has an air elemental bound inside of it, and that's how that controls the lightning rail.
Okay.
The elemental airships are bound, are a giant dragon shard with a air elemental bound inside, and that's what flies the the airship. Dragon shards are used for everything from very much like residuum. They can be dragon shards can be used not as a replacement for arcane spell components like residuum can, but they just have that same latent arcane power.
See, I was picturing a scale, like a dragon scale.
The way I think of them is like spell storing.
Yes.
That you can use them in that kind of way as well.
Yes. They're known to store pieces of souls, like the sovereign host, right? The religion that worships Sybaris and Eberron. They believe that all of the dragon shards that run throughout Eberron, they believe that those are the blood veins of Eberron, and so you're literally harvesting the crystallized blood of a dragon, of a progenitor dragon, and that's why they are so powerful. So you all have your discussions in the central power source. You eventually decide probably best to just leave it here. You make your way upstairs. As you pass that room, you all sort of like slow down and sort of creep your way by, and you stop for a second, and you don't hear anything. No banging, no clanging, no movement.
Jarrett wants to listen against the door if he can. Natural 20.
Silence.
Still,
Wait,
best,
what's that?
best not to move the rod from the wheel.
Well, let's just see. if
That was
they're
the first
still
dice roll.
inside. You go and reach for
Oh,
the-
well, you already rolled it. That's fine.
Okay, never mind.
Because say V unknowingly walks up and just like kind of grabs the
Nope,
pipe.
nope,
and-
nope,
no,
nope,
no,
no,
no, no,
no.
no.
Let go.
Bad kitty.
Let go. Release it. Good.
Could be.
Good.
That was me.
Doesn't do anything.
Okay, good.
Just sort of looks at you and gives you the.
RC, I'm just picturing him as like Baymax mixed with Isaac. Basically.
Alright. I don't need anything in there, so I think we're alright. Let's go. Jet's gonna continue walking.
Okay. So now you all find yourselves on the exterior of the war machine. Like I said, mid to late afternoon, and you find yourselves preparing for the journey back to the fortress.
How did the soldiers look in terms of able to cross?
The three that you pulled out of cages, they look a little pallid, a little. They look like they've been suffering for a couple days without food. They look a little gaunt in the cheeks. You know, they've got that little bit of sluggishness to them. But, you know, you all see them. You offer them food. You offer them water. They, of course, like I said during the RP session on Discord, guys, that I was assuming that was your short rest.
Yep.
And I assumed during that time you probably gave them food.
Jet
You
did
gave
have
them
rations
water.
that he could
They had a second to eat, recover their strength. The ones that came out of the cage all look fairly able-bodied. Arter is recovering. He's still. He doesn't really talk a lot, but you can see him like he's like nodding along and keeping up with you guys. But he's almost constantly doing the. Just like he just can't take his hands off of his neck. You can see he's still struggling with the fact that his throat was slit. The one without a leg is being supported by Antoine and Bevan, and it's the very very much the one arm over each shoulder, and he's hobbling along on his one leg, but they're sort of pulling him.
He grabbed his leg, right?
Jet didn't, so I was gonna say I don't think
I
anyone
thought somebody,
did.
I thought somebody grabbed his leg.
I think she
I was
may
gonna say, I
have
thought
at
Rin
one
said she
point,
was grabbing the leg.
but I don't know if he grabbed
I
it.
grabbed it and set it next to him, but I don't know if anyone else collected it.
I don't believe anyone did.
Nope.
I thought she had grabbed it, so
This
I
guy's
would
a
have if we were
crippled.
leaving with it.
I don't.
No, you forgot about it.
No, because I thought
This is also a world of very prevalent low-level magic, so it wouldn't be unheard of for him to get a prosthetic.
Guys, what if we just put like a stick in the stump and then the leg on the other end of the stick?
Nah, we just get him a prosthetic. This is like artificers exist. They're fine. It just takes an attunement slot.
That
It's
costs
cool.
too much money.
Pretty much.
On a short rest, can I reset spells?
If
Long
you-
rest.
Not slots prepared.
No.
No. Long
If you
rest.
have- yeah, if you have arcane recovery, then you'd be able to recover so many.
You
spells.
recover spell slots, but you
No,
can't
that's
you
what I'm
can't
saying.
change spells.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
How long it takes to
Only
prepare a spell?
only long rests.
Why is that? Like, what do I need to do on a long? I'm trying to.
No, it's just on a long rest you get to choose your spells for the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jet will offer Arter food as well.
Whole annoying mechanic.
He takes it and just sort of
That's fine. I just didn't know if it was
nods
like
and-
hours of like meditation.
he
or
nibbles
is it
on
just-
it, but he's not. He doesn't seem famished.
The rule for wizards is after
Um,
a long
that the
rest,
one
they spend
with
He-
the throat
a short
slash?
amount
Yes.
of time
Yes.
memorizing their spells for the day.
Okay.
So that's what.
I'll walk up to him and be like, I know what you went through is traumatic, and this isn't by any means going to fix any of that, but for the time being, and I'll hand him my flask.
And he just sort of holds his hand up and
Fuck you too, then, buddy.
he takes a second, and you can see him sort of like struggling with it, and he goes, "I haven't had a drop in 25 years."
Best to keep it that way.
I'll hand him a canteen of water.
Although if there was any time to start drinking,
Hey,
I'll take it.
But,
hey, one sip's not gonna hurt you, right?
no.
Enabler.
And he looks at the
I
old, he
can't
looks at the
help
old man for a second. He's like, he looks back at you, and I just died. I don't have many years left.
That's right. You don't drink them.
If your offer still stands.
Don't be an asshole, Bill. Give the guy a drink. He just died.
And he takes it, and he takes a sip, and you can see him. He sort of like gets shocked by it for a second, and then
Because this is still the strong as shit.
yeah,
Snake
and
is
he's sort of
strong
like,
these days.
oh,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I made it 25 years ago.
and then takes like one big swig
Oh, okay. Don't.
and gives it back, and you can see immediately like the eyes.
There you go.
And it's like, thank you.
Don't mention it.
Guys, we're gonna make him an alcoholic. Yo, you got my money.
Gold, yes. I was about to say. Gold, yes.
I'm gonna roll to see if he lied
Wait.
to me.
Okay, so you're referring to as what we found on Senor.
Yeah.
Senor check.
No, Senor.
How much was
Was it
actually found
Misty
anyway?
Step or what the fuck?
Senor Misty.
Soren.
How
No,
much-
I know, but like, what was the thing he was using?
Teleport.
There's no way.
Senor
Well,
teleport.
So-
it's a
Swift
artificer.
So artificers can bind spells into items.
Okay.
He gets a certain amount of infusions
Got that.
per day.
Got
He
that.
bound Misty Step
Okay.
into his boots.
And he was able to travel to another continent.
No,
No,
that was
scroll.
the
That was a
teleport
spell
scroll
scroll.
that
He
was
kept
on
like
his
popping
back
up all over
Okay.
the room and shit, and being like,
When he was literally like, when he would be right next to you guys, and he'd be like, and he'd disappear, and then
He was like,
he'd
"Oh,
do
slit his
stuff.
throat."
He'd run up
Ah,
and do
grab the
something,
scroll.
and then
Yeah.
he'd woof and disappear. That was him using the boots and Misty stepping.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest also real quick, just if I'm asking stupid questions.
No,
the
it's fine.
entire last session, every like 20 seconds it would freeze and I would lose audio.
It's fine.
So
No, it's
I
fine.
was having a lot of
I would
trouble
also
hearing
say
last
no
week.
question's a stupid question
No.
with as fast as this shit we go through sometimes.
Touche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I,
I
feel like
will also
everyone
say,
else is
so-
like, oh, this is what happened, and I'm like, I was listening on Skype where it was basically not
I will.
Skype, but
I will also
it
say
was
so.
stopping every like.
Starting with last session being the first session, I've actually we are streaming, but I'm also recording, and I'm uploading the recording onto YouTube. That way, if we do have connection issues and stuff like that,
Sorry.
Again,
everything is going on.
Again, remember though, I wasn't
You were-
listening
you were
to the
talking Skype.
feed. I
Right,
was
right.
listening on Google. If I probably, if I listened to the feed, would have been fine.
Okay.
But I would have been like 40 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to drink more.
But okay, so I
That's
got
kind of
Do you
like.
want my new passive insight, or not insight, passive perception stuff?
21.
Yes, I would.
21.
Because I don't know what information you got, because we changed it and I forgot about that.
Yeah. What is it?
Oh no.
My passive perception's only 14.
How much gold was I actually?
Copy.
found?
That's still higher than
Hey,
Dalgrin's.
that's still- That's what I was looking, I was like, I'm not.
No, he had some good shit.
Yeah, that's some good
Your-
shit.
your
but-
passive-
No, some good money too.
Oh, cool.
Proficient in perception.
You guys are.
Yeah.
th-
It
You guys
says-
are turning
it
out
says
well.
on this that I'm it's
Just
only-
out of curiosity, what's your
Who's there
wisdom?
wants to
only because I think it was Vale rolled like a,
Fine,
a
though.
26 investigation on looting.
Yeah, check that.
That wouldn't have been found unless if you hadn't rolled 25 or higher.
Yeah.
The bag of holding wouldn't have been found.
Stat, if I
I'm
can
rolling
remember.
a 19 to see if he's telling me the truth.
You'll
by the
find
way.
out.
Okay.
How much gold did you
I
find?
Jet
know
was gonna
you
gather
don't even
everyone.
know If I say anything else,
Except for
because,
V.
like, I know.
Because
Yeah.
So everyone
About
gets
that guy.
Jet sort of pulls everyone together. He doesn't becken towards you.
Yeah. Every time he keeps saying V, I'm thinking he's talking short for your name, Vale.
No,
It's V.
V.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Jet sort of gathers everyone together. You know, like
Yeah.
V, you notice that he doesn't really
That's cool.
He has V.
beckon towards you, and you just see all these people that are still regarding you in a very standoffish sense. You just see them all like look at you and then sort of like shuffle over towards each other and just like close off.
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't even notice or mind.
So, we got some loot. In total, 23 platinum, 415 gold, 218 silver, and 19 copper. So,
So 19 copper to split between all of you guys.
fuck you still owe us money. Us as in me and Ren, so.
I don't know, rent shit.
It was part of her money that came.
Yeah. It came from them.
Yeah.
That was me, by the way, not.
Oh,
Are we
okay.
still inside, or did we get outside of this?
We're
point?
outside at this point.
Outside of this point.
Also, is that true?
So while everyone's talking, by the way, V just looks down at like a clump of leaves and everything, and she goes,
I don't like the answer roll.
and just catches him on fire and just stands next to it.
That is a 29 persuasion.
I love it.
to
Everyone's in a
believe
group,
me.
so he's gonna be like,
I love
I
it.
don't like that you had to roll to tell me that.
It's not deception. Jet is like being straight with you.
Persuasion,
I'm
not
just rolling,
deception.
Oh,
Yeah,
persuasion.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, that Jet is being completely open about how much money you guys
Okay,
just
then
got.
I trust
Yeah, it was a 29 though. So,
you do trust him.
yes.
You
I'm
trust
the
him
trustworthy
implicitly.
person Ever.
I'm like, is that really what we got? Yes.
Okay. The stuff that I want.
Yes, that is really what we
I
got.
have all the wormwood pieces I want, all in the cart.
So what all
It's
was
only
it? 19 platinum?
$360.
Only.
23 platinum, 415 gold, 218 silver, and 19 copper.
It's
Um,
cream.
That's it's
Precedent.
quite a bit.
What? How much technically is that like in
So 23 platinum is
That's
230
yeah,
gold.
230 gold.
230 gold?
One platinum is 10 pieces.
Plus
So
400.
600 and
You guys are just over 600 gold. Just over 600 gold, just in that bag of holding.
Which
So
we're looking at that. Okay,
Alright.
so
Because I
let's-
knew we split some stuff.
I don't know. Did you already do the math for it?
Yes, if you don't mind, I did convert some of the gold. Or
No,
some
yeah,
of
yeah,
the-
yeah, yeah. Whatever's easy, whatever's easiest.
Oh, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
In my head.
I was gonna say if he's already done the math for you.
I have. We also have
Huh?
30 gold
These are warm right now.
worth of just like gem shards per person. So,
What?
gem shards, it's 30 gold's worth for each person too. On top
Wait,
of
30
that.
gold
Oh shit.
per person?
So-
30 to split.
30 gold per person.
Okay.
So inside the bag, there was an assortment of. Are you going to tell them what the bag was?
Oh guys, I found a bag of holding.
So inside the bag of holding, there. I didn't want to spoil it in
I
case you
assume I
didn't.
know what Jet knows what that is.
Yes. Again, magical items like this are common enough that it's widely known. A lot of traveling bards and musicians and merchants keep their stuff in a bag of holding so that they look rather inconspicuous traveling on the roads. And then they get to their location and you're like, oh shit. Let's pull a loot. Here's a drum set. Here's a couple tankards. Here's a keg.
Here's my house.
So
Basically.
they're commonplace enough. Basically,
figured
inside of it was an assortment of coins, but then there was also an assortment of jewels and gems. In total, for all of you, there was just a scattering of different sizes and colors and styles of gems that totaled 150 gold. So 30 gold to each of you of just miscellaneous gems.
Yeah, that you can use basically as gold.
Yes. And it basically just translates into gold value.
That's what I'm asking.
Or does anybody need gems for spell components?
So, I was actually going to ask about that because we do have this emerald here that's worth about 50 gold. We also have a diamond worth about 150 gold on its own, and we have a sapphire that's worth about 100 gold. So, if anyone has spell components that needs one of these, speak now if you ever hold your peace.
I
Otherwise,
don't
we can
know.
figure out how to
I'm working.
divvy these out.
You hold on to the diamond.
Fuck
Done?
you. I want the diamond.
Diamond goes back to the bag of holding.
Just immediately.
Gunther does not care as long as he gets his check.
Right.
We'll let you decide what you
So
think.
here's the problem. I don't know what I need.
You can look at it later. I don't plan on doing anything with those at this point.
Just
It's
you guys have them.
Yeah, Jet
Yes.
wants people to know that we have things that
Yes.
if we need, say, things crossed
So
out
just-
or
ju-
spell components, whatnot.
Just remember that you have if you come across a spell that requires some sort of gem component, just know that Jet does have some certain gems of a certain monetary value.
Yep. So distribution-wise, 4 platinum for everyone, 89 gold for everyone, 43 silver, and 3 copper.
Okay, you went way too fast. One more time.
4 platinum,
Cool.
which is 40 gold if you want to convert it.
I just wanted to say.
Okay.
4 platinum. What's the gold?
89 gold,
89 gold.
Okay.
43 silver,
43 silver.
3 copper,
3 copper.
30 gold of gems.
And those, like I said, guys, those gems are as good as money.
Yep.
Like you can mark them down as 30 gold of jewels in your inventory, or you can just add 30 gold to your total. They trade just like money.
So I'm just gonna have you, Jet, keep the 68.
And 43 silver would be 4.3 silver.
The
4.3
68
gold.
I'm letting you keep
For
the
gold.
68
Yes.
that I owe you.
Yes.
Which
68,
means
yes.
I'm getting 61 gold
Okay.
total, and that includes the platinum.
4 gold and 3
So
silver.
grand total, I got 61
That's
gold
fine.
out of that.
I said this dumb.
I just
We're
imagine
gone.
a gold coin that's been cut into a third.
How many gems? You said 30 gold?
30 gold worth of gems.
30 gold gem. 30
Oh
gold.
Hey,
yeah,
guys,
Jet will
we
hang
don't-
on to it and he
Hey, guys.
makes sure to keep.
We don't have to pay Dalker and shit at least.
It's true.
I also found this, and I'll hold up the rod. And I go, watch this, guys. This does something really fun, and I'll click the button and let go.
What?
And it just hangs there.
And the rod just suspends itself in midair.
Go
It's just
try,
hanging there.
Try to pull it.
Is it- Is that an
So do I? Okay.
Make sense.
You grab onto
Thor's
it and
hammer?
you're not. You aren't expecting this, but you grab onto it
This is
and you
funny.
pull, and it literally does not budge. And you're
Roll
And
a
so you
hex
sort of
check.
like- feeling around for like a string or something, and it's just nothing in the way. It's just suspended in midair. And so you grab onto it and you pull, and it doesn't move. So roll a strength check if you're trying again.
Good, just gotta try.
Can I see the item sheet, please?
B
I
doesn't
just want to
know
make sure I got my
that.
DCs
Gunther
correct.
does have to try.
You're
Actually,
fine.
no, B would know that.
Oh, it just got wet.
Just regular strength.
Yeah, I just
Straight strength check.
16.
No.
Negative, Captain. It does not budge. Like
Is it
you don't
possible
even
to move it?
you don't even feel it.
It's a really
It's
high DC. But I mean, it's an in-move,
It's about
it's a DC it's a DC 30 strength check.
It's
It's
a
an
3
immovable
foot.
How could you even do it then?
if you hit a
Nat
nat 20.
20.
Nat-
Because nat 20 automatically overrides.
Not always. Not always.
That is
Certain
literally-
Not,
certain
not in 5e.
not in 5e.
It-
It's literally the rule.
Not in 5e.
You can get a pseudo positive
No, that's a
outcome
horror.
without being a success.
Yes. So you and
God damn.
if you're trying to break down a door
Okay.
and you roll a nat 20, but the door is made out of adamantium,
Okay.
right? You're not going to be able to break the door down, but maybe because you rolled a nat 20, you hit it and it flexes just enough to where you can stick your hand in and get around behind it and unlock it.
Okay, so nat 20 to that.
It's not an auto success.
You can get a positive outcome
Exactly.
without having a
Success. It's not a. Go
I
ahead.
will also say, let's say Rin tries to grapple check Gunter, and I roll a natural 20, but I have no modifier, it's just a 20. His opposing athletics check is a 25. Just because I rolled a natural 20, he's still going to win, because the check is higher than what I could possibly roll, even with a natural
So
20.
is that not the case before 5e then?
Yes.
Because there's literally a
Yeah.
10-minute scene in Gamers about how that's not correct.
3.5.
3.5. It was a guaranteed
and I think
success.
4 too.
Gotcha.
Yes, guaranteed success,
Gotcha.
but not in 5e.
Gotcha.
Just you get a positive outcome.
Joseph will remember that.
Okay.
Everyone liked that.
But yeah, you pull as hard as you like. You
Just like natural 20.
you stop for a second, Gunther, and you sort of like you pull on it once and it doesn't move, and you sort of like plant your feet, roll your shoulders, grab onto it, and you're like, and you pull as hard as you can, and it like you actually like pull yourself off the ground. It doesn't even move. It's just floating in midair. You're a little perplexed.
And then I grab it, and I press the button, and I pull it back.
Yeah, and you just see this 12-year-old little girl just reach up and just go like, boink, and just grab it.
Fucking Thor moment.
Would I see her press the button?
Is there a button?
Are you trying to hide it?
I'll do sleight of hand.
Okay, yeah,
See
roll
if I
perception
can-
check. Roll a perception check.
How big is the rock?
Actually, I'm gonna say it's against his passive perception.
Okay, 19.
Then yeah, you don't see her click the button. You struggled as hard as you could to move this rod, and you just see this little girl just reach up and just like and grabs it and it moves.
I would be probably smart
Are
enough to
you
know
trying to
that
salmon ladder?
It's some sort
Yeah,
of
this is
magic.
magic.
I put bar in air. Gunther
I don't know what it's
swing
doing,
from the bar,
but I just know she's
there.
cheating.
And
That's all I know.
and you're upset that you couldn't move it.
Would
Yeah.
it stay?
I'm just.
Wait, like you're here.
I continue
Gap, you
my
can't get across.
grumpy away
Another-
from everybody else.
Put it
Yes.
here.
It'll-
After
it's-
I try to
Jump
do
up
it.
and grab to it and swing to.
Yeah.
It'll support like 2,000 pounds of weight.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
fucking
8,000.
use-
8,000 pounds of weight.
I thought you were talking about salmon ladder, which is like grab it and then.
Yeah. and,
Oh no,
like,
no! I just
Yeah.
meant
Yeah,
like
like
because
you-
you wouldn't be able to keep moving it. You would fall in between.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah, I was
Salmon
gonna say,
ladder.
You'd be
if you-
surprised.
If you think
Yeah.
about it, on your pull up, if you disable
If
it,
you
you should be able to then
jump.
do this
Real,
again.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can
The
ladder.
question is, can you do it? I mean, that would be
It
a.
would require a check, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Oh, yeah.
There'd be a lot of checks probably
Dude,
in a row.
I've seen people do it on American Ninja Warrior. It's just
Yeah.
a magic one. So instead of rungs,
So-
you just.
Everyone's climbing a rope, and here comes Ren just going.
She gets so good at it.
Character knowledge.
She's just doing it with one hand, sort of just like hanging off the edge, drinking a cup of coffee, and she's all struggling up the ladder, up the rope, and she's just
Gunther's just
flying
sweating,
through.
going,
It helps if you don't weigh much.
How are you getting up?
It's like troll.
How much
flight.
did the Warforged weigh?
Are we climbing up a rope? I thought I was joking.
No, we're not actually doing this. I'm just curious.
I weigh
Activate
300
rocket
pounds.
Oh, that's
We said
fine. Yeah,
330.
maybe I'll do it.
Oh, me. Yeah, maybe
I
that's
think it was
330.
330. Yeah.
But still, that's not 8,000. So.
Sure.
I don't know why I picture Warforged as like stone and like heavy as fuck.
Not stone, metal.
Metal.
They are heavy.
Metal and wood.
Metal and wood. They're heavy.
Yeah,
That's
no,
okay.
300 pounds. Like my character weighs 200.
Yeah, but you're old.
As an elf?
Aren't you like tall and like the Hunchback of Notre Dame though?
I'm actually not that.
He forgets to take off like his backpack and his staff and all this stuff when he weighs himself at home in the morning. Like he gets up, does his shower and all that, puts on his
40
robes,
pounds of books.
his backpack, all of his books, his staff, all of his.
Damn it, I went up again.
He's got Badger on his shoulder, and then he climbs on the scale and he's like, God damn it, this keto diet isn't working.
I'm
How much does a bag of
holding
holding weigh?
Bag of holding's 30 pounds.
No, I think the bag itself is 5 pounds.
Oh, 5 pounds.
But
15.
But it can hold. So it goes into another dimension. So
Yes.
no matter what, it's still 5 pounds, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
15, yeah.
The bag weight doesn't change,
Right.
but it can hold. What the one I gave you is what 350 pounds of stuff.
Oh my god, we can put you in the bag.
Literally.
Uh,
Be kangarooed.
Can you do
Living
one
stuff.
yes, they don't have to. They don't have to worry about breathing.
Yeah.
Technically living.
Yeah,
wait,
Warforged
yeah.
does not have to breathe.
They don't have to breathe, eat, or sleep.
Then yes.
That's.
We might rip the bag trying to get it over his head.
You literally just see like V's head when we're doing something, just sticking out like.
So you make jokes about that, but literally one of my characters died, and they threw him in a bag of holding
What the fuck?
and carried him back, and then revived him.
That's awesome.
It's more common than you'd think.
Yeah, they literally picked him up and were like,
up now. We have no oxygen.
So-
Dude, I just
I
see
was
like in a
dead.
backpack, and then you have like Yoda.
So-
That's honestly that's what I was thinking. Is you all are walking back through the forest, and Jet's just walking with a backpack on, and you just see V's head behind, and it's just like, oh.
Also, C-3PO is what you're saying.
No, baby Yobi, because you're sitting there the entire time because you don't know, and you're just like, oh.
Nick, what channel are you guys on?
69.
Friendly neighborhood nerds, but for some reason I'm in the red. Now I'm in the green. Now we're reconnected. We're fine.
yeah, no, literally.
This must be an awesome
it was funny
show to
because I
watch.
was a
I bet
Minotaur.
Critical Role has these same problems.
In the beginning,
Yeah,
it's,
they
it's
do.
almost unwatchable. Actually.
It was funny because I was a Minotaur, so my head had to stick out because my horns were so large.
Yep.
So literally, they were carrying a dead
Did
Minotaur.
you have Hella's like helmet on?
He's a Minotaur.
I'm a Minotaur, yeah. So I was
Oh,
just,
I thought you were talking
no,
about-
I had huge horns. So then I was laying, and, like my character was dead, being carried.
Turn
Oh,
around.
Jesus.
You could still see the giant head outside of the bag.
Back into where we're at.
500 pounds, by the way.
500 pounds. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Just if you're going to be the one holding onto that, just make sure you're documenting what's going into the bag and what's not. The bag
How
can
much
hold.
we can put the bag back.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, it's. These lights are weird. I just bought new light bulbs.
Trying to make sure I just wasn't like,
Stroking on.
yeah,
No.
not here.
Not here.
That's a different website to stream to.
Well,
like this.
To be honest, I think we should probably get moving. We will be moving slightly slower with some of our members having missing limbs. So we
valid.
should probably get moving.
Was there anything in
Can
that bag besides gold?
Can I roll to
gems
see if I can,
and such?
like, just fireman carry that man?
You don't have to roll for it. You can carry, but it's going to slow you down.
You know,
You're strong, but you're still carrying another person over a 3-hour journey. It's going to slow you guys down,
I mean,
regardless.
Would
Whether
be
you, whether
faster
whether
than-
you do it by yourself or 2 soldiers carry him,
Unless someone make him fly.
unless someone can levitate him for 3 hours.
since there's floating disc anyone?
no. Who has the letter? By the way,
What letter?
that was found.
There were multiple letters.
There were multiple letters found.
My letter.
There were,
I don't know. I think he took
You
it.
found it.
I'm afraid I'm gonna
I had.
Or did you
I
find
had
it?
this-
well, there were
Scroll.
3 letters. There was one in common, one in draconic, one in infernal, and I believe.
Oh, you were the one in front, right?
Yes.
Are these my notes?
Never mind, I have it.
I have the
Dad,
one in
Dad.
infernal.
Saw it, Dad.
I can read it.
Saw it. No, I don't have
I
it.
believe you
Fuck.
have the one that's in draconic.
I'll have to go
And Vale has the one that's in common.
Read my notes.
Do you guys have the page for the?
The one that I was there was.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't have my session 10 notes. Let me go grab those real
Sorry.
quick. Role play amongst yourselves.
derailing this whole thing.
If no one has noticed, by the way, V is literally contorting the fire into different shapes just by moving his hands.
Interesting.
He created a fire.
Well,
And then now
so
he's-
far, V's the most useful person in this
And
party.
now, yeah, he's just.
The
making
girl
the
who just
fire
brought someone back from
dance.
the dead just kind of like looks at you.
Ren, we all love you. Shut up and sit down.
Don't talk to him that way. Be nice.
He didn't mean it.
I know.
Pull out
Stop
some
being
fishing pole and just hold it in front of your face.
He broke that. There we go.
You did break.
I did break it.
You
Yeah.
did break my fishing pole.
What the shit?
It's the internet.
Oh,
It
V.
reconnected and then disconnected again, and then
I'm
now we're
curious
reconnected and
about
back in the green.
your name. Is that some sort of designation by the man who built you? Did your creator give you that name? Carve that into you?
I went down there.
Can I just say that
So-
him having a mask on is making him way more believable as V? Because
I can't print my
see your
notes.
human features.
My printer is a Wi-Fi printer.
Really?
Yeah.
How are you
Really?
able to do that?
So I got them on my flash drive. I'll pull them up here.
So sorry.
Fire.
V
Is it
good.
is it VI as in 6 Or
No, he's 92.
No, I was gonna say it's 9/2, so 4.5.
That's right. So, ignore that. I have to keep this on, so when I go back in, then I'll have to recheck my temp.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Rectal or?
And by the way,
I just don't
it's
do
his
straight.
V is right here.
Oh, it's on the right side.
Yeah,
thought it was on
but
the left.
I am wearing a cloak right now.
Okay.
So, you just pointed his chest and he just... V?
6.
6? Fire.
Good job, B. We're proud of you.
Do you know anything of your brothers and sisters?
No, but there's probably 5 more.
That's what I'm thinking.
Are
Family?
there more of you?
And you just look, and he's just
Yes. No idea what's happening.
he's
Is he
he's
back
still
in shutdown
he's
mode?
still lit up, like he's still got his glowing yellow eyes and all that stuff, but he's got the Vietnam veteran
Screensaver mode.
1,000-mile stare. He is
I like
back in a
screensaver
Huey
mode.
chopper listening to Fortunate Son.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's listening to Fortunate Son right now.
Is it-
You
what about-
know that
what about a run
CCR
through
sponsored that war? That's why they're in everything.
Makes sense.
I don't know who has it, but I do have my notes on the letter. So whenever we get to that point, I'm prepared.
Or perhaps we could
Maybe I just wanna
compare the notes, the letters again once we're back in the safety of Town Valiant. There is some very interesting information in that as far as what I was able
And
to
about this point, you snap back out of it.
discern.
Snap out of what?
None of you, none of you really notice. You just for him, he's back out of it now.
But I do agree with
Stuff that me and him know.
I do agree
Oh,
with
that's what's going on.
I do agree with Jet. We probably shouldn't linger here much longer.
I'll make sure I
we're
don't kick
stuck
it.
out here after death.
I don't want to see what happens in the battlefield at night, so.
Not desert campfire.
Battlefield.
That's not it.
Company?
Battlefield.
Yes.
Why did
Not far from here.
Playlist.
Hey,
So
V.
there's plenty of time to
Oh, I have two
You know,
different
ask-
browsers. That explains so much.
you know
I opened it up
I
and
don't
it was
know
on
what to ask him first. Somebody-
Magic deck building
I
site.
wanna
I was like, I wasn't doing this.
Is it a person, place, or mineral?
I'm gonna look at Jet because I'm actually gonna ask you both in character and out of character. Help me with this. Do you think that our new pal here may know something more about this power core we found?
The Dragon Shot?
No, the power core that we found inside the Warforge.
Oh.
Inside Titan. It doesn't seem
He
to-
doesn't seem to know too
Wait,
much.
hold on. Also, another question: was that Titan not a Warforge Titan?
It was a, yeah, like they look like
Well,
Warforged, if I recall.
My
He was
question,
that
my
Tekken
question
chonker.
is, you said only Titan.
Titan Core. Well, so
Was it not a Warforge? I don't know. Was there a difference?
Point of clarification.
Okay.
Warforged,
Yes.
him. He is 100% sentient. He is living. He has his own thoughts, his own feelings. He exists.
Yes.
Okay? The Warforged Titan that you were inside of, yes, it is. It is a Warforged, but it is a construct.
Okay.
The power core that you have was literally, it is the battery inside of a robot.
Okay. Okay.
It is.
I thought it was just him, but like.
Once it is
that would be
empowered, it can take basic commands and execute those commands. It understands how to use its weapons, how to function its body, but it does not think. It
It's
does not
Siri
feel.
versus Jarvis.
Sure.
That's actually not a bad
Sure.
comparison.
Yeah. So it's very.
There are no more strings on me.
Ultron just busted out.
So yeah.
Yeah, you need to get yourself like an Ultron voice modulator.
So I need to sound like
What's his face? Not
can't remember his
Slater.
name.
God damn, what's
James
his name? James Spader.
Spader. Yeah.
Yes,
Robert, California.
I think Jets has the right of it. We should try to get a move on as quickly as possible.
And you can see that Avelina sort of looks around. Yeah, we need to get moving. I don't want to be out here at nightfall.
You can lead the way back.
Cool.
We know roughly the way back as well.
I
I think we'll have to take.
from where I'm standing, I don't even know what direction the tower is.
Got it.
We would take. I was taken on patrol. I was patrolling between the tower and Blue Vine. we were taken and
Knocked unconscious.
knocked unconscious,
Got it.
bags on the heads, and woke up in the cages.
Can I roll an investigation check to try to find the trail that we used to get here?
Yes. So if you guys are breaking away from the war machine and starting on your trail back.
Yep.
Okay.
Like I say, as by the way, like as V stands there, the fire just gets bigger and just kind of humanoid. He's just
Jet, while he's doing that, he wants to do prestidigitation to make it sparkle a little bit more, just to see his reaction.
I use
Okay,
prestidigitation to make it back to normal.
I will say, Jet and Vale, both of you pick up on the fact that it's fire, but
It's not maybe.
It's not natural fire.
no. So you know how fire has like the blue right at the bottom of
Yeah.
whatever fuel source it is, and then it goes from like blue to red to orange to yellow, and it has like that gradient to it.
Right.
This fire seems to be missing a lot of that gradient, and it just has this predominant like orange yellow color. It's missing like that it's missing that blue like
So it's like
heat origination, and it's missing that transition from blue to red to orange. It's just this roiling mass of like orange and yellow flames, which is at first it's not, you don't even notice it, but then you're sort of like, something about this is off.
Jet wants to run his hand through it and see if it's warm.
Very.
What are you using?
I'm using control flame. It is
Okay.
a bonfire.
Yes.
Like, it is
Okay.
actual
So
fire.
yeah, it's hot. You get that slight like that.
Singe the fire.
You know, all the hair on the back of your hand is gone, and you're like, God, fuck.
He's just gonna be.
So he turns and looks at
It's
you,
quite warm.
and then V runs his hand through, and as he does, the fire splits around his hand.
Around his hand.
Yeah, because he controls flames. He's using the spell control flame, so he's literally shaping it. So as he moves his hand through it, the flames literally part around his hand.
Okay, I got you. I thought something else was going on.
Give it to me. Sorry, guys. Just turn it down a little bit.
It's a good thing
Menacing.
we're surrounded by a swamp. You can't burn the forest down.
As far as you know.
Guys, we're burning daylight here.
Yeah, we should.
Well, he's just burning.
Yeah, no, Jet would want to do that really quick just before they left, just out of pure
We're
curiosity,
in a
but then
swamp.
be
We are in
ready
a
to
I
go.
was gonna say, if everyone starts
spark in
moving,
the swamp gets gonna light the whole fucking place on
the
fire. Right?
moment everyone starts going, V just looks at everyone moving and just, then the whole thing just
Just gone.
gone.
Okay. We can address that later.
So, this is, excuse me, this is going to be another skills challenge to get you guys through. But because you already found your way once, I'm reversing it. The first time coming through, to find your way, it required 5 successes and 3 failures, and you got in some sort of situation.
3 successes.
3 successes will get you back to Tower Valiant. 5 failures will put you into a precarious situation of some kind.
Got it.
So you all have a decent understanding. You know the way you have to go. You understand some of the basic landmarks, like you know that eventually the swamp has to turn back into forest. And so it should be a little bit more easy for you guys to find your way.
You go through it.
Yep.
And then
I'm going to use the
Bardic Inspiration.
investigation
Come with us.
to find our way back.
Okay.
Bardic Inspiration too.
I just want you to see this. By the way, this is the first roll ever rolled on this die. That is a natural 20. By the way, this is the die that was sent to me because we raised so much money during Extra Life.
That's
Lit.
awesome. Nice.
So the
Lit.
actual
So once
like
again,
shit,
Nick
I
gets
still
the
gotta give you
reward
that
for
money.
something
No,
the
no,
entire
no,
party
no.
does.
That's why I was saying when people like
Yeah, but notice he
when
keeps
we
the
have the
first
first
one.
roll, I was like I have some, but like everybody just kept rolling,
Sorry.
so I didn't have a chance to give it because yeah.
That's amazing.
So if anybody wants to use this die, it is
So
a
who wants to do the over/under on the fact that he'll never get a natural 20 for the rest of the session?
well no
This session
I mean
or
This
ever?
session.
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
but yeah but the actual emblem is the Extra Life.
That's
Oh, that is really cool.
Yeah.
So,
I still need to send you that money. I
So
forgot about
Bardic
that.
Inspiration, you wanted to throw
That's
it
like
on
a
there
bigger
just
version.
for
I mean, I
shits
can.
and giggles.
I can.
Because I already
So Bardic
it only-
Inspiration.
It only lasts 10 minutes.
That's
so
a
why
D8,
it's-
right?
Yep.
Yeah, this looks like
What
just
would
the
that do
silver
different,
version of
though?
Loon.
It looks really
What is that
nice,
going to do
though.
different?
you don't know.
Roll it.
I was going to say, we don't know what the DC is for this, so with the natural 20, Again, if we're
Because
trying to
again,
hit,
natural 20 doesn't make sense.
We're at 21. Is
but it only lasts 10
That's
minutes.
knowledge.
So
That's
you gotta
knowledge
do
for me to have and results for you to find out.
No, what I meant was like I'm asking as a player what would be a benefit, and once you hit 20, what is the benefit of trying to get higher? I forgot. I'm still thinking natural 20 means.
Yeah,
15.
the DC
So,
can be higher.
Think about it in
And
terms
then-
of
So correct.
here.
There
Come
we
here.
go.
So now like you could hit
What's
28, not just 20.
What's about a
Look right here.
35?
Setting a DC, right?
Yeah.
So it goes up
I
basically by
rolled a
5.
35
If you want something to be
investigation to try to
nearly
find the
impossible, you
trail
set it
we
at
came
30 because it's
here.
very challenging. You have to roll a nat 20 and have a high modifier to achieve
Yeah.
that.
Ooh, that was a
Okay?
36.
So you have to hit a natural
Sorry.
20 and have a modifier of 10.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But that's how DCs are set.
Yeah.
And so, yes, he had a 20, but if maybe
If it was impossible, he
maybe
wouldn't
there's
have
a
hit that.
hidden path that you guys haven't discovered yet that requires a DC 30. He rolls a 20. He only has a +7 on his investigation. He only hit 27. But if he rolls a 4 on the Bardic Inspiration, guess what?
Now he's over 30.
He found that path.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it
See, I
does
just have to
does
remember
benefit even when you hit a nat 20. It does benefit to roll any extra modifiers you have because you never know what the result might be.
I roll put in the contra code.
Well, that and the other piece is, again,
All
with
these
Bardic
lives.
Inspiration, 10 minutes is what he's got to use it, or else I've just wasted what I have.
Correct. Yeah.
So,
Which
for
back?
this, it
I
makes
was
sense
again.
for
I'm
me
just.
to-
I'm just I was thinking that. What was it?
It was a 35.
Yeah.
But again, that's a natural 20.
Yeah. Okay.
But the Bardic Inspiration rolled a 7
So
on a
2 hours,
D8.
2 hour session tonight, guys.
My investigation is a +8.
Because of that, we're going to go ahead and count that as 2 successes. Because
We
that's
got
a
through the titanium door.
Guys, we
me-
just need
mega
one
fucking
success.
mega fucking roll. So with Vale in the lead, you all make your way off of the war machine and start navigating your way through the swamp. For the fact that Vale is almost always intoxicated to at least some small degree,
Imagine if
you're all stunned at how quickly he's able, like the spatial awareness that he has is mind-boggling because he literally, even though you're walking the opposite direction, he's like, oh shit, this tree, okay, take a right, and boom, 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 and then you follow that for 10 or 15 minutes, and then he's like, oh yeah, we passed this one, okay, we gotta go this direction now. And he's just got this amazing sense of spatial awareness and recall of the path that you guys took, and you travel for about an hour with Vale in the lead, and you cross across that area where you had the battle with the Aleps, right? And you all sort of like stop for a second, and you're like, waiting before you step out into the area, but you cross your way with no disturbances, no issues, and in the span of about an hour, you cover about 2/3 of the path, and you've reached that point where the swamp is starting to give way to forest. The ground is becoming less soggy, less swampy, more like marshland building into like dry, solid forest.
I forgot to add a D4.
I hate you. But yeah, the sun hasn't really gone down very much, and you're moving a little bit slower because of the soldiers that are with you. But with Vale in the lead, you guys feel like you aren't losing any time. You feel like you're making good time back to the fortress. You enter the forest at this point, but right on the edge of where the forest meets the swamp, it is a lot of very heavy underbrush, heavy growth. This is the point where if you guys were by yourselves, it'd be fairly simple to navigate, but having a wounded person that's missing a leg, this area is going to slow you down a lot.
Can I use
Stop that.
a
Siri thinks she knows the way.
nature check
Do you
to
know
like
the way?
read
Do you know the way?
the forest and try to like find the path?
Don't knock
Is that how that would work?
Yeah, so the way with the skills check is you tell me what you want to do. I set the...
Would that be nature?
yeah, that'd be nature.
At the same time, I will do what I did last time, try to find higher ground to find a more open path through
Okay.
the...
Make a athletics or acrobatics check, whichever you prefer, to climb a tree.
What I was thinking is Jet would do that because I can get advantage with claws.
Something I'll give you guidance.
So you start to see Ren climbing the tree.
Why don't you let me?
Yeah, runs to 17.
He'll shift.
Okay. It's... You're not really familiar with this kind of terrain. It's you sort of look at the different growths around, and you're like, well, maybe we can go this way. And you start to walk through the brush, and as soon as you walk in, you realize you're surrounded by briars. And you're like, and you start to move a little bit, and you feel like 3 of them snag and rip a little hole in your robe. And you're like, fuck! So you back up a little bit, and you're like, okay, maybe if we go this way. And you walk over this way, and you immediately walk into like a patch of poison ivy. And you're like, and just back out of it, and you're like,
I'm a
don't
warhorse,
go,
I'm resistant to poison.
don't go this way, and don't go that way. But
Do
in
not
the other direction.
go in.
As this is all happening, do you know mending?
To climb a tree, natural 20. So get all the way up there.
Of course. Yeah, you're.
I mean, he's a cat.
He's a cat, and you all see him, and he like takes a couple steps back, and still in his humanoid form.
No, he
Ru-
shifted.
I was gonna theme it up a little bit.
Ah, okay. Go for it.
Takes a couple bounding leaps at the tree, and at one point like grabs onto the bark with his bare hands and just sort of like pulls himself up, and in that motion immediately just shifts, and in the middle of pulling himself up, just you can see the fur grow, you can see the tail sprout, you can feel you see him just shift into that animalistic form, and he just immediately broom, 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 and he just disappears into the tree, into the canopy. And it's rather impressive how quickly he ascended the tree. Not gonna lie.
Impressive.
Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage.
Downstream, we've never said that about justice.
That didn't go
Game
as
of Thrones.
well.
Dosrin. Climb.
18
Good
perception
at
on that one.
climbing. Really good at climbing.
So from your perspective,
Maybe.
no real path per se. Like you're above the canopy of a forest. Like you can see it's just rolling treetops.
He's trying to identify the tower.
But you can see just on the horizon in that direction, you can just very faintly make out something rising from the treetops, and you're like, that's interesting. And you look at it, and it just there appears to be a rather large clearing, and you're immediately like, that's the tower. That's the direction we need to go. So you have the direction now. You know what direction you need to go. It's just up to someone to help find a easier path that doesn't take as long.
He will
like my character.
drop down then.
No, it's
This would be very
Good
easy.
point.
I
He's a
follow
warlord,
him.
that's
Yeah,
why.
it's
So,
something new to me.
A couple
Also,
minutes pass, and Jet returns from the top of the tree. You see him slide back down, still in his animal form, and as soon as he hits the ground, he shifts back into his humanoid form. And
Just go emo, he goes.
yes,
He actually does have pretty long hair, so I mean, you know.
He was
The hair
skater boy.
passes
He
your
said,
face
"See you
and
later,
goes
boy."
back to-
B.O.I.
We'll want to go that way. Saw the tower.
Perfect. Let's head on.
Cats can
I
always
have
find
to
their
go
way
north.
home, so I trust him.
it's going to be slow going unless someone has a way to help clear out some of this growth and underbrush. But it's going to be slow going with the person missing a leg. Because it's going to be 2 people in front, sort of like pushing things out of the way, and then 2 people are going to have to stay and hold stuff off to the side so that the people carrying the wounded guy can move
Can
through.
I be up front using my scimitar like a?
Let me be up front, just burn it away.
Or that? Yeah.
So you
yeah.
feel
Yeah.
You think that would be
Firebolt.
Alright, man.
we can
Firebolt
burn.
cantrip.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
I
is.
was-
I was like, either
So,
that or either
basically-
try to hold both sides.
Basically,
Hold on, V has an idea.
It's actually the same thing they were talking. V wasn't listening.
No.
So, burn.
Sure. Burn.
Burn. And he just lifts his hand, and a bonfire, like just a circle of fire appears in the brush before.
Then I immediately shoot firebolt, feeling emasculated by that. Like,
so
oh,
V just stands
we
there and goes,
together were able
and
to
very,
do this.
very dramatically is just like, and this just bonfire. And you see the 285-year-old elf walk over and be like, meh. Pew. And it's just like this tiny little fireball that just comes out of his palm, and it's just like,
So, also,
very. Imagine Roman candle.
Yeah, yeah.
so the moment it hits the fire that V created, he turns and looks at you, and waves his hand, and it just changes to green, just changes color completely.
prestidigitation on the flames.
Okay.
I turn my purple.
He
You can still
swings
smell
his
it.
hand the other way, and it turns a dark red.
I stays purple.
So that does control flames only allows you to do it in a set area.
Yes, and every, I believe, few seconds, I can actually make it move 5 feet.
Okay.
As long as there's.
Well, we're
fuel.
moving more than 5 feet every few seconds.
Hold on, let me see.
No,
what
we're
the time
not.
frame
We're
is.
slow as fuck today.
I will also put on my smoky hat and say this is how forest fires get started.
This is.
Yeah. See, we should
Yeah,
have
it
let him
is.
out of here.
It is technically every 10 seconds can go 5 feet.
Or with so V starts to do this, and you see him, and he burns out this large pathway, and then he sits there and waits, and then he moves it.
Well, what if you
And it
only,
keeps going.
What if you only do it through the thicker parts of the underbrush, and I can go through and kind of clean up the flames with
I'm just using my
thaumaturgy?
hand like a Gatling gun.
I was more so imagining it along the way of
100%.
you basically summon a firebolt in each hand, and instead of actually casting them, you're almost doing like flaming hands, and you're just sort of like burning your way through the forest. So in some of the lighter areas, Zareth takes the lead, and Zareth sort of walks forward, and you can see him. He's just burning some of the undergrowth out of the way and leading the way. But when it reaches some of the thick brush parts where some of the briars have sort of entangled, and just Zareth walks up and starts to burn them, but it doesn't really take. V steps up at this point and just sort of like puts his arm in front of the old man and pushes him back a little bit, and just summons this bonfire in front, and it just incinerates all of the briars real quick. And then he just sort of like he turns and gives you the kid sitting at the computer meme, and is just like. And then Zareth again takes the lead and is sort of just burning the way through.
And I'll
Make just a general intelligence check to keep everyone pointed in the right direction.
Alright.
Who's got keen mind?
Actually, intelligence or
That's me 2
charisma,
levels.
Nobody.
whichever you'd prefer.
That's me getting 2
you're
levels. As soon as I hit level
only a
8,
14.
it's the last thing I need to put.
14?
me-
That's good enough.
Okay.
Yeah, you can keep everyone on the path. So about another hour and a half passes, and you, as you emerge out into the, you break through the edge of the forest into the remnants of the battlefield, and you can see. Well, your Nat 20 counted for 2 successes.
Well, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Go any higher, can't
are you at 19?
You make your way out into the battlefield.
Oh, yeah.
The sun probably has a good 45 minutes to an hour before it sets. You do still have a little bit of a distance to go because it is such a massive battlefield, but you're all fairly confident in your abilities to traverse this before the sun sets.
Are we? So when we were coming up originally, we saw the cart of stuff that the merchant was bringing in,
No,
but
it's
no
not.
items or anything like that. Is that cart still there?
Have we exited the forest yet?
We're out on the castle. We're right on the edge.
I see.
Or
As long as we don't-
So-
coming in from
You're coming in from a different angle. So
That's
you have
fine,
you have the tower here, and the road leads straight west out of it,
Okay.
right? The cart is over here, but the war machine was like way over there. So you guys are entering from over here. So it's yes, it's there, but it's about equidistant from you to the cart before or you going to the
Yeah.
fortress.
So it's the time we would save by getting to the cart and getting him on the cart.
Exactly.
Would be.
You might as well
Yeah.
just walk to
Yeah.
the tower.
Which if the soldiers seemed like they were getting tired too, Jet would see if he could switch out to help carry, basically.
Okay. Stand by just one moment, guys. Role play amongst yourselves.
Loading screen, guys.
Have we exited the
Who's
forest?
gonna
We're-
run?
This is
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
on
We
the
are
edge now.
just exiting the forest. We are now looking at the battlefield.
So as we walk out of the forest, V's gonna turn and look at the forest, and then look forward, and then look down, and then bring his hand up to his head, and almost pinch and start to pull, and like you see silver light come out of his head. And as he pulls it out, it's like a string, and it just stands there. And he's holding, by the way, still holding Lynn's hand. As he goes, what?
You're all worried.
Yeah, so something. I pull out one of my used
I got beer. I'm okay.
potion bottles.
And he releases it, and it just filters inside and hangs there.
Cork it.
Does it filter through?
What is
V?
this? What is this?
Directions.
The memories.
Directions.
Full. Oh, he's giving us directions for the major,
Oh,
so they know where to go.
Like a map.
that's incredibly helpful.
How does one use this?
How did he pull it out?
Is it absorbed? You eat it.
Eat?
Put it up your butts. How do you use it? You read suppository.
You read.
I think you snorted.
I think it's an enema.
You. How do you read that?
I hold it up to the light and see if I can read it.
You read it, and then so he turns when you say that, and then just immediately detect thoughts into your brain. Just getting the surface thoughts in the very beginning.
Okay. Confused and I mean, I'm really just trying to figure out how the fuck you're supposed to be reading this
And
thing.
then, so as by the way you feel my mind,
Yeah.
you just hear in your head, read.
Jet's moving out of range again. Anytime he sees
Well,
me
it's,
about to
I was
cast
gonna
that,
say he's
Jet-
only using it on him,
Yeah,
and then
right.
just softly like removes, so that there's no your
Right.
brain.
Right. Jet's still just nervous as
I guess
fuck.
you're just supposed to read the liquid?
Oh my goodness.
What?
I look back to the tree line.
Oh.
Does what?
I thought I saw something.
Jet wants to look.
I'm gonna say, can I make an investigation?
Make perception checks.
Perception?
It was.
I didn't see anything.
Tree line. Yeah. It looked.
Oh, that's sad.
20.
Natty one.
It's a luck there.
26.
24.
9. 9. 9 isn't no. I did not see that.
You all look in the direction that she's pointing, and you don't see anything.
Can you describe what you think you saw?
There, I saw it only for a second. It seemed humanoid, but it was covered in faces. I
It
don't
was
know.
covered in faces?
Yes.
Like head to toe, just a body of faces.
So, hearing this and not seeing anything, you just see again B's eyes start to glow yellow, bright yellow again, as he uses detect thoughts to like blank it out to see if he detects any other brains other than the ones he sees. I keep saying brains. I mean minds.
Yeah.
Just go.
He's a zombie.
Yeah, I know. That's what I think every time I say brains.
It's weird. At first, there's nothing, and beyond the people that are with you, right? At first, there's nothing,
Yeah.
and then there's a blip, and as soon as you get it, it disappears. But then, on the complete opposite side of where you're at, again, you get it and it disappears.
So B's head like snapping.
And then boom, the other side, and then boom, the other in front of you, and then behind you, and it keeps like
Hey, not faces.
skipping, and then after about 5 or 6 seconds, it just stops.
Body of
It
skulls.
was something. It was made of skulls. It was
Well, he's obviously latched onto something we're not seeing.
we
need to move.
We need to move
We
fast.
need to get out of here. We need
Let's-
distance.
I do not sense it.
Would it
Let's
be
head for
more-
the tower. While we're heading for the tower, I'm trying to keep an eye on the tree line.
Okay.
I'm like
Make a
clutching Jet.
perception check.
Yeah, Jet's keeping a hold and keeping an eye out too. Am I also able to do?
Uh-oh.
I want to perceive something this time.
Oh shit. That's up.
Yeah, 16.
Am I able to run with my passive?
What is it again?
17.
You're saying run with your passive?
Yeah, just use my passive as we're
Oh,
moving.
gotcha. Yeah, you'll be using your passive, considering you're trying to protect her.
Yeah.
I am not. So.
Your perception.
Woo!
Your
21.
passive is still higher than
21,
mine.
21, 21, 21.
Yeah.
Okay. What was yours? You're 17.
17 'cause
What's yours?
passive
That was a 16.
is my concern
Okay.
for
Shit
Ren.
roll. I rolled a 6.
Second one, but I'm flustered.
Yes. No, you guys don't really see anything.
Damn it.
I mean, as we're running, I'm still just gonna keep checking. We really need to move.
Jet just kind of nods. it kind of holds you tighter.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna hold my weapon. I'm gonna pull my weapon out.
Just prepare yourself.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of I'm towards the middle, and I'm just kind of we're running but I'm kind of also turning every once in a while, just kind of looking and semicircles. Trying
Head
to
on a
figure out-
swivel.
Yeah, just in case something is about to happen.
Okay. Yeah, you guys make your way through the battlefield at a rather brisk pace. At first, you begin to separate yourself from the soldiers that are carrying the wounded man, but you sort of realizing oh shit, and so you sort of slow down a little bit and fold them into the group.
Keep them in the center.
And
I'm also in the center.
you do start making your way across the battlefield at a brisk pace, and you do make your way to the beginning of the rise that rises up to where the drawbridge would lower. Again, the bridge is up. It is not open by any means. As you all start to make your way up,
Are there any guards at the top?
as you're making your way up this incline towards the top, Avelina in the middle of the group. She's not one of the ones carrying the wounded man, but she's sort of just she's drawn a small dagger she found, and so she's sort of got it ready, and she's running with all of you. And as you all start approaching, she starts yelling, and she's like, "Hey, open the door! Open!" And they're still wearing tattered bits of their armor, and you can see a couple of the soldiers up top. They're looking and looking, and then as soon as they recognize, of course, you all, and then the soldiers in the middle, you see them all start hollering commands at each other, and you can see the door starting to and lower its way down.
I'm going to look behind us and make sure that whatever I haven't seen yet hasn't
You
gained
don't
on us.
you don't really see anything.
Okay.
At this point, you can see the sun is reaching it's starting to crest the horizon. You all you get to the edge of the drawbridge. You all scuttle across real quick, and it's you guys are on the bridge running, and they're already starting to retract the bridge up. So you guys are halfway across, and you're starting to run downhill almost as they're already bringing the drawbridge up behind you. You gather that you guys cut it pretty close.
What, real quick, were we running from something, or was it just naive?
Rin said
Rin
she
saw
heard-
something
yeah,
made
she
out of
saw
skulls.
something.
Rin, as she crosses into Tau Valley, she's just shaking, trembling all over.
Yeah,
Her,
which
her normal gray skin is very pale.
Then why did they close the gate? Was it because there was something to see?
That technically, that's not actually what they did the first time round. In the middle of the day, they just don't keep that bridge down for very long.
Yeah, they just started closing it a little earlier than normal.
Because it's so late.
Because as you guys are crossing the bridge, the sun is literally setting.
That's what I was at.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that's got a good hold on
I
it.
just didn't know if it
too.
was Giant Skull thing is 10 feet behind us, and the city was let's get this out.
No.
We hadn't. Nothing had been following us.
Okay.
But she's freaked out about it.
Zev, do you mind if I see Badger?
No.
And he'll get Badger to Rin.
Now both Badger and Rin are trembling.
You can just hear a very, very subtle.
That was
No, that's what I should have done. I'm V, go ahead and give her a picture.
At this point, I don't want to continue any farther because some of the role play coming forward does involve V.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go too far without him. I don't know if he stepped out for a work call or not.
we want to take a quick break, yeah.
Yeah, we can do a quick break. Yeah,
I have
yeah.
a question
Then
for the
it's 9:25. It's 9:25. Let's reconvene at 9:40.
Related. Okay. But I do have a question for the table. Looking for a drive for gaming. SSD
Yes.
with less storage by a lot, or more storage with an HHD or an HDD.
What are you doing it for?
What are you looking at?
Right now I've got a 4 terabyte external drive for my Xbox.
Yes.
Currently load times on current games, which I'm gonna get the One
They
X.
suck.
Yeah. But with the One X coming out, or the Series X coming out, I can take that drive and move it over, and you can use current gen games on it, and then that way it
Is this for console gaming or PC gaming?
console.
Then I have no input.
Well, but I'm saying, you would still know,
Solid states are going to be faster no matter what. The
Yeah.
only thing is, the price point per gigabyte of storage is high.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
That's
Would,
the- that's-
would,
that's
would you
the
get a
issue
4
right.
terabyte external or a 1 terabyte SSD?
1 terabyte solid state all day.
Okay.
Because at the rate at which we can download games nowadays, it is much more efficient for you to switch games out when you want and have the benefit of faster load
You're
times.
not wrong considering the fact that I have gigabit internet. I didn't
Exactly.
think of that.
Exactly. So that I keep Destiny installed on my solid state because I have 2.5 terabytes of solid state drive storage. But if I were to ever fill those up, I would just delete Destiny
Yeah.
because it's faster to install Destiny to my solid state than it is faster to move Destiny from a hard drive to a solid state.
Gotcha. Because I was gonna say I looked up a 4 terabyte solid state.
Well,
$600.
Yeah. I was like literally.
If you're looking for
literally it was like
if you're
$5.99.
looking for quick, cheap solid state storage for a PC, Inland Professional, 120 gigabyte solid state, $22 on Amazon.
God damn.
That I have 2 of them in my computer. One's for my OS and one's for a virtual machine. I literally only have my OS installed on one of them, and then the other one is just a virtual machine in case I want to run a game that's like only has compatibility on fucking Vista.
See, I think I've currently got a 128 in my system. It's a M.2.
I have
And
I have
think
a
it's Samsung. Maybe?
I have 2 of the 120 gigs Inland Professionals. I have a 500 gigs Samsung solid state. I have a 1 terabyte
360
Samsung solid
no-scope
state, and then I
Skull
have a 1
Monster.
terabyte.
What's
Damn.
that?
I rolled to 360 no scope. The skull
I need to look and see if I have an extra
That's
M.2
15.
slot.
Most.
It's not good enough.
How old's your
No.
board?
So here's the thing. It's 3 years old, I would assume. But with that
Alright, it's
said,
funny
it
you
was
don't
also
roll that
a
perception.
$2,000 Alienware that was.
Somebody rolled 26?
What?
2 M.2
Someone
solid
got
states are
26.
coming out to watch.
Oh, you did, huh?
I rolled a
It
26.
just
Yeah.
wasn't, there wasn't
I'm
really,
not, I didn't see anything, but that doesn't
a
mean
dual
these are
mic
not
channel to run
concerned.
both of them at the same time.
I rolled Friday chop.
Because having that plugged directly into your motherboard prioritizes the memory coming off of that because it's directly plugged in. It's like direct interface,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
as opposed to SATA drives that has a cable and has to transfer the data from the solid state into something that the SATA cable can transfer into something the motherboard can read. In M.2, the motherboard just straight reads the data.
Yeah, no, I fucking loaded up Sims 4 the other day, and the load time was like 2.5 minutes.
I mean, you saw how quick New World was loading.
No.
Solid state. That's on the M.2.
Is it?
Yeah.
There is no. Well, never mind. That's the dumbest goddamn question I've ever asked. That's not right there. I was just gonna say there's not a external M.2.
There
Is
is.
there? And then I was like, what's the point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
There
Yeah, I
is,
was-
but you lose the M.2 speeds,
Yeah.
but you gain the ability to have a lot of storage in a rather small form factor.
Correct.
Because M.2 drives are just so tiny.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I just want something faster.
Big fan of SSDs, my man. Big fan of SSDs. If I had my way, I would only have SSDs in my computer.
Yeah, I feel like it's basically like being like, oh, hey, do I want a flash drive or a floppy disk at this point? Like, why would I buy a floppy disk?
A better example would honestly be, do I want a 1989 Toyota Celica 2-stroke, or do I want a 2021 Bugatti Veyron? The speed difference is just obscene.
To anyone that has played Avengers, you'll get this, but there's a spot, and it was in the beta, where you're trying to find Jarvis, and Kamala Khan is talking to Bruce Banner, and makes a comment, and she goes, so what exactly does Jarvis look like? And Bruce is like, well, he looks like a hard drive from 1998. And she goes, cool. Let me ask you another question. What's a hard drive from 1998 look like? Because she's like 15.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and actually use this.
Dude, it's such a good game. I'm enjoying it so much. I want to buy one of these, but for fat guys. I literally feel like I'm sitting in like... That is the best explanation of this chair. Nick, I'm at the art
Fat
craft.
guy in a little coat.
Yes. Dude, there was a story that David Spade was telling about how Chris Farley used to do that. The whole reason that's in Tommy Boy is because Chris Farley just used to do that in the office.
because him and David Spade shared an office, and he said he would constantly just sit there and they would face away from each other, and David Spade would just be working, and he said Chris would just be like, hey, David, turn around. And he was like, no. And he was like, David, turn around. And he was like, I swear to God, if it's fat guy in a little coat. And he's like, it's not, though. Turn around. And he would turn around, and he'd sit there, and he's got a fat guy, and don't give up on it. And then finally they were sitting there, and Tommy Boy, he was just like, I don't know what to do in this. We need something here, but we don't know what to do. And Chris was just like, let me do fat guy in a little coat. And they were like, why are you obsessed with this joke? And he did it.
So I had no idea who that was. Someone just texted me, can you call me? I'm like,
Okay. Who was it?
said, hi, Corey, can you call me? He's, are we live?
No.
Yes, we are.
Yes. Sorry.
Hold on.
He's a guy.
Oh my God, we're live. Did I say anything?
Said Avengers beta.
No, but did I say anything bad? I literally don't trust my mouth, and I didn't realize there was a live mic, so I'm they're both gay, and he's like, I love dogs.
By the way, we're live.
That's fine.
Okay.
He goes, I love dogs. And he goes, great, then you're going to love this next news story. The Pound announced they're only keeping stray dogs for 24 hours before they have them destroyed. And then the other guy just goes,
So wait, right before we get back, since I am a dad now,
we are back.
who can drink 5 gallons of gas and not get sick?
A
Our car, yeah.
Jerry can.
What's the thing? The one.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nick, do you have the bottle opener? I think Joe needs one.
Well,
I think
no,
Joe
they're
saw
twist
that.
off. They're twist off.
That's
Yeah.
a twist off, but I
Okay.
think
Just
Joe and Shane saw
the
it.
don't shake it, shake.
Oh, okay, never mind.
All right, guys. So we come.
That's right here.
We come back with you guys entering into the tower. The drawbridge closes behind you. You are shuttled into the courtyard. A few moments pass, and then you see
Joseph, heads up, you're not on camera.
you do see Captain Eldira, the lady that initially met you all and
What the fuck are you doing? Get
like
off of me.
guided you through the fortress towards Major Gotrek. She does run and she runs up to you and she's like, "Oh, you back awfully soon." And you see her sort of like look over your guys' shoulders and sees the wounded, and is like, "Right. Do you all remember your way to the Major's office?"
Yes, but I think he needs medical attention.
Yes, yes. If you all wouldn't mind going and finding the Major, he should be.
I remember.
And you see her sort of like look over her shoulder, and she's like,
I don't remember.
he should be in his office for about another 30 minutes.
I remember.
But then
No, I don't.
you all go and see him. I'm gonna take these all to the Jurassico healers and get them looked at.
Perfect.
See you soon. And as you all start to separate ways, you see her. She immediately like pushes one of the other soldiers out of the way and loops under Captain Electo and is like holding him up and just like refreshing them and starts pulling them along. And she gets like the group gets maybe 5 or 10 feet away from you, and she sort of turns over her shoulder and yells at you all and goes, "Thank you,
Who, Captain Aleka?
Captain Aldira."
I thought you said
Wait, who is
Electa.
that?
Oh, Captain Electo was the one without the leg. That's the one you found. Captain
Lieutenant Sparks.
Eldira was the help that.
Eldira was the captain of the guard at the fortress that guided you in your first time.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Jet will look back at her. Of course. Take care of them.
And you see her, she's shuttling them all off towards, like, you guys are facing towards the office area where Major Gotrek is at, and she's shuttling them off towards a more circular sized building, off towards the, let me get my
Said
directions
super
straight here,
Sweet. So right now it is like
South.
toothpaste and orange juice.
towards the south end of the fortress is where there, it's like a circular building, probably like 2 or 3 stories, has a sloped sloped sort of pointed roof to it, and you can see the very obvious trans-dimensional symbol of the Red Cross. You know, the red plus sign above it.
Medic.
The first aid symbol.
No. Trans-dimensional. Everyone knows what that means.
Everyone knows what that means.
No.
Support our Swiss brothers.
Oh shit.
You?
Oh.
So for the people
gone.
that can't see that on camera,
Well, that's how we get our jewels.
We're supporting our Swiss brothers.
You're demanding
for
attention.
everyone that can't,
I don't get it.
couldn't see
Don't worry
that,
about it. That's so stupid.
You're demanding attention.
there's like 100 cables like sitting right under here. The cat got on top.
It was
of
the
them,
internet cable. He
grabbed
pulled
them,
the
and
internet,
just
the Ethernet cable
pulled
out
it
of the side
over
of
and
my
was like
laptop.
fighting the cable.
He's
So I
he's
grabbed
like
it.
happy.
And he
Look,
started chewing on it.
he right now he's with Tyler and he's just like, I'm the DM now.
Um,
Look at me.
Master.
I am the DM.
so
now.
do you guys all go towards the Major's office? Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
V just follows.
this
so.
way. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, my money.
You all make your way over towards that the administrative area of the tower. As you make your way towards, you can see the 2 guards standing out front, and they're both standing there. Are you really gonna go right back for those
Are you able
cables?
to reach one of the wands? I want to use one of the cat toys to try and keep them over here.
You all make your way in. Like as you're making your way in, the guards are standing there, and they all see you, and they don't really acknowledge you, but they don't they don't stop your progress. You all make your way
They
inside.
even let me, like, is it just because I'm with them or?
They look at you a little funny, but they don't stop you.
Gotcha.
So you all make your way down that long hallway, past the rooms where you saw people conversing and having discussions the day before, or 2 days before. Empty, dark. It is nighttime at the fortress. You gather that most administrative tasks have probably been completed for the day. You do see at the far end of the hallway the door that leads to the major's office, and you can very faintly see, just at the bottom of the door, you can see that line of light below.
But Jed is gonna look down at Ren and see if she's still shaking.
She is still upset.
So wait, what did it? Oh, because of the thing she saw.
Are you alright to go in?
I'm fine. I just.
Or do you want us to wait out here and they can go in and talk to me?
I can go in. I'll just think I'm going to. I'll probably just be in the back.
Alright. Joe, you wanna lead?
Shit.
We're good.
Drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it, drink it. Suck, 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 suck.
It's gone.
Suck, 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 suck.
It's gone.
You drink all that head.
Now out of my hand.
Oh God.
I am so jealous that I've never thought of anything that funny.
That's out of your hand.
That was so goddamn funny.
I missed it.
All right, you get inspiration. That was too good not to.
His hand and sipped it out of his hand, and then Corey had some in his hand. He goes, "Now out of my hand."
Well,
The only time you'll hear a guy complain about too much head.
well done. That was very well played.
Well, now I'm disturbed as both me and Rin.
Okay. So who's leading their way? Who's leading the party into the major's office?
You want me to lead or you want me to lead?
You lead.
Yeah, that's shit.
That's what I thought.
Hold on to everybody.
I'm just a cat with claws.
I will say I would be going towards the door. I'm gonna let him do the talking, but I'm clearly like, let's do this thing.
Let's get this shit going.
Gunther wants money.
I have been very non-secretive about it, but I've been impatient, and I feel like I
Didn't even realize music was still playing.
Yep.
You know we got this job done in like record time, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep. So, Jet will enter.
Okay.
Do we get the extra credit bonus?
Did you hit Ren off to me? Or that was
Yes, we do, because we brought
Yeah,
people
Jet
alive
would
in our...
offer to see if you would want to hold on to Vale since he'll be standing a little bit back.
I just latch from you and I latch onto him.
Okay. So
wrap around.
That we didn't bring back?
As in like bodies of the guards.
Yeah, 'cause they said...
Dog tags.
We
Soldiers have the dog tags.
Okay, I'm confusing Critical Role then.
okay.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
we didn't need
I
bodies.
thought
we
they
needed
said
dog
bring
tags.
bodies back and we'll still pay you, but I think that's Critical Role.
Yeah, we just needed dog tags, which the soldiers do have.
so
You get some?
Hmm.
You didn't.
the soldiers have them. Soldiers aren't with you guys though. They're at the.
But I mean, like
We
we
brought
brought
live
the
people.
soldiers back.
Correct.
And they'll
in our-
pass it off, and we'll be able to say they have the dog tags of your fallen. Yeah.
Did we get
Uh,
a receipt?
So you enter into the office. You can see the major is again sitting behind his desk, full armor, still like full battle dress, all that helmet sitting on the desk next to him, is sitting there, and you can see that the table in the middle of the room where you had initially seen the map of the area and all that is still in its rather disorganized state. There are a couple different books that weren't out the first time. There's new books on the table, and books that were there have been put back on the shelves. You gather that whatever the books are about, whether it's military tactics or whatever, they're just sort of cycling through trying to plan things, just general military tactics in a time of peace. Major is sitting behind the desk. He is in the middle of writing something. You do see, again, off to the side of the room at the smaller desk, the half-elven assistant. No armor, no nothing like that, just wearing normal civilian clothes. Very much the, like, political appointee to oversee military operations, but a guy that has probably never lifted a sword in his life. You all enter in, and the half-elven man immediately looks up and just sort of like, he sees you and he just sort of nods and sees the rest of the party and just sort of nods, but like notices you and then just goes back to what he was working on. The major doesn't even notice.
Is there some skepticism there? Because Jet looks quite a bit different than when he first walked in. He shifted 3 times in this past day.
It's there's that
He retains some of it, yeah.
there's that moment of who's this, and then he sees the rest of the party come in, and it's just like, okay, it's that guy, and it just
Okay.
Is this the same like
Is this the guy,
guy
I
that was
sent
like
message
taking
to?
notes and everything like that? Oh, okay.
it's just
Yeah.
same guy.
I was just making sure it wasn't like a different assistant.
And you see him, and he's sitting there, and he's writing, and you all filter in, and you're sort of standing there, like, awkwardly waiting. Nothing's happening. He finishes what he's working on, and he sort of, like, leans behind him and slides a book onto the shelf and reaches over here and pulls a different book out and opens it up, dips the quill, and gets ready to write, and then just sort of looks at you guys, looks at the major, looks back at you guys, and just sort of waits. You can see that he's not about to broach the silence.
Jet will take a step forward.
And you do that, and the major doesn't even lift up from what he's doing and just sort of holds his hand up and keeps writing. 30 seconds pass.
So what is he doing? What's the...
Writing. Sets the quill in an inkwell on his table, rolls up the piece of paper, ties it off, looks over at the half-elf man, holds it out. He gets up, walks over, grabs it. As he walks by, he goes, "Good evening," and disappears out the door. So at this point, the major looks up and goes, "Well, that was quick. I hope you come with good news."
We do. We brought back 4 of your soldiers and also happened to be able to bring back your farmer.
I think
Fan-
that's one of our party members.
Fantastic. And you see his eyes settle on V. He's new.
No, he's been here.
Where's
Turned
the
monkey to a robot.
Where's the angry, brooding one?
That's him. That's how much danger we were in.
Gone.
That's what we were going to be turned into.
Gone as in dead, gone as in ran away, gone as in...
Does it matter? I'd rather not discuss
I guess not.
the lost, the fallen.
Hands.
Fair enough, I understand. He's, and you can notice that the major has sort of like leaned back in his chair, and both of his hands have sort of disappeared underneath the desk, and he's like, he's
Hands beneath the desk?
not a problem,
No.
right?
Can't see what his hands are grabbing.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
but I mean,
can I
so
make
V
like
just
I wanna roll
V
perception
kind
on
of just
that.
starts walking forward.
And you can see he immediately pushes back out of the chair and leans forward, and he's not like drawing a weapon, but you
He's prepared.
immediately notice he's prepared to fight.
Yeah.
Like he's in a stance to rise out of that chair with a drawn weapon.
Jet will place a hand on V's chest just to kind of hold.
Just because I see what's going on, I'm just gonna in a very boisterous hold.
So V stops, and he turns and looks and goes, "Directions."
I'm gonna actually, I'm gonna try to grab it.
Yeah, yeah, it's just a flask, so
Alright.
he lets you take it.
I'm gonna bring it over.
And as soon as you start walking over, you can see him immediately relax. And you walk up, and you can see that underneath, he has. It's not a short sword, but it's not a dagger. It's more like half the length in between, maybe like a foot and a half long. Canto or something like that.
Yeah, okay.
But it's like a foot and a half long blade, and you can just see it very clearly, just laid across his lap. And you can see he's still got his long sword, or his short sword sheathed in his side, and he's still got a dagger on the other side, but he just has this smaller blade on his lap. And you notice it, and you just sort of like, okay, I see you.
Yeah.
He takes it and holds it. The Warforged said directions. This looks like something. This looks like... Do I get drunk off this?
I would ask your elven friend there when he comes back. He's a mage of some sort, I imagine.
James?
He has some sort of magic, doesn't he?
I mean, I guess.
He can research it for you, how to use that, because we're not quite sure either. But its directions back to a war machine.
Huh?
How do you use that?
We found one.
I'm trying to see if I can. So
Directions, you say?
Yes, directions to this war machine where we found your soldiers.
Interesting.
It
All right,
has.
let's. And you can see him. He slides up, and you can see his hands fidgeting for a second, and then his hands come like this, and he's like, "Okay, start from the top. Full debrief. Run me through everything." And you can just see he sits there and just folds his hands, and he's like, just sort of like eyeballing the party.
Well, full debrief. We were able to locate a trail based on the scent from a particular item that your farmer carried. We were able to follow that all the way through the forest, and we went through part of a swamp, or at least wetlands. Ended up finding a war machine.
He sort of shuffles the papers around real quick and pulls one out that, from your perspective, you can see it's a map of the area, and he's looking at it. And
Jack could go up, try to point out roughly where it was.
okay, yeah, and so you see, and as you're explaining this, you see him, and he's just sort of nodding and like, okay, and just keeps looking at you.
We went into the war machine.
When you say war machine, are we talking like a Warforged Titan? Are we talking like a Colossus?
What is it called again?
It was a mobile siege platform.
Okay. Gunther's just gonna say mobile siege platform.
I would like to also just say my daughter just sharded.
Her first shard.
And you say
That's
that,
what
and
I'm
he
gonna
sort
say,
of,
thank you.
as in, like, the machines from the last war? Was it
Gunther recognizes mobile siege platform Sunken Swamp.
Sunken Swamp? Not operational. Not a threat to the tower.
Not a threat to the tower, but still has a
You were saying
powerful dragon
trying to
shard.
find some
Gunther
magic.
noticed power
Read the
source
directions.
Oh, yeah,
technology
no.
Saying
and
like,
siege platform, but stuck.
I might be able
Cannot
to read
move.
it.
Interesting.
We did take out any of the danger within it, but there still resided a room with Warforged. But it's
Huh.
locked off.
So these Warforged, are they a threat? You say they're locked off. Are they still, like?
If you open the door, they would be yes.
Potentially,
Possibly.
we don't
They're
know.
locked inside.
We do believe that we
There were
stopped.
Warforged inside. We saw them. Or, well, I guess he saw them.
We do believe we stopped them when we stopped the individuals' experiments there. We ran
Experiments.
Does Jet know what an artificer is, actually? Does he know
Yeah.
what he
Oh,
is?
yeah.
We ran into a particular artificer who was building a monster out of people.
Rather grotesque.
Very.
Hence why one of your
Say-
soldiers is missing legs.
I'm just gonna like as you ask like you're explaining the monster. This goes like Gunther smashed, and just slaps his breastplate.
Just sort of like nods with a little smirk, just like
The
I
creature
see
is
you.
dead. As
fantastic. And what about this artificer? Is he been removed from the battlefield? Is he still a threat?
unfortunately, he was able to disappear. Is Jet aware it was teleport?
I mean, it had to be a high level scroll. And he had to be willing to.
I would have recognized it.
You would have recognized it, and
I would have told.
I gather that would have.
Okay.
I gather that would have been
Well,
discussed.
Because we
would
Did-
have. I would have.
we determined that he would have had to have been willing
Right.
to go through it. So
I think we
would know
deduced
it was
that
teleport.
technically.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, okay.
Yes.
He teleported. Where? Couldn't tell you.
Huh.
With one of our party members.
I'm assuming that's where the angry one went.
Yes.
Interesting. So I assume you're probably going to attempt to retrieve your team member.
We will see.
I was just.
And you can see he looks at you and he sees you wait and he sort of like looks at the rest of the party and sees everyone like eyes on Jet and is just like, Sore subject, I understand. So,
Just awkwardly not meeting that gaze, like.
you found a war machine.
Yes.
Inside this war machine was an artificer creating some kind of monster.
Yes.
Was there any...
I know a creation forge, correct?
But we know.
I wouldn't know how it's used, but I would know like what it is.
Would you have ever dismantled one?
No, but
I would say that it would be... No, because this is an experimental kind of warforged. It doesn't look similar to the others.
So if I may, this was a Kenneth machine, likely coming to this tower and got stuck in the bog.
Well, I mean, all of the weapons of war were Kenneth. I mean,
First word you hear, Karna.
and you can see it. You can see him pull it. Like he pulls his dagger out and sets
sorry.
pulls his dagger out and sets it on the table. And he's like, I mean, fuck, the dagger I've had for 12 years has the Kenneth Gorgon on it.
Right.
Everything has the fucking Gorgon on it.
Excuse me, I misspoke. Karnath is the nation, though. The vehicle that it was.
Interesting. You said this was to our southern flank. What was Connor? And you can see him. He's just sort of like he's lost in thought a little bit and just sort of pondering, but then sort of snaps at him. He's like, so this artificer was creating a monster out of people.
Yes. And Warforged, like pieces of Warforged, it seemed were a part of this creature.
Sounds like an abomination.
Very much so. He was using a dragon shard. There's a dragon shard still active within that particular machine.
Interesting.
Your soldiers seem very excited about it. That it could help protect your fortress.
Excited or terrified?
Excited because perhaps they did not understand the power that it had. I do not know fully what they can do either.
How big?
Jet would describe the dimensions that you gave us. Roughly 400 pounds, 3.5 feet wide, 4 feet tall, roughly.
At this point, Vale, you would hear the door behind you open, and you just sort of look over your shoulder. You don't really notice it because you're busy talking with the major, but you look over your shoulder and you see Captain Eldira has entered the room, and she just very quietly opens the door, slides in, and very quietly shuts the door, and just sort of stands there in the back. Interesting. You say it's still active.
Seems to be. He had a lever that he pulled to, I assume, draw power from it.
Interesting. And so he was using this dragon shot to power his creation? Interesting. You gather this artificer was responsible for the disappearances.
We found your soldiers. For one thing, which one?
Well, the one in common that we use.
Dale, do you have the paper in common?
I don't think I have it on me. Or I mean, my character probably has it on him. I don't have the piece of paper.
I didn't give you a piece of paper for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then no. Yeah.
And this is the... Which note is this?
The one that's in common.
The one about... with Derek's, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that one was.
No.
That was Infernal.
The one with Derek's was in Infernal.
What was the common one?
I don't think it was.
It was in Infernal.
Derek's was Infernal because she's the one that was able to decipher it. I don't think there was one in comic because there was one in Draconic and one in Infernal.
I thought there were
Infernal
three.
common.
I thought there were 3.
I know at one point someone asked if I could speak Sylvian.
No, it was. We just asked you what languages you know. There was definitely one in Draconic. There was one that we could read without assistance. One that you could read and one
There was a
that
journal,
could read.
there were like 2 notes.
Yes.
I think the journal was in common.
It was the journal in common.
Oh, okay.
Yes, his journal was in common, and it was his notes to himself about the found a new test subject today, promising leads on arterial involvement in the extremities.
Then that would be what
Okay.
I would offer.
He takes a minute and he sort of flips a couple pages, keeps looking at it.
You just pour yourself a shot.
No, it's been a week.
Looks like this
No,
man
I
was
just
quite
said this like
deranged.
He was indeed.
Anything else you can... You say he teleported. Any clue where? Was it local? Is he still a threat? Is it still something we should be concerned about? Or do you feel that the threat has been taken care of for the time being?
Taken care of for the time being.
I don't believe he's much of a threat right now, but it's mostly. It seems like he got what he wanted out of it.
We'll roll for deception or persuasion to say that the threat's gone now. Because
I would
currently he does believe the threat's gone.
I would say that's persuasion then.
That's a 20? Not natural.
Non-natural?
No.
Right.
Yeah, that's not like that at all.
And so he pivots at this point and looks at you. You've got a military background. Threat assessment. Do you think my men and women are safe to go and sterilize this environment?
Versus like the guy being like Gandhi now, like that, like
The major is asking you, from military man to military man, would you feel safe sending soldiers into that establishment to sterilize it and gather what they can? Pick the place clean.
Gunther thinks it would be fine. Be careful of one door that's blocked off, just in case.
What's behind the door?
That's the Warforged we were talking.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes, currently it is barred.
Within there, Warforges seemed a little iffy. Barred the door closed. We could hear them beating from the other side. With that being said, after everything was done, we didn't hear anything. So,
Gunther does think
may not be much of an issue.
Crazy Man may not be back. He took a party member more interested in that now.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, I appreciate your rather impressive timeliness. Not gonna lie to you, I was a little concerned upon your first arrival. You must understand, I'm used to dealing with the strict establishment of the military and seeing a group of civilians.
Gunther's gonna stand up extra straight, and like his armor's gonna rattle at that point.
I see you, big man. I see you.
I see you.
You must understand my concerns.
I can see hesitance, but
But I must applaud you in your rapid accomplishment of the task. I was honestly not expecting it to be this quick. So now that you have finished your task, what are your plans?
Well, I think we are interested in pay, yes.
Well, yes.
Look over it. Don't
Pay,
be like-
pay, of course, will be forthcoming. You must understand that I don't just keep
Of course.
mass amounts of gold here in my office. We do have a treasury and an armory for that. When do you plan on leaving? I guess that is contingent on what your plans are.
Money.
until the leave.
At the quickest, I would be able to have your payment ready in the morning. You must understand, it's end of the day. We have let most of our administration go about their evening. But first thing in the morning, I can send someone to collect your payment. I can have it prepared for you in case you are ready to leave at sunrise.
You didn't really do
Because you
much.
have been so rapid and completing this task, you're more than welcome to reside here for a few days if that's what you need. Thank you.
I think we,
I don't really know what else to say.
of course. Also, your soldiers have the dog tags of the ones who we could not bring back.
And you can see there's a his expression changes. And you can see that. Because the way that you guys had been saying it, he gathered that you had recovered everyone, and you say that, and he immediately is like,
There were 2, I do believe, that we could not bring back, unfortunately.
They were in our bunch.
well, you returned some, though, right?
Of course, of course.
Some is better than
And
none.
Aaron, of course.
And he looks up, and you can see him. He looks sort of past all of you, and at this point, you can turn around and you see Captain Aldera. And he nods to her, and he's like, "At this point, I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself. I'm going to go and have a meeting with my captain of the guard, gather her insights. If you wish to reconvene in the morning, I'll have your payment prepared for you. If you don't have any plans, if you're interested in a little bit more coin, it's not anything like what you're about to be paid, but if you have plans to go back to Fairhaven, I would be willing to give you my report to deliver to the magistrate. If not, if you have plans to go somewhere else, that's totally fine. I can use one of our standard couriers. But I figured if you're all going back that path, I might be able to put a little bit more coin in your pockets. So, again, thank you sincerely for retrieving my men and women. It means a lot, not only to me, but to the morale of the men and women that serve here in this tower. Thank you. Please find yourselves to the accommodations we've provided, and I will reconvene with you all in the morning.
We would appreciate that. I think we all need a rest, and of course, don't want to go back out there in the middle of the night.
Oh, trust me. No, you don't.
Have you heard anything about a creature made of skulls?
In what sense?
Just when we were heading back this way, when we breached the tree line, the little one here saw
Jet will reach over and gently hold Ren's shoulder.
some kind of creature that was made of. Well, at first she said it was faces, but
I mean,
I guess it was made of skulls.
there's many souls that haunt these lands. I cannot begin to fathom the amount of beings that lost their lives here.
Are we rolling with a necromancer?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of your thing. We're asking some captain to, like, you know anything about skulls?
There's all sorts of
just local lore.
there's, I mean, rumors of abominations of creatures stalking the woods, but no confirmed sightings. No creatures. I mean, beyond whatever the beings were that kidnapped my men and women and our friend Ardor. Nothing that really. And he sort of looks at you and he goes, "What did it look like?"
Roughly humanoid, but the features were elongated. It didn't have a face. It had skulls protruding multiple from where its face should be, and along its back, skulls, small skulls running that seemed to be made of these protrusions.
And you all saw
We
this.
it was just me. I looked back at the tree line just for a second, and I saw it there between two of the trees. And when I looked again, it was gone. And
I haven't really.
Can you? And V imitates the, like, pulling of the strand he pulled out.
in DM in the brief image that I saw of it, can I create a minor illusion of what I
Yep.
kind of what I saw of it?
Yep.
I'll kind of like shyly just do a quick minor illusion.
So, you see it. She creates it in her hand, and what you see is this. It is roughly humanoid shaped, but like like she said, the features are elongated. The legs and the arms are stretched to a grotesque length. The skin is blackened and gray. It is stretched over the bones and ripped and torn in certain areas. It appears to walk almost on all fours, right? The back legs are more bent and lowered. The front legs are almost like an ape.
It's in a crouched position.
Yeah, it's almost in like a crouched roll. The face itself does not really have any facial features beyond the shape of a head and this large. It takes up almost like 3/4 of the face. Just this mouth that's made of these impossibly sharp teeth, just rows upon rows upon rows of them. And as it's hunched over, it's just sort of like almost in like a prowling stance, and you can see piled onto its back, actually melded into the skin, skull upon skull upon skull, and just this stack of 40, 50, 60 skulls, each individual skull having a small candle coming off of the top of the head and lit. And you can see, like, as she's holding this illusion in front of you, the skulls seem to shift location, and like one skull comes out and the mouth opens and then it retracts back into the beast, and like 3 more just appear.
Can I roll a history check?
Yeah.
Is there anything I can?
I was gonna say at this point, as a
Necromancer. You wanna get on
necromancer,
this?
could you do some kind of
He's the only other one that I would allow to roll.
right? That's what I'm saying. Like, would you be able to do some kind of
Did anyone
history?
give me guidance or
Would be
anything?
history, would it?
I would say that most people they aren't really comfortable around
18.
you yet. 18?
I'm holding minor illusion, so that's
What am I actually
my-
rolling? 'Cause that wouldn't be history, would it?
Or Arcana?
Oh, it's here.
Might be history though because you're recalling information.
Yeah, it's gonna be history because it's you recalling it. I was going-
History isn't like lore.
This kind of reminds me of something.
It's sometimes
Can I
recall.
see it?
It's more you bringing the information back.
That makes
You
sense.
could get hit with
Fucking.
Yeah, I will
Either
bardic
way, I'm
it.
proficient,
So-
so it doesn't matter.
I will bardic it.
Just to give you all an actual like visual.
D8.
It's not as much of a scary game
Oh,
as the first
God.
one. It's like it slowly transitions to Resident Evil 4.
Here,
Where-
that's the actual visual.
That's why I've been freaked out,
That's
guys.
cool. Fuck.
Oh,
This is
that's
also
not
for
at
Mortal
all
Kombat.
what I thought.
There's your visual.
Oh, it's really pretty.
Says
Source
the,
of necromancer,
says
yeah.
the necromancer.
tap that. You said elongated
God.
features.
I-
and
I
you
fixed
said
that.
four,
Like four
what?
legs
Tap
that
to
keep
attack.
crawling on fours. This is what I imagined.
Like
the
the
evil
five.
thing.
Sorry, five.
tap it.
Yeah.
Tap
Not
my
bad.
mana.
I know that's why that's kind of what I had
May
like
I-
envisioned, but
may
I
I
guess that
say-
makes sense. Oh shit!
Um,
Hold on, I'll pull back up.
you no.
Damn.
You don't know directly what it is, but you just hear a faint whisper.
That's what I imagined.
You just hear a very, very faint
That's right.
danger,
Danger, Will Robinson.
and that's it.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything else.
Danger,
Yeah.
danger when Rin Mandros. Danger.
You. It's weird.
What do you roll?
There's no explicit documentation of what the creature is. It's more so like hearsay and rumor, local legend, myth, that kind of stuff. But there's rumors of these fiends, and they have
Specializes in fiends.
they have different names depending on the locale,
Specializes in
right?
fiends.
Just like
Gone.
a Sasquatch might be called something different in a different area. Exactly. So you've heard it called different things. You've heard it called Skull Bearer. You've heard it called the Keeper. You've heard it called the Guide. A bunch of different kinds of names, but it's a fiendish abomination that is a supposedly comes from the Hells and is a hunter. That's really all that you can gather.
And she's the only one that saw it.
Correct. Nobody else saw it. And
So I will relay that.
From what you gathered from her, her relaying of the events, it was like she looked over her shoulder and nothing was there, and sort of like looked over her shoulder again. It was there, and as soon as she saw it, it was sort of like she got startled,
Like
and as soon as
blinked and it was
she blinked, it was gone.
So fast, motherfucker. Well, he was bamping all around me, so it makes sense.
And that's what you saw.
I heard words in my head.
James, get a... And then you see him, he looks, and he realizes that he already sent James on a task. He's like, fuck. You can do that again, right? Remember that. In the morning, when you return for your payment, I want you to do that again so that my assistant can get a sketch of it, so that we can post it, and our soldiers can be aware of it. Nobody else saw this?
I sensed movement.
But you didn't see it. And you, by the way, you are...
He's asking your name, I do believe.
I am V.
V...
That is,
V-I.
Is I.
Like V.
that is what V goes by.
It's spelled V-I.
Interesting. He's a friend of yours?
Well, friend would be an
He wasn't with you at
term to use.
the earlier time we met. He seems a little...
Friends.
We're friends, V.
They're just gonna kind of.
He was made by the creation.
What?
We found him in the war machine.
Friend.
You found-
Mobile siege unit.
Fight for each other.
Him, and you can see immediately
Help.
he had both hands up, and you can see immediately one hand is up and still like sort of supporting his chin, and the other one disappears under the desk again. You found that in the war machine that housed an artificer that was creating an abomination, and you brought him inside my fortress.
To be honest, I assumed you'd want to see him, considering the nature.
And the fact that he helped us escape there.
He's not a threat.
He's
No.
he's not.
So long as you don't threaten him, it seems like he is not.
Doesn't seem like it's not.
Has he raised an arm yet towards you? He even offered you a map.
Fair point. Must understand my trepidation.
Oh, trust me, I was a little concerned when I saw him come up as well.
Very concerned. Shout to the head of trepidation.
Come here.
I just found out what a cult was a week ago.
V steps forward.
And you can see him, he's sort of just like,
moving forward too.
where do you have the book?
Prepared.
So basically, it's always like kind of in his hand at his side.
Okay, so you do have it. It's not like
Yes.
hidden in your robe or anything
No,
like
no,
that.
It's. I don't even know if I would say here. I'm gonna borrow this real quick. If you don't. So he carries it pretty much constantly, like this.
Hand over the
And
handprint.
since- Right, and since it's like he's mechanical, he's never gonna release it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You said your name was V. Where are you from?
The map. Directions.
He was built there.
Didn't mean map, just directions.
Built there. What? I'm confused.
Again, there was a dragon show up there.
But how could he be built? At the end of the war, the only active creation forges were in Sean and somewhere in Karnath.
I mean, we found a dragon shard in there. I assume there are many things that you can do with them, and potentially.
And you can see
create
immediately, like, you say that, and he's just sort of like, are you saying he was created on the machine?
wouldn't it make sense if we found a bunch of other Warforged that he might have come from that as well?
And you just watch all of the color fade out of his face.
This is why we don't talk to people.
This machine is inoperable, yes?
The machine does not move, no.
It can't
It's
move,
stuck.
but the Dragon Shard still has quite a bit of
When you say
power.
stuck,
It's sunk,
are we talk sunk?
sunk into the bottle.
So Karnath has the ability to create Warforged wherever. It's probably a good thing they sank. Because we probably wouldn't be here if that machine had arrived.
You're welcome for that.
He just sort of cocks his head at the old man. Looks back to the more reasonable part of the party.
But V mirrored the whole time.
Interesting. Well. And he sort of like looks up past you and he goes, Aldera, put together a contingent. You ride at first light. Take this one's directions. And he sort of like puzzled look, sort of holds up the flask. Find this machine. Figure it out. Figure out what we can and can't recover. Make sure there's no continued threat. And return with your reports. And you can just see it immediately just snaps off a salute, turns in, walks out the
If
door.
I may.
Who are you accosting? Eldera?
But he looked to the Vader, but then also like kind of hold her for a second.
I mean, it's gonna be hard because she doesn't answer to you.
Well, he's trying to get the Major to.
Gotcha.
back.
Okay, so you're interrupting him before.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay, yes.
Jet will pull out the map that he found.
Okay.
And lay it out.
Okay.
This was in the War Machine. This is where they were coming from.
And so you lay all that out, and the major sort of like gets up and walks out to that middle table, that big like conference table,
Yep, and that's
and
what Jet-
stands next to you, and he's looking at it.
Just trying to give them basically an idea of where it would be at, just in case they can't figure out V's directions.
Okay.
So, as a question, because I've read your mind pretty deep, I have some idea of your capabilities, right?
Capabilities, as in
Magic.
You have a.
less on magic. I don't.
It's more.
It's more
You don't know his
base.
magical capabilities. You know that he is capable of magic.
Oh, okay.
You can. It's. I imagine magic more as there's that touch. People that have sorcerers have that innate arcane touch on them. Bards have found a way to harness that arcane
Well,
touch.
the reason I ask is like, so, in order to use or in order to read, in order to read the thought strand, you have to use detect magic or detect thoughts. And I didn't know if during my stint inside your little brain, he would have seen any sort of past or historical of you using that spell.
You would have noticed immediately as soon as you started reading his thoughts that he knew what was going on and he is trying to fight back. So you gather that I would say that's pretty reasonable. You know what detect thoughts is.
Right.
As soon as he entered your mind, you realized it.
right.
And so it was immediately, you're like, shit, someone's casting detect thoughts on me, back up.
Yep.
And so I would gather that
So
he would
That's what I thought.
he would have a basic understanding that you know how to use detect thoughts.
That's fine.
Oh, is that all you're going to do? Okay. So you explain sort of the area and where it all is?
Jet will kind of look over at V with that, just kind of a.
He will just nod.
Are you like nodding at the flask?
No, at him. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, no, actually, that's a good idea. At the flask.
Curious. How?
And you just hear the kunk, kunk, kunk. Not the meme, although it's still good.
Big Bird time.
I would think from that Jet would know what to do with.
If you put together V
You're
and that,
what are you? Do you have proficiency in insight?
I have.
proficiency.
You have half proficiency in everything.
Yeah.
So then, yes.
Okay.
You are, because you have at least some proficiency in insight, I would gather that you are,
I was gonna say, V told him he can read it, and so Jet's asking him how. Yeah.
then yes.
Telepathic through his brain.
Yep.
So yeah, you got a decent understanding, like, okay, thought
Right.
magic.
Yeah. Do you have anyone here that can do detect thoughts?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a few mage rights around that can probably.
They should be
Manage
able to
it.
read that then, and Jet will point to the vial. That's how you use it.
He sort of takes it and like tilts it around, and you notice like as he sort of tilts it, like the thought strand hugs one side, and it almost takes a second for like gravity to take effect on it, and he's just sort of milling it around. He's like,
It's like a milky ribbon.
not gonna lie, first time ever had that happen before. And just sort of sets it down.
Same.
All right.
But just trying to help you. Still, he's using the old map and then the their newer one to basically give them an idea of where it's at.
So you have this conversation. He's like, "You understand, Eldira?" And she's like, I think I can make our way there. Can I take that with us?" And the major looks at you for a second, like, for your permission to take the map. Before you leave in the morning, let James make a copy. And then, yes, you can take it. You have your orders. Make it happen. She snaps off a salute and immediately walks out and is gone out the door. So, is there anything else you wish to relay about your task?
Remind me, which nation are we in currently too?
On there.
On there? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. I think that's it.
Fantastic. Again, feel free to take a day or two, rest, recover. You've done us a great service. This fortress and Ondare itself is in your debt. You know where to find me in the morning. I will have your payment prepared and ready. As for that, I bid you all a good evening.
So, as fighting for the same side, would I know a certain, like, command, not like a command, but like, I can't think of a better way to put it, but like, you know, like, not that the Nazis had, like, Sieg Heil, or like, was there like a specific thing that, like,
Salute type
like,
stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
like,
a
was there
salute or
anything
respect
specific?
type.
You didn't really fight for the same side, though, because you were fighting for the defense of Seir.
I guess that's fair.
If he wouldn't have fought the same side, though, everyone still, Allied troops knew the Nazi salute.
Very true. I don't really think there's no Nazi salute or there's nothing similar to that, like, iconography.
I just don't know if like their military would have something like out of respect to like.
From what you've gathered, from what you've seen, the soldiers, it's very standard military protocol. Salutes, when an officer walks by, standing at attention with salute, and then as soon as they pass, the hand goes down, but standing at attention until the officer
Your
releases.
salute is this, right?
Well, that's just good.
That's just Gunther.
No, not the tap, but the stand at attention of this, or do you do this? That's what I mean. That's a different salute than this.
We haven't discussed this, and I will let you determine that.
Okay.
This is you making canon law for the universe. Do you want Sire's military salute to be a or more of a
Or,
Wakanda
Hail
forever.
Hydra, man.
Yeah, I'm giving you the option to.
No, I'm gonna one hand over the chest because that's gonna be kind of how Gunther came up with this thing.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what he fought for.
Fair enough. But no, there's nothing really that sets the different militaries apart. I mean, that's widely recognized as like a sign of respect, just as this is regarded as a sign of respect. You've seen, just like you saw Captain Eldira throw a salute up immediately. You gather that's probably the way that they, show respect for authority. But yeah, there's nothing really like distinct about
Okay.
Ondare.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and throw him a respect after he's done talking as we leave out.
And he doesn't like salute or anything, but you see it like he sort of like bids everyone a good evening and just sort of like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And he sees you do that, and he just sort of like, almost like a half bow.
Mutual respect. Respect.
So I assume you all make your way out. You all make your way out of the office.
Jet will extend, of course, a hand to shake his hand at least.
He takes it, and nice firm handshake. You do have a bit of a furry paw.
Well, it's burned right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say all the hair singed off.
You did shift afterwards, though, so the hair technically
That's
would
true,
have grown back.
actually. It might have come back, yeah.
The hair technically would have grown back.
Yep. Oh, yeah. No, he's definitely looking
A little
good
furry.
at the moment.
A little furry.
So,
Your hair, all you
Jet
gotta
is
do
a furry
shift
concern.
back and
Yes.
forth.
Canon law.
Always one in every group.
Canon
God.
and furry canon.
So yeah, you guys make your way out of the office. The night is yours. It is sundown. Night is taking the area. The sky is the deep blues and purples. Off to the west, you can see just a little bit of the reds and oranges of the sun. The final minutes of the sun setting. But the night is yours. You know where the mess hall is. You know where your accommodations are, seeing as how no one's going to be occupying those beds, seeing as how most of them are in the med tent. The night is yours to do as you wish. If there's anything you all want to do, by all means take care of it. If not, we can hand wave magic. It's next morning.
I was gonna say, as we're leaving, I'll look to Brandon. I'll be like, you were incredibly brave there.
I don't feel right.
Yay, long rest.
Still don't feel right. If what Zareth said is true, that's something is tracking us,
It seems that way, but
hunting us.
Hunter.
Was the word
Oh.
you used, right? A hunter.
yes.
I don't think hunters are known for giving up. I don't
Probably not, but I mean, it could be after us, but just as easily it could be just in this area patrolling. So, but nonetheless, you showed great bravery there.
Thank you.
great bravery.
Maybe Gunther. I'll be feeling much better once we're back in Fairhaven.
Where are we standing right now? Like, where are we at?
You're out in the central courtyard.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
okay.
we're at the courtyard.
I'm just kind of standing off. Like, I'm not standing next to you guys.
Is that where we want to go back to Fairhaven? Yes.
I don't believe we quite discussed it.
I figured that's where we would go next, yes. Seems we've been making a good amount of coin there. And he
You
just
feel the
offered
book
a
get
job
colder. Just, it's not like it just turns to ice all of a sudden, but there's a noticeable temperature change.
I'd like to see Vartan again, and we still have a few things to wrap up there.
I'm
A few
assuming we might pass
threads
notice.
to finish.
Both you and Jet would notice.
back. He's looking at the book weird.
Is everything okay?
No,
It is cold.
I
I mean, when I
Sun's-
touched it, the handprint was incredibly cold.
Yeah, isn't it always cold?
Not as cold.
it turned cold at the mention of Fairhaven.
I would say with your connection to the book, it's not related to Fairhaven. It's not related. There was no trigger word.
Right.
It's your book. What do you think it means?
Can I cast see invisibility?
I mean, can you?
V does
I mean,
not know.
I can't.
Sorry,
Got him.
I had to bring out my second grade elementary teacher.
I know.
I mean, can you go to the bathroom?
Piss all over your floor if you don't know.
Yeah, you can cast and see
Would I
invisibility.
get the feeling like it is reacting to something close or something nearby?
No,
Okay.
it just seeks your
We're
attention.
about to go to bed anyway. So yeah, I cast see invisibility.
Not to look at his guts and stuff, but he opens a book.
You cast see invisibility. Nothing really.
Nothing in the area whatsoever. Not just that. But
No. Yeah, your vision doesn't change.
Okay.
Nothing pops out at you.
Okay.
You open the book. You start flipping through it. Basic journal entries. Day 7, entry 4, power failure with the forge. Flip a couple more pages. Day 43, attempt 4, broken pipeline. Just little notes and stuff like that. Until you get towards the end and the writing becomes, I don't want to say illegible, more
Frantic.
chaotic.
Strange.
Yes, seemingly switching in between common, different languages, symbols, runes. And as you keep flipping through, you start flipping page, and then it becomes a little bit more faster. And you're flipping through these pages, and you're like entirely focused on the book and not even paying attention to the rest of the group around you. And imagine like speed reading.
Yeah.
Like V is basically like as you're flipping and you're analyzing every single page and you're taking in all the information. And as you do, three words just, it's almost like the word themselves don't appear to you. It's the meaning behind them. You don't get it's not like you just see a big billboard with the word on it. It's you get the feeling and the meaning behind it. And you get three things: child, important, follow. And you get all of that like as you're flipping through the book, and then you get, I'd say, about halfway through, and then the pages just start to go blank. Just go blank, go blank, go blank, go blank. And then on like maybe the third to last page, you see the symbol.
Yeah.
And the book shuts.
And V tries to open, and I'm assuming it just stays shut.
Stay shut.
V.
And so in your head you just hear, "I follow you."
Who wants to come with us?
V.
Did it-
Care to share anything with the class?
Did you say that's everyone? It's just
You
me.
do that,
Stop,
and you
stop.
try to like
No, it was just in your head.
Yeah,
you try to pry it open, and with your Warforged strength, you actually like you rip a little bit of the leather, and then the book just doesn't open.
What did your book say?
You.
You or me?
You.
What about me? Your book has something about me in it. It seems unlikely.
It is about you.
Detective you?
So he turns and looks at Rin
Rush Hour 2.
and just.
Oh my god. Fucking really?
So he looks at Rin
No, not
and just turns completely,
I am you.
and his eyes just get real big, and he just detect thoughts as deep into your mind as humanly possible.
Wisdom save?
Yeah.
It's a wisdom save at first, and then it is contested intelligence checks for him to stay inside.
14.
Which
and
gets a reaction.
With your
or a
amulet of protection
response.
saves, you have a +1, don't you?
No, it's just a.
That's AC, isn't it?
Yeah,
No,
just
you
a-
know, with the amulet of protection, you get a +1 on saving throws.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I thought
+1
it
on
was just
saves.
AC.
It's just AC. The one that he got is just AC.
Okay.
I was gonna say I thought he just
What was
had
the
raised
DC?
AC. 14.
Well, that was a 10, but I have this fun thing I've never got to use called Favored by the Gods.
That is a fun one.
Are you favored?
You add 2d6, isn't it?
2d4.
2d4? Okay.
Yep, I make that save with 2 force.
Can I use my inspiration to make him reroll?
Yes, you can. Yes, you
Does that mean he
can.
used his favored by the gods?
What's up?
Does he get to reuse his favored
What's
by the
favorite?
gods?
What? I'm not too sure
If
on
I
the wording.
fail
I don't know.
a-
Is he favored by the gods? We can ask him. That's all I'm saying.
If I fail an attack or saving throw, I roll 2d4 and add it to the total. So
And it doesn't say whether
once per day.
it doesn't say once per day or a limit.
I can use it once per short rest.
Then I would say you've used it, so it's gonna be a reroll.
Does it? So that is. No
I'm gonna
longer
make Jet really
applicable?
bad because I'm assuming you're.
That is no longer applicable.
Yeah, no, Jet will know.
I'll still let you use guidance.
Well, bless. Birthday bless.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Duh. Duh.
It is still birthday bless.
Yes, 17, 18.
Damn it!
Yeah.
So you immediately you try to dive in, and it's just like steel walls.
I get the surface. But I don't
Yeah, you get
anything
you get the
deeper.
base surface, and you get a lot of fear.
Rainbows, unicorns, flowers.
General fear towards whatever that creature was that she showed you. Honestly, I'm gonna say fear's really all you get because it's just consuming her at this point.
Okay. I'm gonna wait to do it. I'm just focused currently on Ren.
This isn't one of those where I can feel as intrusion, or can I feel as intrusion?
After the
Are you
initial
feeling it now,
surface,
Mr.
you
Krabs?
can.
So
try
you
to-
he scrapes the initial surface,
Right.
and you felt him trying to push deeper, and you were able to shake it off.
Why are you trying? What I can tell you anything you want
What
to know.
do you know?
I have never.
What did he do?
About your book. I've never seen it before. I saw
Jet
it.
saw it, didn't he?
Uh,
I was gonna say the
you
shift in the eyes.
you saw the shift in the eyes, but you realistically it just more so looked like a little bit more of intensity. But based off of what she's saying, you gather that he tried to cast detect thoughts.
Jet will get in front of Ren defensively.
It's fine. I could tell you anything you want to know about me.
Why do I follow you?
I'm cute.
Such a good answer.
Well done, well fucking done. Playing the character to a T.
I don't know. They seem to follow me too, and they don't have a book to tell them. They just like me. I thought you might like me too.
I must follow you.
Well, I'm glad you seem, protective and capable.
And he turns to you because you kind of moved in front.
Oh
right?
yeah, no, he definitely did.
So and he just goes, "Why?
Why what?
Why must I follow you?"
Ask your book, not me. I don't have answers like that.
So he looks to Ren and goes to reach out for her, just grab her shoulder.
Which Jet's in front.
Exactly.
So if I can, as a reaction, he's going to
You deflect it.
bat you away. Do
Uh,
not touch him.
I don't think he means me any harm. I'll just kind of slowly move beside Jet. If you wish to follow me, I'd prefer it to be of your own free will, V. You aren't compelled to follow me.
why does it whisper to us?
Your book that your creator made for you?
And so his eyes kind of turn and just selfishly, it is mine.
But if you want to follow us, it is your choice. It should be your own choice of what you want to do.
Then I will follow.
Yeah.
We must.
But in the future, if you have any questions, feel free to ask out loud. You don't need to barge into my head. It's not polite.
We must follow.
V, if you're going to follow us, I need something from you. I think you need to promise us that you're not going to harm anyone in this party.
And stop barging into our minds. We'll add that to the list.
That's a valid request as
Can
well.
I throw something into the ring on that though?
Mm.
We teamed up with a murderer on a train that we went through and broke the law to try and protect.
And it
this
fucked
guy
us.
Who's done nothing wrong, and we're treating him like a criminal.
No.
Well, he did barge also.
Okay, all of a sudden V has a full vocabulary.
No,
He
it's
hasn't fucked with you yet. He's fucked with me. He's fucked with him, and he's fucked with her.
That's
and that's
fantastic.
illegal because she's
He
underage.
fucked with you. That's great. You broke my toy.
And I would break it again.
I just
Stop teasing me.
we've had bad dealings with other people before, and I want to make
I
sure
trust
we
his
don't
character.
have this again.
Fine.
Now you made him mad. It's okay, buddy.
I will follow. Because you want to, or because
Can I
you'll-
insight check to
you'll,
see if I
uh,
saw any difference on anything when that
Mhm.
range?
Sure.
Because I must.
So that's a natural 17 plus my insight
Still not
ridiculous
to me.
guy.
is a
I see.
10
Jesus.
I
plus
see
a
you, but
D4.
it's not up to me.
So 17 plus 12.
My name's Nick. I have super high insight. No.
I'm a goddamn detective.
There's a. You all are like, you're talking to him, asking for a promise of he's not going to harm anyone. You are like putting yourself between him and Rin and accosting him and like, no, you're not gonna. You're staying away. Don't intrude our thoughts. All this kind of stuff, and you just sort of notice that he's got that 1,000-yard stare again. He's present,
But he's not present.
but he's not up here. And then as soon as that breaks, you can just see this. I know it's weird to say with his glowing yellow eyes, but you can just see rage. And you just see immediately he just yells, "Fine!" And just looks back at Ren and is like, "I follow you."
Look, we don't mean you any harm, but we just want the same assurances that you won't mean us any harm.
You tried to take my book.
And I'm incredibly sorry. I did not mean to, and I won't. I just...
We will follow. Kind of extend my hand
Oh,
past Jack.
he's not gonna steal something.
Will you come with us to the mess hall then?
You might want to use the other...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What?
Side conversation.
Look, I don't know about you guys. I haven't had a proper meal since breakfast. Perhaps we can continue this.
As this conversation is happening, you just hear the of Gunther just slowly walking away from the group, trying to be quiet, but he's not. He thinks he's quiet. He's not.
Gunther, where are you going?
You're probably 20 feet away from them, and you're definitely caught in the middle of like the.
He's fully Drax with a chip.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd like to think you may have tried to like shift or change to match the cobblestone background.
Chameleon?
Yeah.
The armor doesn't change, but you just see Gunther just like.
Or it's just like crunk and everything.
Yes.
So yeah, you all see Gunther trying to sneak away and not doing a very good job of
I'm
it.
just gonna like kind of wave and be like, drink. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna keep walking.
Fair
I mean,
enough.
that's a valid point. Drink means food as well, so...
I'm famished. I could eat anything really.
Now, we're going indoors.
You're in the courtyard right now.
Huh?
You're in the courtyard right now.
Right, but I mean, like, we're in the courtyard right now. We're heading
Why
to
did you
mess
sound
hall.
so
Like,
He's like in the courtyard.
giant warforged.
He's not that big. He's 6'8". He's tall, but
Okay, but I mean, like, all he has to do is just like, and he can make
Well, I
it through
mean,
doorways and
a
stuff.
6'8" person can fit through a standard door. Standard doors are like 7 foot tall.
Okay.
So yeah, he still fits through doors just fine.
Fall off my
He's
ass.
he's big. Don't get me wrong. He's a large being, but he is not some. He's not some 12-foot tall. He's not some 12-foot tall Goliath that has to be like and like squeeze his way through
Well,
a
no,
door.
I just like we've had apartments like
Skylar is 6'4", and we've had apartments where he's had to go like this, or else he's running.
And those were
face
apartments
first.
built for midgets.
Right. I'm just saying.
This is
So,
this
We
is
got
a
I resign my position as DM. I have failed you. I'm sorry.
I'll put this out there. This is a military installation with Warforged
Racist?
Sure.
Thank you.
design. What? There you
oh
have.
no, I also have a comment.
Oh, okay. No, that's
High five the
I
comment.
didn't realize that was a good high five comment, but I was like, this is a, Warforged are in mind of construction
It
of
was my
defenses.
book.
They are coming and going to this place all the time. Doorways are easily accessible for constructs and humanoids of all races.
I also accept Hobbit or Dwarf.
Fair enough.
Dwarf.
Duly noted.
Actually, it's a halfling in this universe.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
not as cool as dwarves.
I would say it'd be more like a hobbit because you're furry on your hands and feet.
Technically for Jet, but he's very tall. Not very.
Anyway,
See, one of these days, I'm going to work Magni Bronzebeard into this campaign. And you're just going to get that thick-ass Scottish accent.
I thought we already
not
did.
fucking right.
The fucking wins, champion! The wins! No, okay. Carry on. Sorry, guys.
What is it?
Mess hall food.
So from this point on, B is just her. Doesn't matter what everyone else is doing. B is stuck to you.
Enjoy that.
Hold out my hands. Come with me.
Surprisingly cold to the touch.
Not surprising.
Fair enough. If there's any other roleplay you guys want to do, go ahead. If not, if there's nothing else you guys really want to accomplish for the evening, we can just sort of move along. It's up to you guys. If you guys have more roleplay, by all means, I'll sit back and let you all do your thing.
I guess it depends on
If
what
we go-
everybody's trying to do.
I was gonna say if we go eat, B's just gonna stand there awkwardly.
Well, yeah, because V doesn't need to eat.
I guess I could discuss this openly, but I'm still going to kind of.
I do have the notes available for your
I think we already did.
letter.
We did a long rest.
I do have those
We
available.
did do a long rest.
We got the
you
benefit.
you leveled up, which is the benefits of a long rest.
Right.
No, I thought we were doing
But-
it this morning.
Hold on then, because hold on. At the beginning of this session, I asked if I had been able to reset spells. You said no, we have not yet had a long rest.
Okay, you didn't have a long rest, so you do not have the ability to prepare and change your spells.
That's what
When
that's
you-
what Zareth is ready to do.
When you level up,
Yes.
you get full HP, all your spell slots back, everything comes back.
Correct. That's what
Which-
I'm saying is Zareth is currently ready to go to bed, so he can work on.
Jeopardy's on.
He wants
it's
to-
8 o'clock.
It's 6:30. He's ready for bed.
No,
It's
he's ready.
sundowners.
Right.
To put it into better terms, he's ready to.
Oh, okay. Thank you. The baby. Where's this at? Baby leggings? That's a thing?
Yeah. She just gave him to Morgan and was like, "Here, give these to your friend."
Okay, cool. Thank you. Rufflebuns.com. I'm already liking it.
Giggity.
But Zareth is just wanting to ponder on the things that he has learned from this last combat.
That's why I thought we went to sleep already because we were talking about going to get something to eat.
Well, it's
No, we're going to get something to eat, but we'll be going to sleep.
We all talked
Dinner.
about it, and then we stopped to talk.
Got you.
We didn't actually do it yet.
I would also like while we're hanging out, eating that kind of stuff. Since we haven't had a long rest yet, we're about to be having a long rest. I might as well expend some more slots. I would like to use detect magic.
Okay.
What aura for School of Magic am I getting from the book?
Undisclosed. It's magical,
Okay.
but it doesn't seem to fit into any schools that you register. And it's very weird.
It's a school of hard
It's very
knocks.
weird. The book glows.
Yeah.
V glows brighter.
Shine bright like that.
Okay.
Like everything.
And at that point, I would relay that to Jet and be like, just a heads up. I use detect magic and V is growing incredibly bright. I mean, the book is as well, but there's no aura coming off the book whatsoever.
Let me rephrase. There's
an aura coming off the book,
But it is
it's
a
a school of magic I am definitely not familiar with.
Interesting. Zareth.
I mean, it goes for 10 minutes, so what am I getting off of Zareth?
Ben Gay.
What he's wondering is what Zareth has a book as well. What is it? What is it giving off a similar aura, or is
You actually get a blend from Zareth, but they're all schools you know. You get a little bit of evocation, you get a little bit of abjuration, you get the different schools of magic, and you're starting to think like, okay, I've seen him cast shield. That's abjuration. I've seen him cast firebolt. That's evocation. I've seen him. You start picking up like,
But like the book that's on him that he had stolen.
oh, the one from the library. Oh yeah, that one reeks of necromancy.
Okay.
Like fucking reeks.
But I mean, like I kind of expected that anyway. So,
Exactly.
I mean, necromancy in the book, and then I mean like overall, I mean, little column A, little column B, little column B.
so you can figure out his, but not his? Interesting.
Yeah, that's got me a little worried. But I mean, again, still seems good.
Very curious. To think on that one. Thank you for letting me know. And we need to have a conversation too.
You all continue RP amongst yourselves. I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Somewhere away.
Okay. Let's I guess DM's gone, so wiggity woody magic. Go to the corner, sit down.
Yeah. Just a second.
But somewhere where we can sit down, but at the same time keep close eye on entrances, exits, and Rin.
Yep. Just Jack wouldn't want to go far.
I'm doing my own thing where I'm testing. I'm slowly walking
actually-
with my cafeteria tray, getting food, and I'm just kind of looking back at V and seeing if his gaze is still following me.
Yes.
Like lasered on.
Like on your back. Wrist
Just-
attached.
And then I shuffle quickly to the left, quickly to the right.
Yeah.
Rin, after you're done eating, why don't you try earning some coin?
Well, it wouldn't be fair to take the
Three
soldier's
dragon
hard
egg.
earned money, but Gunter recently came into some money. I think I could take a few off him. Gunter, would you like to
Well,
play?
I have a question because this is going to totally determine what I'm doing right now.
Oh.
And this is something only Tyler could probably
okay.
answer. So, that's
Zareth,
fine.
Okay.
Zareth,
Yo.
would you like to play some Three Dragon Ante?
Okay, I will say this.
Hold on.
You do ask me, and I wave you off.
Zareth, how
Everyone's talking.
I know. How much
you,
money
Mike.
did you need to get your stuff you needed?
Oh.
120 gold?
No.
Fucker comes into
Well,
a bit
so
of
hold on.
coin, thinks he's better than the rest of us.
That's it. Sure. Definitely is.
It is
Look
a
at old
total of
Gunter, putting on airs,
150
eh?
gold.
See?
I have 74 gold.
I spent
150 gold, you have 74.
Yeah.
Like,
See?
74
Think you
puts
better
me
than
at-
us?
Gotcha.
You fucking.
I just
The wanker.
Because we do need to do that
So
once we
V
get back
just
to
communicates
Fairhaven.
with you.
Right,
in your
but
head,
I just
V wants.
keep that in mind. If you do gamble, please don't try to
Can I
lower
respond
Only
back?
use copper.
In,
Not directly.
That's what I
I
like
try anyway.
It's not.
I try to I do like
Gunther has
the
a
little
question.
girl concentrating.
Well, I guess I have a question for Gunther.
What's up?
And I did pay my
So we're
debt
in the
today.
mess hall.
I kind of sigh.
Brent?
Walk
Is
over.
there clearly a place to get a drink?
Are you looking at him or me?
I mean,
Oh,
from
oh,
where you get your
shit.
food, you see kegs on the wall, or like standing behind the counter.
Is there any kind of
Definitely need to play with
separate
this.
bar
I know,
seating like where you can sit up?
Well,
by the
it's even
people?
got alternate rules where it's like
It's a mess hall.
your
It's like
character,
picnic
you're
benches
playing in D&D
running the
as
room.
this class, you
Alright.
have these abilities that you can use mid game because
What?
yeah.
That's awesome.
So like being a rogue, like I have additional stuff that I can do like once per game and stuff like that.
What is that, Three Dragon Ante?
Yep.
Yeah, it's towards the back. I
So,
handed
no-
her my 3 dragon.
There's no
Ante set.
bellying up to the bar in the mess hall of a fortress of military people.
Okay.
I handed her my 3 dragon Ante set to see if she could earn some
okay,
more.
that's pretty.
Right?
All right. Well, I'm gonna.
Again,
I'm not gonna grab food. I'm just gonna grab two drinks.
Or, hey, I'm
And
just
just
good
kinda-
at that.
Yeah.
Just sit.
Okay. You're finding a place by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all noticed that you all entered the mess hall, everyone grabbed food and everything and sort of gathered together, but Gunther's didn't grab food, just grabbed 2 tankards and went and grabbed a seat to himself.
Go talk to him after I talk to you then, I guess.
Sounds like a plan.
Gotta make the rounds.
Yep, that's Jet's goal tonight, to try to catch everyone real quick and be like, alright, what's going on?
It's like herding cats.
Yep. Yeah, I'm good at that.
Valid.
So,
What are you doing?
Following her.
Copy. What are you doing?
Eating.
You guys carry on.
well,
How you
I
doing?
might be you.
Okay, fantastic. What are you up to? Just so I have an idea of what you guys.
Well, if they're on their own corner, I would probably be eating next to Zareth. Gunter shunned me.
So you're sitting down at the table,
Oh yeah,
right?
by the way, Tyler,
So-
Ren asked me to play Three Dragon Annie, I just kind of and I went up to the. I got to.
So as you're standing there, or as you're sitting there eating, V is just like this, book in hand.
No, just watching
You
this
thought I was
interaction.
overprotective. Ha!
I don't think I'm hungry anymore.
So, you asked if there was anything else in that bag. Jet's gonna open it up, and he's going to pull out the finger,
Here's what I do.
keeping it
Okay.
subtle.
So, he pulls out-
I mean,
we feel much more
Mind detect magic
It's
still
like
going. Is
that
there
shape
anything
of
I'm
the
getting
mountain.
So,
So
we'll get to
literally
that.
You just see
Okay.
one giant leg.
You see a
Come in.
long, probably that long, appears to be like a ring finger of some kind.
Hold on. A finger that is
Yep.
that long?
Yep.
I don't need the
How big
around?
We'll get there.
Since you're gonna be
Uh,
following me.
It's a long finger. The skin is
Where in your book
the skin.
does it tell you that
Let me get to it. I have the description on his sheet for the
follow me?
Oh,
bag.
yeah.
It's fine. I got it right here.
I was gonna say you have the description right here.
So the finger is
Book and he looks.
gray, withered. The skin is pallid, but it has a odd
You get the sense that he's
scaled texture to it. Around
just
the
selfish.
back
He doesn't
part,
wanna
it's
share.
disconnected at this knuckle
Like
right here.
Yeah.
Right,
Strangely.
seems to be disconnected, and it
Tell
looks.
me, don't you think I could see it?
Being an investigator, you've seen your fair share of like gruesome crime
I think
scenes.
you have to
Yeah.
respect me.
You've seen what happens when a limb is
I
ripped
don't know
from
what
the socket. This does not appear to be.
I guess am I able?
This is
Like a clean cut.
very
to,
clean
am I able
cut,
to make the DC?
intentional.
Am I?
The finger though is
I got it.
curled, right? Almost
Yeah.
almost curled in on itself like a nautilus shell.
Like a monkey's paw kind of.
Similar,
Yeah.
but it almost comes down in like a bit of a claw, right? And the tip of the finger where the nail is, it actually almost like sharpens into a talon, like a claw. But mounted on the top of the ring, like right where it curls, is a rather simple silver ring with a large emerald set into it, and the finger itself is clawed. It is like curled
He tries
around
to open the book.
that, and it's
But
just
it
stuck.
doesn't,
It
it's
was
still
inside the bag, and he materializes it out. And
So the
you,
length is if we would roll the finger out.
if you had rolled it out, it was probably about that long. So it sort of rolls in on itself a couple times. But yeah, it's got this. At first, you're like, "Oh my god, that's nasty," and then you start looking at it, and it's cold to the touch. But the skin isn't smooth. It's got a rough, textured, almost like scale-like appearance to it. But then on the underside of it, it's just as smooth as your hands.
Okay.
So it's odd. At first, you're like, "Oh, this is a lizard tail or something," and then you're like, "Oh, no, it's not." And then you start to realize if you stretched it out, it would have 3 joints. It would be a finger. And you see the ring, and you're like, and it's just uneasy.
Am I getting any form of magic off of the ring or the finger?
The finger.
Carry on your RP. Let me double check on that.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you've seen Christmas Story.
I don't know what it is. This was in the bag.
I will say this.
It's not the
I
right
know. I know.
It's just a very, it's like a dusting of necromancy. Like it's almost imperceptible, and it doesn't seem to be coming from the ring or the finger. It's just the general. That
Essence.
item just has this odd tinge of necromancy to it.
I've never seen this before in my life, or anything like it.
I have not either. And Jet will put it back. just wasn't sure if you maybe knew anything about it, being an investigator and all your exploits, if
I
you
mean,
will.
I've seen some pretty grisly things, but this is
You're welcome to roll a history check.
still slightly unnerving for me.
I already rolled one, didn't I? For Jet?
You did. You didn't know what it was.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We're not sure to the
That's what I was planning
19.
to do next, but I want to grab Dale real quick.
Nope. You don't know.
Okay. Text me?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to word it. You've heard of iconography
Definitely impossible.
that sort of resembles this, but it's like that. You're doing an investigation, right? And you walk into a house and someone's dead, and you're like, okay, this is murder. And then you start picking up the clues, and you're like, okay, this sort of leans towards murder, but it also leads towards suicide. And you're looking at this, and you're like, it fits. I've heard of things that are similar to this, but I don't know if this is it. But I've also heard of things that are similar to this, but I don't know if it's that. It resembles multiple things that you've heard of before.
Gotcha.
And it's iconography for some, for lack of a better term, cult. But the groups that tend to use this kind of iconography have surpassed being a cult. They are more prevalent. They're more well known.
Like a legion.
Sort of.
So
It's familiar, but it's not.
I don't know exactly what this is, but I've seen this type of thing before. But
I'm so sorry with your stealth roll.
it tends to be like
Yeah, was an natty one.
No, this is bad.
It was rolled like a 10.
Were you trying to go drink?
I was trying to leave.
I was
trying
gonna say
to leave.
he's trying to walk away without us noticing.
it seems that it may be
Was it at disadvantage?
some sort of cult activity
No.
or
I
maybe
just-
some
I can't be
part
quiet.
of some kind of ritual or
You're in,
something.
like,
I've
full
not seen
armor,
this
aren't you?
exact thing before, but
I think all stealth rolls for
I've
goats
seen
are
stuff
arms.
like it.
Yeah.
Heavy
I
armor
kind
has
of
that
show it to
penalty.
Xerif, see
No,
anything.
if it's the heaviest
I mean,
one,
I'm definitely getting
Halfway,
necromancy off
right?
of it, so if
Yeah.
there's anybody who
So if I
has
did
any
have the
info
heaviest
about
I think
it,
it's
would be
still
Xerif would be the
disadvantage.
one.
Makes sense. I've got a
Or
few
maybe
things
it's
to
a
ask you about
negative
anyway.
No,
rolls.
because
And at this
There's an
point,
armor
I'll
table.
also I will
You
say
have chainmail, don't you?
No, he has half.
Halfway.
all cards on the table. These probed my mind, and I know some of the
Probe.
stuff that
What is it?
I assume he's gotten.
Is it half
And,
plate because that's medium armor, or is it
before stuff
chainmail, which is heavy?
comes to light
Oh, it's
when
heavy
I
armor, isn't it?
don't have control of it.
What?
I just I just want to be honest and don't want you to feel like I'm hiding anything from you.
Alright.
And I'll wipe the back of my neck and I'll bring my collar down, and you notice a dragon mark on the back of my neck.
what the?
Which one?
Don't.
House Madon.
Video.
That's,
Don't.
Do I recognize that?
I would say because it sort of extends down his neck, you don't get to see the full mark. So you don't it's rather amorphous to you at the moment, but you immediately you see it and you know what it is.
it's the mark of detection. It's how I'm able to use some of my magic for, I guess,
Burn the witch.
finding things that don't want to be found.
Tell me you do it mute.
Interesting.
Like,
Also
bad.
seems to be part of my innate ability to, you know, again, find things that are quite hidden.
Interesting. Well,
I was planning on telling you at some point. I just, once V probed into my mind, I in case something comes out, I just, all cards on the table.
fair enough.
And then after doing that, I'll bring the collar back up to kind of hide it from the room.
I think actually Jet has a disguise kit if Let me double check my equipment.
I have plenty of disguise kits. That's how I keep it covered.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I've got disguise kit and proficiency
But,
and
however,
all that.
hilarious.
Well,
I just
Hilarious.
if you need help,
I'll get to it later.
if you need help, let me know.
Yeah.
Pretty good with that. Hence, why usually I look more human, but
Valid.
And you do see, like, as you're having this conversation, you can see, like, the canines are a little bit more pointed.
Yeah.
You can see the ears have a little bit of, like, the fur coming out of them, and the ears have gotten a little bit of a point to them. And you'll see, like, people will talk, and even though he's definitely humanoid, you can see the ears just,
Yeah,
like,
they'll
very
twitch,
subtly,
yeah.
very subtly, like, twitch and shift.
Adjusting as conversations continue.
And so it's you start to pick up on the fact that the more he shifts, the more of his animalistic form he retains.
thanks for telling me.
Absolutely.
Also glad you didn't get picked up by that call.
Yeah, I'm very glad as well. No pun intended, but I thought the cat was out of the bag once the child seemed to notice when we were in there interrogating the kid. If you notice, his demeanor kind of
look at this thing on my dick.
changed quite
It's just easier for me to come talk to you
changed
guys.
quite a bit.
You guys carry on.
You're gonna
Okay. Not-
the
not
demeanor
everything.
changed quite a bit
Oh,
once
okay.
the kid
Got like 400
noticed something about me, and my demeanor changed a bit too. I don't know how, but he somehow sensed that I had a dragon mark without being able to see it.
What was it?
Curious.
So, but again, I don't know how.
Hmm. Interesting. Oh. Glad you're with us and hope you'll stick around.
I plan on it.
That was pretty cool.
I think we can help each other out.
It went nowhere.
I've got connections.
No, I thought it was a hard surface. My hand just went through it.
Hopefully, alive.
Right. Of course. I do have another question for you, but I think that can be saved for another day.
If you'd like.
I think so.
Okay.
Jet, what kind of side? The get up, Ed?
Mosey.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll hang out and finish my food and ale.
Move over to Gunther next, I think.
Okay, so when he gets up to go to talk to me, I mean, he's not trying to hide it.
Oh no,
So-
no, he's just walking over.
Alright, I'm gonna go up and go get more drinks.
'Kay.
As he's approaching me, I'm gonna leave my table and I'm gonna go get more drinks.
Are your tankards empty?
Yes.
I was gonna ask if you maybe had one like half empty and you were just going to get more. If he would have noticed it. That's fine.
No, I would have drank them.
Okay.
Jet will follow.
So you're standing at the bar waiting for them to, or not the bar, but you're standing at the bar waiting for them to fill tankards for you.
Yeah.
And Jet just sort of saddles up to the bar right next to you.
How you doing, Gunther?
Good over to me.
Anything you wanna talk about?
No.
That's really weird. Keep going. Sorry,
No.
I'm looking for a prop like a journal, and like I have exactly what it looks like in my mind. So I just wanted Amazon just went leather journal with lined pages, and it's the very first one. And I'm like, that's fucking weird.
That's fucking it.
It's because they've been listening.
Yep, they've been
Yeah,
listening, and also, I
Well,
mean,
they're
we're
watching
all
live
just
stream.
microchipped. It's fine.
No, Lex.
I can take it.
It's not Bezos.
No. Anyway.
He's wearing a mask.
Man, that's been the huge joke on New World because it's made by Amazon. Everyone's like, I wonder if Bezos is gonna use like what we farm in this game to like tailor our searches on Amazon, and I'm like, he's got a point.
Does anyone remember the scene from Silicon
Swear
Valley?
to God, this feels like an episode of Survivor. There's like 9 conversations going on where people are secretly like talking amongst each
Yeah.
other. There's so
Anyway,
much
they're
going
playing
on
this
right now.
video game, and they have used this algorithm to tailor hit words by using the speakers instead of like, man, I'm hungry, and then the video game, a banner flies by of like Quiznos subs.
Nice.
Just like, I think I should go on a vacation. A Carnival cruise ship appears in the background.
Sounds about right.
Yep. Now that my neck is kind of exposed, I'm definitely keeping more of a.
I would say it with the way your trench coat is designed.
Yeah,
It's easy enough for you to if you flip the collar up and just sort of sit there,
Yeah.
and instead of relaxing,
I'm like more aware of.
yeah,
where
you're
everybody's
definitely
at.
more
I'm
like
trying to
looking,
hide
and you're
it.
occasionally checking over your shoulder, but
I seem like I'm hiding something now, whereas earlier I didn't.
yeah.
And you? So much.
Not obviously
That's why I
hiding
was
something to,
super
like,
excited to
freak
use
people
the
out.
inspiration. But of course, you fucking rolled high enough. You goddamn rolls.
Alright, anyway.
So,
Okay, there's other things that I'm
Nothing on your mind, man?
Probably come out soon.
Nah,
There's things you know about me.
Gunther's alright.
No, you're gonna learn about
come
me.
on, I'm a good listener. Motion to the cat ears.
I'm just gonna I'm taking my drinks and I'm walking
I
back
have
to my table.
some
I'm
serving
gonna
of Warforged.
Yeah.
Man, a few words.
Yep. Jet will leave it be then, for now. Don't want to talk about it, he's not going to push you too much. He will get himself a drink though and then find Zareth.
Sheriff was dead.
There's with me, right?
Mhm.
Are you eating dinner with me, Zach?
Oh, apparently I am. Yeah. Wait,
Yeah, that's what you
earlier
got.
I was wandering off to go to bed.
Oh well, you
But
could
if
do that.
you-
in-
I would say
To be
you
awake,
you
I'll
you
do-
probably went and got dinner first, and then went to bed
Okay.
because you guys hadn't really eaten in a while.
I'll give you that.
So,
I could spoon feed you some porridge.
old man.
This sounds like porn. No,
What?
Just listen. This is an advertisement for the journal.
For the journal.
I had it quiet and it had this going. I'm like,
Is it an
what am I
advertisement?
watching?
Is it copyrighted?
That sounds like.
Sounds like some
It's
shitty porn.
for a journal.
Shitty porn intro.
So it's on camera. Journal, not porn.
It's journal porn.
It's a sexy journal, leave it alone.
I'm probably gonna buy this one actually. It's only $60.
Just waiting for that Pornhub intro.
I think I'm gonna buy a new cable for.
Help me, big
Next
brother.
time.
I'm stuck.
Okay. You think it's your cable or my
I guess
cable?
Stepbrother is
yeah,
yeah.
legally.
Honestly, I think it's your cable because the light was off. Now it's flashing orange, and it's reattempting in 3, 2, 1, and it's off again.
Oh, yep, it's still
The
mad.
light's off.
Yeah, I mean this cable is like 10 years old.
It's all good. Like, oh, now it's green. Now it's off. Like it's just like I don't know. Anyway, like I said, I'm recording this, so the entire thing will be on YouTube without cats just chewing on the other.
I wouldn't
end.
be surprised.
Right?
Fucking idiots.
Fucking Jet!
So, any other RP you guys would like to take care of?
I'm gonna say Rin.
Yeah, definitely Jet wanted to talk to Zareth. And of course, we'll catch Ren
You said you were just eating dinner and then going to
Oh,
bed,
eat
right?
And then drink. Oh, I mean, I'm gonna be drinking currently, but then yes, my plan is.
I was gonna say in the time that you had your conversation with Vale and then your conversation with Gunther, you would have already finished your meal. So if you were going to bed, you probably would have already been leaving the room. If you want to stay and drink, that's fine. But I'm just going off what you said earlier.
I'll grab a drink.
Okay.
I was gonna say Jet's at the bar, yeah. at the
So
moment.
yeah, you do. You see, like as you're having this conversation with Gunther, and Gunther just sort of like shrugs you off and walks away. You turn around and as Zareth like bellies up to the bar.
How you doing, Zareth?
It's been an interesting day.
Sounds like it. What happened with that letter?
Is there a bartender or a someone like here?
Not like directly in front of you. It's more so like you walk up and they ask, "What do you want?" and you say, 2 tankards.
Can I get 2 tankards?
Yeah, and they just sort of you ask for one at first, and then they fill it, and they turn around and they see your friend next to you, and you just say universal, just pop up, and they're like, mm-hmm, and they fill another one and bring him over.
Don't do this.
Do this.
You asked.
Just don't do.
You do this, and they're like, "Ah, fuck you, buddy."
You asked that.
Mm-hmm.
I take a tankard. Put it back. Set it down. I take your tankard. Put it back. Set it down. Hey, real quick, for RP purposes, did we read the letter out loud?
Ren did, I do.
She read
Out loud.
parts of it.
Okay.
She was
Yeah.
only able to
Yes, that's
decipher
right.
bits.
I remember that. I now
Actually,
remember the bits that
I did get the whole thing.
You got the general gist of it, like you got the meaning of the letter, but you were only able to get certain words. You didn't get a word for word verbatim
Oh,
interpretation.
I see.
It's more so you understood.
nouns.
You understood who was writing it, who it was addressed to, what it was, and then I gave you a couple keywords just to get his attention.
Got it. I see.
And then the last thing, what was the name of the scientist?
Sarah.
Soren.
Soren.
Soren. Soren.
So, sorry, that's a lot of questions I'd ask before we can RP.
No, you're fine.
This Soren fellow,
Mm-hmm.
seems to be
You alright?
Yeah,
working with
got a late burn on that one.
Oh, did you take a shot?
Yeah.
the motherfucker that took my family.
Which one do you say that Jet kind of...
I slammed back the tankard, empty. The second tankard, empty.
Jet kind of twitches.
Oh,
when
you
he-
drank both tankers?
Yeah, he took Jet's.
He's got one.
Yeah,
He's got one more till he starts taking disadvantage.
You made me something advantage for one on the train.
You're like 30. He's 260. The man's got a tolerance.
Ended up being an alcoholic for quite a while since I last met Derek, so...
He's got a tolerance.
Valid.
You've got a tolerance of like 20 years. He's got a tolerance of like 150. He's got you beat.
So,
Respect your seniors.
took your family, huh? This Derek?
Hi.
I probably would have told you what Zareth told me at some point along the trip.
That story.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say yeah.
Oh, I forgot. You're the only one that's heard that.
Yep.
I would have at least told Jets.
Okay. So you at least you can fill in on the detail.
He's in on the deets, as the young kids say.
Yep.
I don't know what the young kids say. Just fucking 33, I don't give a shit.
I'm sorry to hear about your family. But I'm willing to help you catch this motherfucker.
Slightly smirk, put my hand on his shoulder and go,
I hope maybe someday you can help me avenge my own.
we're in this together.
This, Umaro was the location that was mentioned, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm listening.
Oh, okay. So, Umaro. That's the location that was mentioned. My understanding of this is actually it's a person.
Do what?
That was correct, right? From what Jet picked up on, that it was actually that it's a place and also
Both.
So it's a place most likely named after a person.
yes. So it's
I got
Ding, ding,
six.
ding, 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 ding,
Wait,
ding.
it's what? Sorry.
My left toes are going numb. What kind of stimulation?
Real quick also, can I roll a history check to see if I've heard of this place or at least...
Sure.
Oh, actually, here, you
I'm
might-
sorry.
There's also, and I think another word that's come up multiple times in both letters is vol, correct?
Lady Vol, yep.
20, dirty.
Dirty 20.
Corey, do you want to...
I haven't decided yet.
I'm gonna say if you
I
want
like
to
being
all-
at the table. That's the hard part.
I know.
I've always liked
same.
being at the table. It just sucks because my ass is huge.
What if you take one of the couch cushions?
Would it be honestly, next time, would it be easier if I turned the table this way and made it that way so that the end of the table is by the
Hey.
couch?
I'm not gonna object. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, we'll try it next time. We'll try it next session and see how it turns out. I did it this way because this just sort of flows better
Yeah, it
with the
does.
room. But
Yeah,
if
yeah.
we turn it that way,
I don't want you to
I
change
wouldn't be
it just
opposed.
for me. It's
I wouldn't be
if
opposed.
I could bring a chair that my ass fit in more comfortably, or if I didn't weigh 1,000 pounds.
You know I don't do spicy? My fucking mouth is burning from that.
He tried the triple X.
Oh my
It's so good.
It's very good.
It's not even
Triple X
spicy.
BMX.
Yeah.
No.
Fucking righteous.
Oh, fuck that.
Only on PlayStation. On Xbox, all the stripper videos are censored.
So,
I
I'm
saw
playing
lots
a
of Tinder
mature
from that
video
game.
game.
Dirty 20. Ilmero as a place doesn't really ring any bells. The name, though. Ilmero and Lady Vol are the same.
Yeah, that's what Jet was about ready to tell you, because he figured that out.
Lady Vol became Lady Ilmero. All that you know, there's not a lot about Lady Ilmero or Lady Vol. All that you know in your study of necromancy is that there is a person that had quite a connection with undeath who has ascended beyond mortal bounds
Mortem. Sorry.
to the point of being a lich.
Lich, please.
And that is what you know.
Liches get stitches.
I can't remember who was the sorcerer from Mortem. Can't remember his name right now.
It was like, it started with an R or a T.
Tarash.
Tarash. Yep. The guy that I blew up and turned into a
Well,
revenant.
yeah, I mean, if you're gonna play Wheel of Fortune, I'm gonna
But you didn't
TLNE.
turn Tarash into a revenant.
No, it was the captain of the boat, I think.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, you're right.
Say,
You're right.
Tarash knew what he was doing,
Good.
Yeah.
and Corey knew what he was doing.
So yeah, that's what you know. Lady Vol, Lady Ilmero, same thing. And all that you've heard about Lady Ilmero is she a lich, bitch. I love it. You guys are starting to get into like the actual meat of the story that I've written. Love it. Honestly, once he comes back, I really wish that like
I've been listening this whole time.
like you guys weren't my players, so that I could lay out this awesome story that I've crafted.
You
Because
want to tell it to somebody?
there's
so
so
bad.
many times that like me and Nick have been playing games late at night, and I'm like, bro, I had such a good idea for D&D. It's gonna be really cool when
You get to it in 6 months.
fuck I can't tell you about
When
it.
we get to it in 6 months, no shit.
Just
Bro,
do
you're gonna
what
love
other
it
like
eventually.
go to like DM confessions on Reddit.
6 months is
and just,
That's what I need. That's what I need to do.
like, just vent to them and then tell me your handle so I can look up the
Yeah, fuck off.
No. I will say, like if you post to like a D&D subreddit, for the love of God, put a warning beforehand saying,
Oh no,
like,
I have like 4 different profiles on Reddit. One is under my standard handle, and the rest of them would be handles that you wouldn't know, and I would not do anything that would identify this campaign.
okay.
There would be nothing that would identify this
there's
campaign.
there's this
Matt,
guy in Vail,
Well,
right?
because
Jail.
no. I
Out
tend to
there.
read a lot of that stuff. So if
Gunther.
you say, "Hey, heads up, if you're playing and these are names in the party," I will not read.
No, yeah,
Because want
I trust you guys not to do that, but it's
Yeah.
it's more of along the lines. If I'm gonna post something like that, I post on a handle that doesn't have Corn Taco or any of my other handles.
Taco or corn.
Exactly, it's a completely different handle that you guys wouldn't expect, and
Oh no,
That's-
I'm sitting on a table by myself.
so yeah.
2 more tankers.
He asks you about that. You
Yeah, I
you
would-
relay that information. You guys can continue your RP.
Oh, so you're aware then.
Alright.
Ilmara is Lady Vol. Damn, I thought I had something. A little disappointed in myself. All the stories that I've heard and everything. Not exactly what I wanted to... Or not the only thing I wanted to talk to you about, though. Where's the bartender at this point?
Down the line,
How far away is Gunther?
I'd say 30, 40 feet. He's at a table. Not close to you guys, but not like...
He's not
Across
the whole
the
other side of
room.
lake.
Want to step over here for a second?
Sure.
Try to move off to the side. What do you make of this? He's gonna pull out the finger again.
Okay. So again, he pulls out a desiccated, pallid gray, curled up finger, broken off at the base knuckle, curled up the tip of the finger, and the nail sort of turned into a bit of a claw. And there is a silver ring with a large emerald set into it
We're all
around this
standing
ring.
there, but we're all there, right?
That's a mess.
You all are sitting at a table. He has broken away to go talk to
Damn
Zareth.
it.
Oh,
At the bar.
I thought this was all going over everything. Okay.
I like the fact that no one heard that but Jed.
I know, I heard. Well, I mean, I as a player heard it. My character definitely did not hear that.
I'm proud of that one.
So it's this down here.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have fun autocorrected.
Official D&D cookbook.
It's called a hero's
You'll know
Feast.
what I mean. I'm retarded. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Barnes & Noble has an exclusive edition that has extra content.
what do I think of this DM? I don't know what
Make
to do with this information.
make a. Go ahead and say intelligence check.
Take a close look at it, will you? And bardic inspiration.
History. Make it a history check.
History check? Both.
See, I
investigation
wish
and
there was-
history are both plus
I wish there was just like I wish.
Identify.
This is one of the. This is honestly one of the things that I wish
Sorry, I don't know what that was.
would carry over
That's
from
something I know is
Pathfinder.
fine.
Is I wish there was a knowledge, not just a general history. I wish there was a knowledge point where I could say, okay, I need you to make a knowledge check because history doesn't really fit this because you wouldn't have read about this, you wouldn't have come across diagrams or anything. This is just more so you with your general.
But it's more of a history to
Yeah.
recall the
Maybe-
history of him getting this knowledge.
Natural
Maybe-
20.
That's the first natty 20 I've rolled this entire game.
Natty
Okay.
20
Oh, well, that's
plus
D8,
1.
right?
Plus 1. The D8 was a 1.
Oh,
So I rolled a nat 1 on that, but a D20.
But, I mean,
Well, that's a 28.
I was
28
I
total.
was not expecting this.
So the
Um,
DM has just had a look on his face.
So that figure belonged to Cassius.
You're about to get a lore dump. So
DM's about to take the Lord dump all over your chest.
My butthole is ready.
give him a
So-
hot waffle.
okay,
Cleveland Steamer. Let's do this.
as soon as he pulls it out, you look at it.
I literally thought you were pulling out a finger because he went like this. He goes, as soon as he pulls it out, and it was the pillow.
Yeah.
I was
No.
like, oh.
So as soon as he pulls it out, you immediately recognize it, and this is a common.
Oh, it's common now.
So you have. I'm trying to draw an illusion here. You have like class rings, right? And that symbolizes you graduated in X year from X place, right? You have, if you're a military person, you have challenge coins. If there's these different identifiers of societies you belong in. This is a cut and dried. It's used by high-ranking members to identify each other when they belong to the Order of the Emerald Claw.
He knows the whole lore of everything.
He knows everything.
You read this fucking book twice.
Hold on.
As Rin sits there and does nothing.
Rin sits there eating. It's like the Shrek 1 menu where Doc's like, oh, pick me!
This is a symbol to that high-ranking members of the Order of the Emerald Claw would use to identify each other. In terms of if they are doing like a bit of a dead drop style where they're meeting someone for the first time, they might, if they're exchanging information, they might exchange a bag, and inside the bag would be one of these fingers that has the ring, and that would be the identification to let them know this is a trustworthy source, this is a person that comes from inside the claw. What they say is true.
1 second. Question. Nick's a member. Out of game. Nick's a member of this group. No, I'm just saying.
No. He's using
Nick.
it for instance.
Yeah,
Using as an
yeah, for
example.
instance.
Say
Yes.
my character is.
He has this.
You're a
ring.
member and he's a member. You two have never met before, but you've been
So I
told that
cut my own finger off with a ring.
Negative. I'm getting to that.
Okay.
This is a finger from Lady Ilmero.
How many fingers this bitch got?
She's busy.
What you know,
Well, or regeneration.
she has been around for a couple hundred years.
Couple hundred? We were born on the same birthday.
God damn it.
Lady Vol. Okay, quick lore dump. The House of Vol, back in the day, had the Mark of Death. Okay? You are part of House Madani. You have the Mark of Detection. People from House Lyrandar have the Mark of Storms. People from House Orion have the Mark of Transport. Mark of Passage. Sorry. Each of these houses has their own different mark. The House of Vol, with the Mark of Death, faded into non-existence before the war started.
How long goes the war again?
100 years. 104 years, to be exact.
So more than 104 years ago, this
Yes.
disappeared.
But the House of Vol was for lack of a better term, they were the governing body of the nation of Karnath.
Okay.
Right? The war started. The few remaining members of the House of Vol were the ones that created the religion focused around the blood of Vol that they then used as a premise to create these massive armies of undead. That's how they defended their borders. That's how they invaded other countries. That's how they laid their claims to cities like Thalios that used to belong to Onder. This is a calling card that if you and him had never met before, but you were given instructions, you are to go to the central square of Fairhaven. You are looking for a 6'2", 180-pound, half-elven male with short brown hair, wearing a beige trench coat. That is who you're going to receive your information from. If someone walks up to you and just hands you a bag and they have that look and you open the bag and you see that finger, you know that's the person.
That's the Hail Hydra.
Very much so. Very much so. That's the Hail Hydra. That's the Nazi salute. That's the
There it is.
iconography.
Got it.
These are only given out to very, very high-ranking members. They are used as an identifier. What you know of Lady Vol, who became Lady Ilmero, she is the last living member of the House of Vol. The House of Vol was a half-draconic house. They had draconic blood in them, i.e. why the finger has a little bit of a scaled texture to it. She was not satisfied with the amount of power she had as a living human, or a living being. So upon the end of her lifetime, she began the process of ascending to lichdom. Nobody alive knows where her phylactery is.
Or what?
So a lich, right? When they ascend to lichdom, they bind their soul inside of a canister, known as a phylactery.
Well, I was going to say the Arthas' helmet.
No. So
Usually it's a vial of blood.
Arthas was a lich,
Oh, okay.
right? But the Helm of Domination is what allowed him to control the Scourge.
Okay.
His phylactery was... I'm not going to get into that because that's some wicked, crazy, confusing Warcraft lore.
Yeah.
You have a lich, you have a phylactery. You kill the lich will continue to regenerate and retake its form until you destroy the phylactery.
Literally
Horcrux made
Horcrux.
way more sense.
Yes.
Got it.
Exactly. Okay? Nobody knows where the phylactery of Lady Ilmero resides.
Where's he at?
Elder One
He
bitch.
did lose his finger.
All that has been told about Lady Ilmero's intentions since the end of the war, she desires to ascend beyond lichdom.
Question. Beyond Lichdom? Or...
Beyond bitch.
No, she's Drake.
I was gonna say
Never
beyond
mind, that
her
would
soul.
make sense. Never mind.
She desires to ascend to godhood.
I was just going to ask if she knows anything of the Undying Court.
Potentially. Maybe not. You don't know. She is the last living member of the House of Vol. She is the last living being that possesses the Mark of Death. She desires to ascend to godhood and to become the God of Death.
Why does this sound like Elizabeth Bathory?
That's what you know. And it's
all of that together.
it's literally a, like, you see that and it's just this
flood of
it's like
memories.
just an info dump. You're just vomiting information out about this, and it's you. For the first time, you actually see Zareth, and he's not that scatterbrained like old man that you saw. He is focused. He is concise. He is just relaying information after information, and just piece by piece by piece, and he's building this assembly for you and showing you how Lady Vol connects to the war and how the Mark of Death connects to the undead armies of Karnath, and he's just piecing all of this together, and he's literally, as he's talking to you, he's like very exaggerated with his hands, and he's like, and this interacts with this, and this, and it's just,
Cat ears are just
And
like,
it
it's
all-
literal, it's just information
back, like,
overload.
what the fuck?
It all goes back to Pepe Silva.
Oh, I was gonna say right now you just like Zareth sees it and goes okay, and just a whiteboard appears behind him, and it's the Charlie Day like with all the lines like here we go.
I'm not fucking crazy. There is just a rather. There's just a bad feeling. As soon as you finish talking, like you hadn't really noticed it because you were so just excited to be relaying all this information, and then it, like, as soon as you're like, and that's it, and then there's just this sense of dread that overtakes you.
And Jet will put it away, obviously, after showing, and then as he's talking, just be like, okay, I don't want this to be out forever. Really trying to keep it pretty subtle as when he's showing people.
You weren't going to get that information if you hadn't rolled a nat 20.
See,
Nice.
nat 20 does help.
You were going to get some basic information, and you would have found out that it's the Order of the Emerald Claw, but you wouldn't have found out the rest.
Thank you, Zareth. That's a lot.
That's a lot. Zareth just
Yeah, well, Jet's trying to process this.
Very,
too.
very much sitting there like as an old man, like,
it's almost like he had COVID.
I feel like we've made it pretty far tonight. We've come up with a lot of information. I'm gonna take that third ale.
roll a Constitution saving throw.
Go for it.
I earned a drink.
I was gonna say after seeing that finger,
Are you
probably
continuing to drink? Roll again.
Where's my
Once
fucking
again,
character
not
sheet?
being subtle or quiet at all.
You trying to leave?
Gunther's getting hammered.
Oh, okay.
He's like 6 tankards deep.
That would be a 12.
You're good still.
Are you?
I'm
You're
not-
not being
I'm-
obvious
I'm-
about it.
seeing this go on. I'm gonna
You just
I'm
asked
gonna
me that
go
with your
up to the
No,
bar.
I'm
and get
asking
4
you, Sean.
tankards.
But you're talking in
And
your
then
character.
I'm gonna-
That's
It's
what I
Very
was-
much like Oktoberfest girl.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I know, that's why I
And,
said
and
that,
I,
like,
I walk
super
over with
cool.
Gunther and I
Um,
set 4 tankards down and I sat down the other side of the table and I'm like,
you, V, and I go
care for some company?
So wait,
without being too.
hold on. They were both talking to me at the same time.
Oh, sorry.
I missed.
I only asked it. However, I'm good. Go ahead.
he was
You-
talking
you-
to me.
you too.
yeah.
Huh?
Oh, okay.
You too.
If you're drinking again, you're drunk. You're drunk.
Without being too
Okay.
Zareth's
intrusive.
Zareth's intoxicated.
So what
I went up to the bar, like seeing you just getting plastered.
Without crying.
Thank you.
Me,
Let's just say.
I would be like, he probably like wants to be left alone, but at the same time could probably use some.
You
company,
brush him
so-
off, and you see him turn, and he starts walking over to another table and just sits down at a table of like 6 soldiers and just starts like,
I get
What's
4
up,
tankards. I walk over
guys?
to the table and I sit down and I'm like, see, you're planning on drinking a lot tonight, and I slide you 2 of the tankards. And would you like some company?
It's kind of, that's like unique.
At this point, because I've drank enough, it's gonna be like a. I don't dismiss him, but I just kind of like.
Oh,
You can
he doesn't say yes, but he doesn't say no.
So, no.
Consent.
You asked me.
Wait.
Right?
Remember, folks,
Without being
99
too
no's and 1 yes means
Still
yes.
So, how far away are you saying from
About
us?
40 feet.
30, 40 feet.
Okay, so just turn. I think I can do that 60 feet.
Also,
So-
I forgot.
Without she basically asked, without being too invasive, can you find out what's wrong with Gunther? And so V takes that as just straight to your head, what's wrong?
And you just hear this disembodied voice. You recognize it as V, but he's nowhere near you, and you hear it, and you look, and you sort of like scan the room, and you can see V about 40 feet away, and you just see his eyes just like laser focused on you.
Right.
And you just hear that
You see Jet looking at you, but when you look over, she goes back to pretending to eat her
Rin,
food. Like she,
Rin.
Right.
You said Jet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Nate.
I was like, I knew Jet was over.
Rin goes back to pretending to eat her food, but not kind
Now we're gonna sneak away to
kind
our
of look.
bedroom.
You might be able to piece together that she might have put him up to.
So, I have yet to really give any interest or care to this man
Warforged.
here at all.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna stand up and just point and be like, leave it be.
You'll have to shout it though. 40 feet.
You will have to shout
Okay.
it.
Well, look, I just don't want to yell on the camera.
Yeah.
You should.
Guys, Gunther's a dick.
So he does that, and the majority of the mess hall doesn't like silence, but everyone sort of quiets down and looks. And there's not a lot of people in here. There's maybe 20 other people scattered around, and it's a large mess hall. It's by no means is it crowded, but everyone sort of like quiets down and just sort of stops and looks and sees you say that, and then just sees you sit down and is, well, that's fucking weird.
And so V, being the absent person he is,
Oh
just
my
goes,
God.
"Why?"
Again, in your head,
If you look over, he does the.
I'm just gonna look and then just because, well, I get this is me not knowing enough about like the lore and stuff. So like, would I know that sometimes Warforged don't care, or is he so like weird?
he's fucking weird. Like, he is fucking out there. You have never met
like-
a person that is as fucking weird as this guy.
I guess, but I mean, like I've fought with Warforged. I know Warforged.
Not a single one has ever been like this. Not a single one has ever talked into your mind without moving their lips.
Okay.
Or Joe.
I'm just gonna like. How can he see me well from where? he
Oh
is?
yeah, he's 6'8". He dominates the room. Like, he is standing above. He is a head and shoulder above everybody else in the
I
room.
sat in the bench because she insisted.
Okay,
But I'm still sitting like.
he's still
straight up.
pretty tall. He's got a clear eye on you. You would have to get up and move from your position to hide.
Okay. I'm just gonna turn and look at him, and then just ignore him.
Okay. He doesn't respond.
That's why V just waits.
I'm just gonna.
So in your head, you're just gonna hear. He didn't say.
Well done. Well done.
Thanks.
Got it. And that's the end of that interaction.
So now it's back to you two.
I guess it's more of a if he wants to talk, he wants to talk. If he doesn't want to talk,
Oh,
at least we've got company.
I'm just kind of just staring, just drinking. I nod when I go to grab because I finished the ones that I have.
No, I would say because the roll you made first was for the two you grabbed. The roll you made the second time was for the ones that he was bringing over. So if you're gonna get more, you're gonna have to continue to roll.
Well, no. So I drank the two, which that would not mess Gunther up.
And I brought two more over.
I've grabbed two.
Yep, that was the first roll.
I've grabbed two more since then for myself.
So you've drank a
That
total.
was the second roll.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, so yeah, you
He
would have to
gave
roll
me
it.
two more.
You would have to roll again, yeah.
Yeah. Because Jeff, when you walked away from the bar,
Yeah.
you had two already.
Oh, that's not great. That's a natural one.
He drinks one of the tankards, and he goes from the very stoic, quiet, brooding Gunther, and he finishes that first one and like slams it down
This is Gary Johnson.
and goes to pick up the second one, and you can immediately see just the difference in like he picks up the second one and he's immediately got that sort of like struggling to focus, picks it up and he's got a little bit of a sway to him, and he looks at you and without breaking eye contact like turns to the side and just chugs the second one and without breaking eye contact and sets it back down and then leans in, and he's just got this very subtle like sway to it.
Gunther, I think I'm gonna go get some more food. Would you like anything?
I would say at this point, Gunther's inhibitions are a little bit lowered. He's a little bit more likely to converse or be Gunther.
No, that's fair. That's fair. So, Gunther will take whatever.
He's drunk.
Oh yeah.
He's drunk.
I'll go get some food and come back to the table. Preferably more greasy, more better.
Yep.
And then
Wait.
Right.
Inquisiquate him.
What the fuck does that mean?
She's right.
yeah. I was gonna say. So, feeling okay over there, buddy?
I'm gonna take it literal and be like, Gunther drank a lot. Real quick.
No, I mean your mental state. I mean you seem like something's kind of bothering you a little bit.
Listen, how? I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Like, I'm drunk,
Yep.
but at the same time, I wouldn't want to just. I'm not just like some like.
No, you wouldn't spill.
Schoolgirl,
You wouldn't
yeah.
spill the beans, but you're.
Yeah.
I would say Gunther's probably a little bit more talkative, probably a little bit more willing to engage in conversation,
Okay.
and he's not going to spill his life story, but you know, if Vale asked that kind of question, Gunther would probably be like, I mean, responsibilities,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
very still implying what's on his mind, but vague.
Okay, I would say that's a good way to put it. So like, responsibilities. Gunther also did not like to hear about man we heard about.
Xerxes?
Things. No.
No,
Oh, Adirdan.
Kenneth
Adirdan.
Or-
Decana.
or Decanter.
Are you talking Lady Elmarrow and the Lich?
No.
No.
The other guy.
The guy from
The
the
guy
book.
that made
Edirden.
Decana.
Edirden.
I didn't.
Yes, you would not have been happy about
No,
that.
like a Dearden.
I mean, is there any information you would like to give that might help with?
If you would like to delve
Any of
into
this
your
stuff?
plot story, sir.
Since we're all sharing tonight. This is the Gunther part of the podcast.
Damn it, this isn't fair because I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here.
Welcome to being drunk.
Jet's over here like,
Well, it sucked because I rolled that one. I was doing so good too.
Yeah, if you hadn't rolled the 1, I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt because Gunther likes to drink, but you rolled a
Yeah.
1, so you sloshy.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I would say there might be a slight change in Gunther's vocal pattern. I would say there might be a little bit of a
His saying is,
beyond the standard slurring. Gunther's not a descriptive person, but Gunther at this point is probably a little bit more
Feely artsy, like
not necessarily a little. He's just a little bit more descriptive. Gunther is a man of few words.
I just like to get to the point.
I'm
Let's just
explain
get.
my
You're
background.
very much
Interpretive dance.
you're very much a
on the table, please.
you're very much a man of few words. But at this point, with the alcohol and Vale sort of catching you off guard, I would say you're probably a little bit more likely to be a little bit more
Okay.
descriptive and a little bit more trusting.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair. All right.
Light ass dice. Natty 1. I'm never touching that dice again.
Gunther has friends back in Sharn. No one to deal with. A Dearden. Okay. Dearden, bad man. Very bad.
that's fine. Nobody said we're going to Sharn. We're
I'm just gonna kind of like, just say like, just kind of
Chuckle.
Like, yeah.
Chuckle at it.
Just laugh at the fact you said we're not going to Sharn.
yeah.
That's weird. That's weird that he did that.
Because I'm from Sharn.
Yeah.
So.
I just we seem to have a good thing going on here. I mean, don't get me wrong. If there's any point in time that you feel like, I mean, we seem to be a group of people that seem to need help with individual things, and if we get to a point where you feel comfortable enough to ask us for anything, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody'd be open to it if you do want to take care of these things that seem to be troubling you a little bit.
Mm. This is some kind of like pondering. It's kind of like.
That's just like the.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we all have our secrets.
Gunther has responsibilities. And then I'm just gonna stand up. I'm gonna go attempt to grab another drink.
Make a
Death saving throw.
Death saving throw.
make a Constitution saving throw.
You're proficient in those,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, as a fighter, definitely.
24.
He's sitting there and like talking to you, and he's slurring his words, and he's like swaying a little bit, and he finishes the conversation, pushes back from the table, stands up, and just like completely sober
Guys are so
walks to the bar and is like,
you have
yo,
no idea how many people I've seen do this.
and he's like, yo, another drink. And they immediately walk over, 2 tankards in hand, grabs them both, walks back over to the table, sits down, and as soon as he sits back down, he's immediately like,
You have no idea how many people I've seen actually do
like
this.
brings it back.
I've done that
yeah.
myself, so
Surprisingly, like, coherent for as much as he's trying.
It's almost like us talking about what we did, like, was just like gave me enough to do
Second
that,
wind.
and then come back.
Second win.
Nick, there was literally a time my buddy, I was slosh trying to get into a bar back at Purdue, and he's like, wait, if you're going to talk to this bouncer, like, act sober. And I was just like, hey, how's it going? Ready? Yeah, absolutely. Walk past him, 2 feet into the bar. Back to being drunk.
I mean, I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to catch you off guard and get you while your guard is down, but
I'm just gonna
If you
chuckle
ever want to-
because I think I almost perceive that as a joke at this point. Like,
Oh, yeah, probably.
Gunther's never guards down. He's almost like
Defensive
laughing,
about
like,
it.
Like I could.
A little insulted.
Like whenever
Like,
Doctor and me
yeah, so
you
it's
tried to
like-
go fight, convinced you that the old guy was trying to say he was stronger than you.
Yeah.
And while you're having this conversation, there's definitely that, like, that creeping at the back of the mind, like, I've been gone too long. People are going to be upset if I don't return. It's very much that I don't want to leave the group, but I have to return.
But no, just I mean, if you ever need to talk or anything, or if there is anywhere you may want to go. I mean, you don't seem to want to go back to Sharn, but if there's somewhere,
I just laugh again.
if there is anywhere where you do want to go, I mean, as of right now, where you don't really have much of a plan, so any place seems as good as any at this point.
And then, like, once again, I'm pretty out there. So he said, any place as good as any, and I'm going to attempt to drink one more.
Roll a con save.
I would say by this I would have had probably.
Guys.
considered I
Yeah,
would
you need to
myself.
roll as well.
Corey and Shannon are both gonna have new characters.
Was it a con save?
Yeah, con saving throw.
Ooh, that's not great. That's 8.
Yeah, you're done. At this point, any other rolls you make are at disadvantage. You can barely walk. You can definitely not fight. He's fucking hammered.
Hey, anybody that wants to fight Gunther?
What'd you roll?
has a chance.
I rolled a 19.
Oh yeah, you're straight.
Of course I am.
For once.
So at this point, these two are having this conversation. Is everyone else grouped together? Would you have returned back to Ren's table?
Jet would have returned back to Ren, and then
I would have gone up to sleep it off
Okay.
at this point.
he would have tried to be like conversation by ourselves and seen if V would have let them walk a little bit away.
Well, while Vale and Gunther, are you guys done? Do you have any more?
I was gonna say at this point,
He's following.
seeing how
But
sloshed
if
you
Rin's
are,
staying,
and but
he's
still
staying.
trying to get on like your good side, I'd be like, so I mean, now seems as good a time as any. I mean,
Oh!
Dalgren would shit his pants right now.
It's weird. You're drunk as fuck. That happened. You see him drop that elbow on the table, and there's a odd moment of clarity. And you're just like,
Yes.
fuck yes.
Okay.
Okay, I believe you.
Strength checks contested with disadvantage.
Catch that.
yeah.
That was a good
Okay.
way.
What's that?
I'm
Straight
only doing
strength.
it because I had.
That was good.
Thank you.
It took a second to catch what you said. I mean, I would rather not. We're
17
really-
is my worst roll.
Oh wow.
I rolled a 12 and a 17 plus 5, so.
So 7 was my.
Oh
first
man, he fucking crushes you.
Wait, now you're not at a disadvantage, are you?
one.
No,
He just rolled shitty.
I said
he
7
just
was my
rolled.
roll.
He just rolled shitty.
7 plus 0.
So
Yeah.
you thinking? You thinking? You know what? Maybe I've got a chance. You set the arm down and you see him, and you can just. He's got a bit of a like dour expression on his face, and you can tell he's a little sad, and a little upset about things. But as soon as you put that hand out and he like focuses on it, you just see this twinkle in his eye, and he's like, and he just lights up with this big smile and sort of gets almost like mischievous about it, just like.
So would we have seen the, or would we have heard the?
You would have heard the boom as soon as Vale's like, all right, 3, 2, 1, go, and Gunther just slams the hand down and immediately keeps the hand on the table and is just like, again.
So,
But all of you, because you're not that far away, you would have heard the boom, and you look over and you just see Vale like, oh, but Gunther's just like.
So B's gonna stand up thinking someone just got hurt, like ready to fight.
No, fine. You want to go again?
All the way down here.
What are they doing?
Dick measuring.
Take measuring.
That is one word for it.
Do it. Do it. I know you want to.
What is dick measuring?
So you see him. He has his hand up, like he's gonna do it again, and then it's really weird. It's like he looks down at his other hand, and he's staring at something, even though you've never seen anything on Gunther's hand, but he's just staring at it. He just gets up, and he walks away.
Okay.
Gunther ain't got nothing to prove.
To be brutally honest,
Does
the
that
entire
mean
reason for
Gunther's
that was to
dick is
see
longer.
how good and coherent you still are at this point.
He's good.
I think
He's good.
He's good.
I think he won this one.
My shoulders telling me
So
you're still pretty good.
you're
right now.
sitting there with Rin and V trying to get Rin to, or V to go away.
Well,
So
he would ask Ren if she wants to go take a walk.
Where going?
Just in the courtroom.
and about this time, someone joins the table with a tankard and sets down, and you look over, and it's Avelina, one of the soldiers you rescued.
Was it rank captain or was it?
No, just a regular soldier.
Oh.
Evelina.
Sits down and goes,
How are you feeling?
"Me, I'm fine. In much need of a couple drinks, a good night's rest in a soft bed, but just wanted to stop by. The rest of the team is in the infirmary being looked after by the Jurasco pricks. Just wanted to stop and give our thanks. The rest of your contingent seems to be unwinding, and she sort of looks as Gunther just sort of like hobbles past.
You'll have
Just
to
so I don't forget.
forgive them. They like to blow off steam.
Who doesn't after a stressful few days? No, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just wanted to thank you. You're not a part of the military. You don't serve the country. You did not have to do what you did. But if you had not done what you did, me and my family wouldn't be here. So we owe you our lives.
Goddamn right.
I know it's not much, but if you ever need us and we're not conscripted to defend some ancient fucking rock, you have our swords.
Thank you. Jet will hold out his hand to her.
And she shakes it, and she's a little drunk,
Mm-hmm.
a little inebriated. I won't take up any more of your time, but it's not much, but from us. And she slides a small pouch across the table, and whoever takes it, you open it up, and it's got like 3 gold in it, and some silver and some copper. It's like it's not much, but we have no use of it here. All of our food and lodging is provided. You have better need for it than we do, and it's the least we can do. And she sort of nods and like, I bid you a good evening, and
Which Jet will gently take her arm and give her back the gold. Please. We're taken care of. You can use it when you get out.
And she just sort of nods, and you can see like the little bit of, a small tear form, and she's just sort of like trying to hide it, trying to maintain that brash exterior, and just like, I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Cool.
And just sort of
Buy me a drink.
steps up and disappears from the table. And as you say that, she just sort of like nods and chuckles over her shoulder as she walks away.
I just gotta stand up.
You're fine.
Ignore V for a moment. He's just.
Well, he's weird anyway, so it's alright.
It fits. I said, I like her.
V's butt hurts.
She's cute. We should go talk to her more.
I think it's, yeah. Been out of the game for a little bit, right?
We all just escaped a harrowing ordeal. Some people, deal with it differently. I wouldn't, you don't always have to watch me,
Oh, I'm well aware of that.
Besides,
Still belongs to someone else.
apparently I have a newfound
Lori?
observer.
And you just look up and you can just see V just standing behind her, just staring at Ren.
Still not quite sure how I feel about it, but
I was gonna say it's a little unsettling, isn't it?
a little bit. But well, an extra pair of eyes never hurts, especially with everything that's gone down. It's a little unsettling, but it's also reassuring in a weird way.
But you're just gonna ponder that for a second.
I mean, if he is, telling the truth and he didn't seem to have any reason to lie to us, he seems to have my safety as forward in mind as the rest of you.
Yeah.
And anyone who wants me safe is, I won't mind having them along.
But, well,
Yes, I've eaten my fill.
Jet will stand up and
Would I have been able to find my way back to my bed?
That is such a good question.
It wouldn't have been quick. You would have walked into a couple locked doors and been like,
Entered a few beds
Is this
that weren't
mine?
yours.
shit, this isn't the barracks. Turned around and stumbled back out into the courtyard, and then like at one point you like walked up to the drawbridge, like out of the castle, like,
Such a good movie.
and just sort of standing there, and one of the soldiers comes up and like shakes your shoulder and like,
Did you catch that?
are you okay? And you just sort of like turn around and walk away. It takes you a good like 45 minutes, but you eventually stumble your way into the barracks, and you find a cot, and just like, and as soon as your head hits the you're out.
Sounds good to me.
once they're out in the courtyard, V still following.
Yes.
V, can you just step back like 30 feet? Just give us a second to talk. Please.
I must follow.
you don't have to follow so closely all the time. You could.
We're not going anywhere.
I must protect.
Right. You can. Well, we're not going to leave the courtyard. We'll be right here.
You have to convince or persuade.
Okay. I can do that. I said we're not going to leave your sight. We just need a little bit of distance. And
Please make him go away. Bardic inspiration on that.
okay.
Please make it go away.
Make him go away. 21.
That works.
Yeah, that succeeds.
So V's not gonna walk away. He's just gonna stop.
That's
Yep.
beautiful.
Just so long as they've got like 30 feet.
Yeah, we'll move 30 feet on the other side of the courtyard. So how are you doing?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
Hold it on. So, I'd be lying if I said I was fine, but, you know, tomorrow's a new day and all that. Perhaps I'll feel better once we're on the road and away from this place. Perhaps it's something that's a lingering essence from the war that's been bothering me, but this place unsettles me.
Right.
I feel like I'm sorry, I feel like I'm getting more and more of that feeling everywhere we go. Thalios, Fairhaven, this place. Maybe it's me that's unsettled.
You've been through a lot for such a young man. So, I mean, we'll be alright though. We'll make it through.
Yeah, it was odd, but you know, I don't think I'll just feel better when we're back in Fairhaven. We still have some. Is that where we intend to go? If we discussed it with Vale.
I think that's where we're gonna head. Makes the most sense. Especially because if we wanted to go anywhere else, lightning rounds right there.
True. It's connects to quite a few places. I also wouldn't mind, seeing.
Did you say Fairhaven?
Yes.
Yeah, heading back to Fairhaven, Jet's idea is even if you wanted to leave, it makes the most sense to go back there and hit the lightning round to get wherever else.
Wouldn't mind seeing.
I will also say, you guys, Fairhaven is a major city. Alongside the lightning rail, it does have a airship tower.
Oh.
It does have airship connectivity.
It does also have places where Zareth can pick up components to put Fireball and see this spell.
We kind of need to.
About time.
You can afford
Actually, I technically can't.
Not yet.
What?
You guys are getting a fat.
150.
You guys are getting a fat payday tomorrow.
Didn't you get all? Oh, you have like 2 gold to your name.
I had 13.
He had
and then
debt.
I gave him half of the gold that we just earned to pay off a debt.
Yeah.
So now he's at
Once
like
we get paid
74 gold.
tomorrow,
The Bank and
But
Trust of
maybe.
Rid and Jet.
Fucking loaded over there.
I wouldn't mind going back to Fairhaven and wrapping up the.
V's not. He has nothing.
That's gonna be weird.
That's right. Thank you for reminding
That's
me.
gonna be weird.
V wanted to know if he could have any.
Does he want
coins
things?
of
I don't know
his
how that
own.
works.
He
Yeah,
seems
we'll
to
see.
have noticed us splitting up what we found in the bag, and he was wondering if he could have a few to hold on to for himself. I don't think he quite understands what currency is, but he did seem a bit left out. Maybe give him a couple silvers, or I could give him a few. I don't think he really knows what it means.
I don't think he does either.
But he did seem like he wanted a few. It was,
Great job playing the character, man.
it's gonna be
Great-
Schismatar.
great
just, like,
job.
shiny.
It seemed like I mean, at the very least, he's not going to go around stealing coins from sacred altars like someone we used to travel with. But
You just hear that in the.
Get pigeons.
Where?
Metagaming pigeons.
Maybe a few silver, just to make V feel better if he has that emotional capacity.
What do you think of him overall?
I'm honestly not sure. He's an odd one, isn't he?
Yes.
He
Very on.
he's done nothing but try to help us in a way that he thinks we want him to. I think he's new to this world. I think he's still learning.
He got into my head.
I know, but I
So,
still feel
I feel a little offensive.
I feel we found him, and I
Snap
feel a
him by
little
his
bit
neck, yeah.
responsible for him. Especially now that he wants to follow me. It's kind of like, you know, you find a little puppy and it just follows you home, and now you have to raise him.
You recall how I feel about dogs.
Hey, sorry, wrong animal. A kitten.
Okay.
And you just found this kitten.
That
and
I can get behind.
and it's doesn't know anything about the world or how to survive on its own, and it's you just feel a little bit responsible for it. I kind of feel that way about V. And we don't even know what he's truly capable of. He could be a great help to
He
us.
seems attached to you.
I kind of look over.
Yeah, he's just there.
Yeah, I get that sense too.
Yeah. You said you heard voices. Any pick up on anything?
A few words came in clear. In the clearing, right after I saw that thing spoke to me, it felt like infernal, and based on what I have learned of the language, it said it's hunting us. Or maybe it said hunting me. I'm still getting, you know, the verbiage down, but it felt personal.
Next time it happens, let me know. I've got been working on something actually. Something to help me, considering that unfortunately I only know common, but also something that would be able to help you when you're here in Infernal.
Okay. Well, that would be useful. If it was infernal, I think it was. This could have something to do with that, you know, the cult we broke up in Fairhaven. It could be a remnant of something that's lurking down underneath the city. The map that you have, it could all be, perhaps when we left, something from Fairhaven followed us.
Possibly.
So that means that there's even more pressing matters to tie up loose ends there.
For sure, we do.
But I'm okay. Thank you for checking on me. Like I said,
I'm not. I'm just joking.
I'll feel better when we get back there and settle things.
And see Bartle.
And see what happens. I'd like to see that thing try to accost us in his presence.
You know, if you could feel bad for some creepy skull thing, I probably would, but I don't think I can. You know, watching Vartan tear it to shreds would be pretty entertaining.
The highlight of my week. But I think
Are you just playing with fire again?
It's not fire. It's
Oh.
you. I don't. I think you guys are too far away. But there are small bolts of like arcane electricity.
Oh, I thought you were doing fire.
You
and I
would
was like-
very very faintly see the little like flashes.
I think I'm going to go to bed soon. It's been a day.
And it's quick, man. I just wanted to catch up.
Well, almost thanks for checking in, but no, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. If I do hear or see anything out of the ordinary, I'm sure that you guys know.
Sorry.
Sounds good.
Let's see. He's in bed. You snuggled off. I think Vale's the only one left in the mess hall.
I'll go get him, and you're welcome to head to bed if you like.
I'll stay
Seems
here.
you have a guard with you. So.
I'll see you back in the barracks then.
So as Jet breaks off to go back to the mess hall and recover Vale, you sort of hang out there for a second, and Jet walks away, and you start walking back towards V, and there's just that unmistakable sense of being watched.
I'm right here.
It's that, like, you know V is watching you, but it's that biting at the back of the head, like something's behind me, and you look over your shoulder a couple times, and there's nothing there, but there's just that unmistakable.
So as you're walking toward me, you just hear in your head, okay.
Okay. I'm okay.
And it had a question mark at the end.
Yeah.
You don't see any or feel anything, do you?
A new motion he learned watching other people.
This is Tower Valley.
Well, well, I guess you don't know the way to the barracks, so follow me, V. I'll show you where we'll be staying for the night. And I'll kind of uneasily but briskly walk towards the barracks.
Okay. As you make your way into the barracks, you know that sense of being watched just continues to follow you, and you just like as you're stepping into the barracks, you just check over your shoulder one more time, and you're not sure, but you swear you just saw like a flash of light just disappear out of one of the little corners, like way on the opposite side of the courtyard. Just, and you're just, at first you're like, huh. And then you reason to yourself, like, maybe it was a guard on patrol. Maybe it was, they're snuffing out the torches from the evening for the nighttime. You start rationalizing to yourself, but there's still just that pervasive feeling of something's watching.
I'm going to end up being your personal radar. We're going to be walking and you'll be like...
Is there anything else people want to take care of before they go to bed? Or are we just, or is everyone retiring? You're asleep. You're asleep. You're in the barracks. You're in the barracks. You're going to get Vale. I mean, he's intoxicated, but he's by himself in the.
I'm just standing next to whatever bed.
Unless you're doing anything else besides hanging in the mess hall drinking.
Just like this, not staring at you. Just
So yeah, you walk in. He's sitting by himself, just drinking and just sort of
I do have
consumed
to,
in his own
have
thoughts.
to have a
You walk up and
rest.
tap him, and he's
That's where I'm like, I'm
coherent.
not doing anything, but I'm still.
Yeah, go. Gerald, sit next to him.
Yeah, I get the Warforged Sentinel.
Yeah.
Good, just kind of hanging out for right now.
Bowling through the day. I get it.
It's kind of nice to just relax and not think about anything for a bit.
For sure.
Oh, before I turn over, I'm actually going to hold up my sending stone and send a quick message to Bot. And I'm going to send a message that I was sent over to you Friday.
okay. So yeah, you send it, and a good 30 seconds pass. Minute passes. And finally, you can feel the stone start to get warm. And as it does, you hear the voice of the wife. Not Vartan, but his wife. Come across. And in her very typical brash, brusque,
Fact of the matter.
is like, he's not here. Went to a local village for supplies. Will return tomorrow. We'll pass your message along.
That cheating motherfucker.
Just very, very, very much matter of the fact. Basically, you
I
called,
expected.
she was walking through the room and heard it
Mhm.
and stood there for a minute like, do I pick up the phone? I'm already in my bathrobe. I'm about to get in bed.
It's not my phone anyway.
It's not my phone anyway.
No problem.
Should I see
But
you?
fuck, he's going to be mad if I don't answer. And so she just picked up at a very matter of fact, he's not here. He'll return tomorrow. We'll pass your message along.
I just think to myself that there were 15 or 17 words she could have said more, and just felt a little disappointed that there wasn't more content in there. Mine was perfectly at 25.
And so, you, again, in your head, okay.
Okay. Debating. Well, if Jet and Vale are going to be a while, there's something else I kind of want. Would you mind accompanying me to the wagon was parked at the stable, right?
I'm sorry?
The wagon was parked in the stable.
It's not like a full-fledged stable, but there is an area that they stable mounts and carts and things like that. So, yeah, it wouldn't take you long to find it.
Okay. Would you? Well, I don't even have to ask you. I'll just start walking towards that area where the wagon
And
was.
V, of course, follows.
Yep.
I get where this is going. Yeah, I'll just I'll have a dancing light kind of ahead of me.
Mhm.
Go to the wagon and rummage through and get my book of Infernal,
Okay.
and start heading back to do some infernal research on the letter that I found.
Roll an intelligence check.
Would be an 11.
Make a perception check.
That's terrible.
It was stopped by this, but it's 18.
That's a 5.
Um,
It's late. I've been through a lot.
it's late. It was a shitty
hard-
day.
it's hard to
You've still got that,
concentrate.
even though you're inside the barracks, you've still got that, like, it's just that gnawing feeling of being watched. And it's not, you struggle to focus. And you don't make any progress.
It's all Greek.
You see it, and you understand it.
Gotcha.
You see me get very frustrated. I'm like rubbing my eyes. I'm doing that little kid thing where they're trying to stay awake even though they're obviously tired, and just I can't make heads. Is this a vow or and you know what any of this means? Just kind of like shove the book aside in frustration. I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Turn that way. Can't sleep if you're watching me. And I'll just go to sleep.
Okay. Anything else for you two? Or are you two just going to hang out and drink for a little bit and then retire? If there's more role play you guys want, go ahead and role play. If not, then we can just go to the next day.
I would just be hanging out, drinking, and then going to bed not long after.
Did it seem
Yeah.
like you were apprehensive about the book,
Well,
or did you just leave it on the
So
bed?
Vale's the only person that talked to me. Right?
Hiding the book,
No,
moving it.
no, I wasn't trying to hide it. It's just more of a frustration.
Okay, so it's a book of translation, or is that the letter? Because I don't remember.
The book is a book of Infernal.
Gotcha.
And she's been slowly deciphering it. She's trying to learn the language so that she can translate whatever this note is. And that's
So-
the note that you guys found at session 1.
Right. So did I see the note or the book?
Both.
Okay.
But she wasn't being
Yeah.
she wasn't being cagey about it. It was she had the book laid out, she had the note, and she was studying the book, trying to piece it together.
Gotcha.
And that's where you hear her being like, "Is this a fucking vowel? Is this a consonant? Is it a contraction? I don't fucking know." And very colorful language for a 12-year-old.
Any of those words.
Right. I've been using probably the notes as a bookmarker, so it is a bit crumpled, but
And you see both.
and the notes.
Well, that's why I asked. Did she? She said she pushed the book. So if it went to the end of bed, V's gonna wait till you go to sleep and just look at the book.
Okay. Yeah, it's open for up for grabs.
I don't know if anyone else is in the thing, but you just see
I am past
you
that.
see the book still in V's hand, and he uses the other hand to open it, and then just use this finger to turn page.
Never setting down his tone. It's all an Infernal. It all makes sense to you. You understand it. It's a rather simple tome, focusing more so along like the different circles of hell.
Yeah.
The different, the demon princes that rule each circle, the different societies within those circles. There are a couple paragraphs on the city of Dis within the first the first layer.
What about the city of that?
Like you literally, it's a very, you don't have any knowledge of it, but for
Yeah.
the people that are sitting at the table, it's a very simple tome
Yeah.
on the.
It's knowledge just V's absorbing.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, it all makes sense. It takes you maybe like 3 hours to get through the entire book.
Pastor, I've been working on that for a week.
And then I'm assuming I'd read the letter too, but
You would.
Okay.
I don't have the full translation in front of me. You do.
Yes.
If you would like to give it to him.
just the
And he gets
Lots of
he
things
under
and many
he
things.
understands it, so he gets the full translation. So while they're doing that, Zareth, you are the entire night. You're just reliving that day. It's just nightmare after nightmare. You wake up a couple times and sort of like shake yourself awake, and calm yourself down. You hold that necklace you wear, and you drift back to sleep, and then you just relive it over and over and over. It's like 3 or 4 times. You still gain the benefits of a long rest, but when you wake up in the morning, you are exhausted. You're tired. You slept enough to get your benefits, but you did not sleep well.
What is that?
I don't know about it.
Okay. So, oh, there's stuff in the back.
It's the same one.
Okay. So yeah, so he reads it and just closes it back in the book.
Okay.
No importance whatsoever to me.
No, it isn't. But I'm just really glad that someone else now knows what that note says.
Somebody whose character knows what that note
Yeah.
says.
Um,
I've known what it says in the session.
you don't dream of shit because you're
I am
sloshed.
Audi 5000.
You're one of the. You're sleeping, but you have to have a foot on the floor to just keep you centralized.
Yeah.
Both of you,
Don't mind me looking.
rest takes you.
Like the red.
No issues, no anything.
No, I could read it.
Um,
It's one of those things I can't remember what it says.
Jet actually will want to go try to find somewhere to clean up a little bit.
In terms of just like washing.
Washing.
Yeah, it's. You ask a couple of the soldiers where like the showers are, and they point you in the right direction. You find it. It's nothing
can't
nice
remember
by
the
any means,
questions.
but it's serviceable.
Out of character.
That's more what
Yeah.
Jet wants, just something
Oh,
that'll work.
right.
Yeah,
Or,
it's serviceable. You are able to wash yourself, get clean, and then you can return back to the barracks easily.
yeah, they've been
Let's
tromping
take
through
out
the
the
swamp and
alienation
shit.
party.
And he's just like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
Nope.
Yeah. Because you don't have to sleep.
Yeah, I think it's like a 4 hours.
Wait, can you just do all the watches then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They need like a 4
He can-
hour
he can-
like power down. But
He
I mean,
needs-
they're still awake.
It's
essentially.
it's not a power down. He can't do any action
For 4
or-
hours.
Right.
yeah,
So he
for
can
4
watch, but
Right.
if he reacts, then
He loses his long rest.
Yeah, correct.
Nothing really. It's just for you. It's just a lot of silence and just looking, and just looking, and just looking back and forth, and back and forth. Rather uneventful.
cease silence.
Perception check.
In a moment. You, your sleep is fitful, as to be expected. It wasn't an easy day for you. You do wake up about 2/3 through the night. And you sort of wake up, and it's that groggy, like cotton mouth.
Everything's kind of hazy.
Shit, I gotta piss. And so you
Chamber hall.
get up, and you notice her,
Yeah.
and she gets up, and you just sort of like stumble towards the other end of the barracks where the latrine is, and I mean you follow.
Yeah.
You take care of your business. You return back to the bed. You get in
So
bed.
you would have stopped me from going anywhere near the bathroom.
Yes.
V follows, and as soon as you get back in bed, sits down like cross-legged on the like basically next to the side of the bed, back to you, and is just sitting there. But you roll over with your back facing V, and you're sort of looking over towards the rest of the barracks, and you're sort of like starting to drift off to sleep. And right as you start to drift off to sleep, in the top corner of the room, that creature is there,
That's creepy AF.
Do I, like,
and you can just see the head looking at you.
That's not good.
And the voice, the same voice you heard earlier, you hear again, but the mouth doesn't move. And it's the same kind of voice that V uses when he talks inside your head. It's that telepathy.
I have sleep paralysis.
And you just hear this almost like sickly sweet, just, you can't hide from us. The child's skull will make a fine addition. And you can just see that large mouth with those razor sharp teeth just curl into a smile. And you see it, and it looks at you, and it just starts to like shake, and then it just disappears.
I've seen it at all? Damn. Okay. I was gonna say, 'cause I was
now.
gonna react to a certain
Oh,
way.
you're wide awake.
I'm
Like
like
Katy Perry.
I'm frozen and just trembling, I kind of just reach back.
And right as you start to do that, you just sort of like freeze. And you just feel this warmth surround you. And it's that same feminine voice, not the one from the vision you had, but that same feminine voice you've heard in bits and pieces, like when you were in Thalios. And it's just the, I've got you. And you just fade into darkness.
It's oddly comforting.
I'm terrified.
Does it smell like chloroform to you?
No, you don't notice it. That's it.
I don't know what. Oh, he doesn't know.
I don't notice that.
You don't notice anything.
I wouldn't have noticed her shivering or like freaked out. Damn. 14. I'm right next to her. The fuck am I doing?
I can roll a stealth check
Kill
for my
yourself.
Huh?
No, I've already done that.
Oh, okay.
There's stuff going on right now that I'm so excited about.
And so I wouldn't have noticed. Well, I knew she woke up, but I wouldn't have noticed her. Man, he's right next to her. That's fucking crazy. So she goes back to sleep, and I'm just back on watch.
Yeah. As far as you know.
You need to get those passives up, man.
How does Jet sleep actually? Just because he had some failed wisdom saves.
It's fitful. I mean, you're greeted with images from that night.
You're actually curled up at the end of your own bed.
It's
Yes.
the alcohol helps.
You're in a cinnamon
He actually
roll.
didn't drink any.
Oh, you didn't, I guess.
Mm-mm.
It's not a rough night of sleep by any means. But it's
Just how you want the light switch.
it's fitful. You still get your long rest, but it's
I'm glad you knew
you're
that.
you're struggling.
Moo, that's the sound your mother made last night.
Sorry. Oh, really?
Okay. So if that's it, the morning comes. You all rise. Some of you a little bit groggier and more tired than the others. Some of you getting a rather surprisingly good sleep after drinking so much.
Hey,
Are you hungover?
I feel like I recovered at the end.
I would say he probably isn't. He didn't drink to excess. He drank to the point of being drunk, but he didn't drink to
I
excess.
freaking
And
fast.
he drinks a lot, so I would say he probably knows how to handle it well. You know, a strong cup of coffee and a little hair of the dog, and he's good to go. You all wake up in the morning. You wake up and it's weird. Like, you wake up and you feel almost like you were like it was like a time skip, right? Like you don't even remember like going to sleep. You feel rested, but it's like you blinked and it's morning. And immediately there's that fear from that creature again. And it's that you immediately look and you almost like instinctively like start to push away from it.
Kind of like that oh crap moment.
But you notice there's nothing there. And there's just like this shadow
The shadow.
in that corner. I don't really know how to describe it any better. It's not like a
Strange darkness.
yeah,
Like a vestige of just like black.
sort of, but it's not just like impassable blackness. I mean, you can still see structure behind it. You can see the corner and of the walls.
Oddly dark.
It's just there's this odd darkness to that corner, and
Well,
you
I think really dusty, but only specifically
You're like-
right
it-
there.
No, it's like a. It's like
it catches
the
you.
Corner that Darth Maul
I mean-
hides in Insidious.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's trying, doing their morning routine. I'm just going to look around, move a little closer, and conjure one dancing light and send it in that direction.
make a perception check.
Me too.
Can I give myself guidance, or is it just a straight roll?
No, yeah, you know what you're doing, so you can guide yourself. Yeah. She hasn't dictated what she's doing to you, so I would say that you're not really.
I know. The only thing I'm saying is if she's gonna just randomly cast magic from her bed, he's gonna watch.
She got up and is walking away, and guidance is more of a like.
I think he's talking about the dancing light, though. Floating.
Yeah, I was just following the dancing light.
Yeah,
shit.
It's like,
Then-
that's a thing.
Yeah, I'd
everyone's in there.
give you perception as well. I'd give you perception as
I
well.
was gonna say, can I do
Yeah, is it everyone?
perception considering my passive?
I don't care.
Can I roll?
Everyone except Rin rolls with disadvantage because you're just sort of following the dancing light, trying to figure out what's going on. You're not really assured of what she's looking at.
Oh, okay.
Disadvantage, so that's a 60. That's a dirty 20. That's a 16.
16.
I got a 9.
Oof.
My lowest was 11.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Because you guys
Wait,
aren't.
you guys
7
aren't-
plus 10 plus.
Oh,
a-
he said
You guys,
dirty
you
20.
aren't focused on
thought you
what
said nat
I'm trying to
20.
follow.
No,
So you're
dirty
just
20.
looking
You
at
got
that
a default.
general.
I'm
area.
honestly, yeah, watching the
Because
light.
of any.
But I'm lasered in
so-
on trying to find.
It's one of his
specific-
Oh,
naturals
that's right.
mark of detection.
That's right.
because of his dragon mark.
Yep.
Which now you guys finally know why he's rolling the d4.
Deductive intuition.
V knew. That's just because V assaulted your brain.
So you rolled a 16.
Yep.
16.
11.
16, 11, dirty 20. You follow the dancing light, and you can sort of see, like, as you follow the dancing light, you can see this sort of weird darkness in the corner. And so you go over and you're looking at it, and it's very much like Interstellar.
Okay.
Okay? When he is, like, in the bookcase and he's messing with the dust strands in the light.
Yeah.
It's very much like you can see sun shafts coming in, and there's just like this corporeal darkness there, and you sort of reach out and touch it, and it's like ice cold, and you're like, this is weird. You start to look around, and up in the very corner, at the very top of the roof, probably maybe about as high as these corners, you can see up in the corner there's like maybe 10 to 15 very subtle gashes in the wall. All of them have burn marks around them. Like where these gashes entered the wall, there's like burn marks around them.
And is he the only one that sees?
For now.
Yeah, there's.
Unless he relays this to the party.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's burn marks and gashes up in the corner.
You just hear Rin just say quietly, "It was here."
The thing you saw.
Last night.
V.
Saw it, felt it.
V just again.
I'm just inadvertently just like putting on my armor.
Mhm.
Just kind of,
So you're shaking, right?
Honestly, you fell asleep in your armor.
What's your AC?
that's fair.
You fell asleep in
Right
your armor.
Now,
That's
14,
You're right.
15.
Not the first time.
14.
Or, sorry, 15. Base 15.
Oh, so what do you do? Shield to get your shine? I don't remember.
I have a shield that boosts it to 17 when I'm holding it, and then I usually will cast mage armor on myself to get it to 20.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, damn, how's yours just straight at 15? That's what. So, just walking behind you, V just touches your shoulder, and then you feel arcane energies wrap around you as he does mage armor on you as well. Like just instinctive as protect. It's just dark, almost like it slithers across, covering. Not like. I don't know how to really describe it. It's basically like shadow or darkness is like sliding over, but it's like transparent.
Do you feel its presence still?
You don't feel its presence, but that same warmth is still there. It's almost like it's just like wrapped around your brainstem, right? And it's just that warmth. And like as you're looking at it, you feel that like that same feminine voice, that same presence, and it's just told you I would protect you. And you just see this one flash of that monster just being eviscerated where it was and just disappearing.
So basically, we were all way too weak to fight it. Ren had help.
Divine soul. Saved you.
I'm gonna keep that one to myself because I don't understand it.
And then you hear, you protect me, I'll protect you. And then that warmth that was wrapped around just disappears.
I think it was here and something I think something else intervened.
Something else?
Something that's been protecting me.
Jet. Oh, Jet, way to go. Yeah.
I don't think it's human.
He's so nervous about people.
I think it's part of the voices that I've been hearing. I don't know what to make of it. But yes, I think that creature, whatever it was, has been dealt with.
While this conversation is going on, you just very faintly hear the whisper again. And all you hear is, protect.
V, just add attention.
Can you put that thing away? No. Add attention.
Oh, no. It is stiff.
If
you put it
so
half and
there are
half?
scorch marks. What's
Based off of what you saw,
yeah yes in my
it
mind.
it pieces together. You gather that whatever protected you, those gashes, those burn marks, are whatever it used to destroy this monster.
I think we're safe for now. I think something acted on my behalf. Something that isn't a part of this group, but is a part of me. If that makes sense.
So you said you heard whispers, right?
Yeah.
V nods when you talked about whispers.
I heard someone speaking to me saying that I'm protected. I was visited with a vision on my birthday. I'm not sure if that's the same one or not, but I think something is looking out for me as well as you all are.
Do you know what?
It's feminine. It's dangerous, but I think it wants to keep me safe.
It's dangerous, but it's protective. It's
Powerful yet warming.
it's like incredibly. It's just that warmth is just this fiery, burning. It's a mixture between like passion, love, rage, anger. Just it's this constantly broil. It's really weird because you get this sense of like when you feel that warmth, there's this protective feel to it, but at the same time, it's disconcerting. It's dangerous. There's this affection almost for you, but at the same time, there is this immense rage focused towards you, and it's this. There's this constant this battling between these emotions. Every time you get that feeling, it's just this onslaught of emotions fighting to take control.
It's I don't know. It's a creature of, or a being or something of chaos. But I think it has my safety at heart. And apparently it will go to great lengths to make sure I do stay safe. So that's a plus, right? Apparently it can kill, Zareth, what did you call that thing?
From the hunted skull.
Nobody really knows what it's called.
Skull gatherer.
It's a fiend though, right?
Yes.
It can apparently take one of those out without disturbing a room full of sleeping people.
What's the language of the book?
Infernal.
And infernal fiends speak infernal.
Mm-hmm.
And so V's just gonna go from the land of dust.
Correct the spelling.
He said that, and I was like, maybe.
From the Lords of Dust. I was gonna say, I didn't
Does
get
that
it.
mean anything to Jet?
Roll a knowledge check.
What? I don't know.
No, that name doesn't ring a bell. What do you?
Just throwing it out there. I mean, I'm up, but
It doesn't ring a bell for
oh,
you.
yeah, I didn't think so. I was like, I don't think
I was gonna say this
What
seems like
makes
a
you ask?
him, maybe possibly a Zareth thing, but
That book.
17?
The book mentions dust.
No,
No.
not really.
Is
which check
talks
is this?
about.
Knowledge.
it's like history.
I can't. Did the book
Yeah, I'll let-
actually
yeah,
have any
Zareth can do it
information
too.
on now?
I don't.
Sorry?
The
The
book
book
did.
didn't have any information on the Lords of Dust, right?
Not that you've gathered.
History?
You and your speed read? No.
So, the book mark.
My letter. What about it?
Look at our fucking historian.
Bardic
only
Inspiration
halfway
if
through it.
I can on that one.
26.
Oh!
34.
Alright, DM, let's round 2 on that lore dump.
On my chest, baby.
Look at our fucking historian in the group getting a shit ton of lore dumps.
All right.
It pays to be 265.
All right, guys.
We're
So,
sorry.
the Lords of Dust. The Lords of Dust is a cabal of lesser demons. They are known throughout Eberron. They serve the Dalekeer, the overlords. They are when Eberron sacrificed himself and the power of Sybaris to bind Kyber inside the prison, the agents of Kyber that were wreaking havoc across the plains were known as the Lords of Dust. The few that remain serve an exclusive purpose to bring about a new age of the Dalekeer, a new age of the overlords, a new age of demons. Their explicit goal and purpose is to wipe out all sense of standard mortal life on the planet and allow Eberron to be corrupted by fiends and turn it into a world run by fiends and demons. That is their goal. That is their purpose. They are incessant. They do not stop. They do not fail. They have been going for millennia and eons, and just they do not stop.
So they haven't succeeded yet?
They have not.
So they've been failing continuously since time?
Maybe not. Maybe all their stuff is working in the back end.
I certainly hope.
These are immortal beings that do not die when they are scattered on the material plane. Most of you have a decent understanding. Anyone that has any arcane knowledge and has studied the fiends at all know that fiends, when they are killed on the mortal plane, return to their home plane in the circles of hell, where they regenerate and can return. The only way to permanently kill a fiend is to go to hell and kill them there. So they might have been killed and thwarted before, but these are immortal beings that play the long con.
It's Doom.
The
DLC pack we just
downloaded was
Doom.
There is...
I'd like to think that there's a Doomslayer.
Actually, it was
His name is
probably Gunther. Yeah. The armor. I mean, that just makes sense.
Okay.
So, you
Go ahead. I was going to ask anything else that
So that was.
Zareth would know about.
So
the
Zareth
Lords.
knows. Does he?
Yeah, I told all of it.
Are there any other questions you want to ask based off of what I gave you? Are there any more information you want? With a 30 fucking 4, you get a decent chunk of information.
ask for a pumpkin.
That's what.
Do you want to know more information on what their goal is? Do you want to know more information about where they come from? Do you want to know more information about the overlords? Like, is there anything else, or are you good with what I gave you?
Come from be useful. I mean, we kind of know their goal.
They were creations of Kyber during the primordial stages of the creation of Eberron and the material and the different planes. They were created by Kyber to with a portion of his power and his magic as a way to subvert the other two progenitor dragons, to subvert Eberron and Cerberus. There are many different kinds, ranging from the most powerful being the Dalekeer. They were the first created. Rumors have the numbers of overlords being anywhere from 5 to 50. No one really knows the exact amount of overlords that were created.
Yes, thank you.
Some of the most common in books that you've read are Rak Tolkesh, who is known as the Lord of War, and then Sol Katesh, who is known as the Keeper of Secrets. Those are two of the most prominent ones that are referred to in like mythos. The Lords of War, the Lords of Dust are scattered. At the end of the Age of Demons, which was you have the primordial creation phase, Eberron bound Kyber, and when that happened, the Lords of Dust, the overlords and the demons and all that, ran free on Eberron, and then, again, a lot of esoteric lore here, some stuff that deals with the Kalishtar and the Quarry and some things that you guys haven't really touched on yet. There was some weird spiritual shit that went on, and they were all banished and removed from the planet. Thus, mortal life sprang up, civilization as you guys know it was created and began, but these overlords and the Dalekeer were bound inside different things. Some of them are... Sol Katesh is rumored to be bound under Thaliost by the Silver Flame, like imprisoned deep underneath Thaliost. Rak Tolkesh is rumored to be scattered amongst like different pieces of his soul are in like dragon shards scattered around the world. Other overlords are... Other overlords have just been straight, like, banished and sent back to hell, and they just haven't found a way to make their way back to the material plane. Things like that. But the Lords of Dust are no good. They are no bueno. And V says that, and you're immediately like, problem.
Yeah, like time, I guess.
So,
can read that note. And Rin gets a little quiet. She's translated half of it, but didn't really want to reveal it yet. So you know what all of that says. Alright, I guess read it out loud.
Where did we get that note from again?
Session 1, they pulled it off of the body of the bandit captain that Dalcarin snapped the neck of. The one that you snapped the neck of, and then his body started decaying rather rapidly.
Oh, on the train.
Yup.
Yes. Because like they high tried. Okay.
I've been working on it for very long time since then, and Mr. Instant Translator over here just comes along.
Short circuit.
So then, read it out loud.
Find the girl of ashen skin. Return her to Thalios. The lords of dust shall rise again.
Find the girl like Boy the Dead.
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Fuck, what?
Can't read?
Learning.
But I didn't get paid yet.
Find the girl of ashen skin.
Return her to Thalios.
Return her to Thalios. The lords of dust shall rise again.
I vote we kill Rin.
As V reads, you just see his eyes basically light up just a little bit extra.
Well, I didn't get
Just
paid.
gonna mosey on out of here. Time to hit that dusty trail, guys. Let's
So, guys, I just want to say, probably one of my favorite sessions we've ever done.
The lords of dust shall rise again.
I was not expecting for you guys to get 2 massive lore dumps tonight.
My
But
chest is nasty.
Yeah, that's fucking nuts.
you guys just got
Wizard.
2 of the major players in the world right now. Between Lady Elmero and the Lords of Dust, you guys just got 2 major players. I was wholeheartedly expecting.
Were you able to read? Could you physically see the note, but you just didn't know what it said?
Yeah, I've had the note.
Because it's written in Infernal.
She's been learning
trying
Infernal.
to force herself to learn.
Okay, but
Infernal.
Wayne has been able to read that note this whole time.
Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
Wayne deciphered it that night. He texted me the night after he
Is
like
it written
we
in
got.
Infernal or
Yeah,
English?
Yeah.
it's the note's in Infernal. He
Infernal's
went home.
just a-
He went home and somehow found out
Correct,
like the
yes,
exact
but
font I
that's-
used to type it, and was like, figured out what the letters were and deciphered it and sent it to me and was like, I know what the note says. I'm fucking excited.
That's why I've privatized my character's stuff. It's for reasons like that.
Yeah.
I'd already read the Eberron Rising from the Lost Forest. I already know who the Lords of Dust were, and the fact that they're written on a note in Infernal, talking about my character we found on a dead mercenary. I was just like, oh my god, my erection.
Stop, I can only get so much.
Exactly. So I've been holding this in for a while.
Yeah. But no, you guys getting the lore dumps about not only Lady Elmero, but the Lords of Dust. Good fucking rolls there.
Dalcarin is with Lady
Yeah, holy
Elmero.
shit.
Right.
Yes, Dalcarin is with Lady
It's in the
Elmero.
fact that I've literally spent 10 sessions rolling like shit. I heard that.
Yeah.
I just roll good.
It's gonna be interesting as shit when you guys cross Dalcarin again.
Oh, it ain't gonna be interesting. We're just gonna kill him.
I'm excited. Well done, guys. Great session.
Get the fuck out of my head.
I was going to print them out, but I don't have them. I will send them to you guys probably tomorrow. If I don't send them to you guys tomorrow, please fucking badger and, like, annoy me until I send you guys the questions, or else I'll forget.
Badgers.
Yeah, I was already thinking that.
Basically, the way... I'm going to send them to you so you all can see them, but basically the way that I want the questions to go, I'd like a 3 to 5 sentence paragraph detailing where you would like your character's story to go.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
I'm talking like overarching long-term story goals that you want your individual character to see. Ren, for instance.
Don't die.
Most people here know about like the attack on your village. In 3 to 5, if that's a goal, do you want to find out who's behind the attack and what happened and all that? That's what I want to know. Do you want to? Does Gunther want to know things about the morning? Things like that. I want to know in terms of your individual character. I'm talking long-term story for the campaign. What are the beats that you want to see hit? That way I know what to focus on for individual storylines.
Do I have to do 2 of them? One for Dalcrin, too?
No.
Darn it.
And then this question
Valkyrie's dead, though.
sort of ties into the first one. Based off of backstory for your characters, are there certain story beats that you would like to see more than others? Just let me know what story beats for your character you really want to see. That way I can start crafting plot hooks for them. I don't want to hook you guys into a storyline for a part of your character that you're not really interested in. You dig? You guys can answer this one right now. Goals for next session? I heard this side of the table was talking about going to Fairhaven. I really wasn't sure about you or you.
Well, I was gonna say, I still think even if Sharn is his ultimate goal,
We can easily go to Fairhaven and then shuttle to
Correct.
Sharn.
Like that, it makes most sense for you to travel back with us and then head off
Like if
to
you
Sharn
look at
in
where
one
we
shot.
are, we're in buttfuck Egypt.
Yeah.
So
Middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
Fairhaven is like the
Closest main
closest
city.
metropolis of. I don't really can't imagine. I don't know
Like
Sharn's
if you're
relation, but
yeah.
think like
If it was a 5-day travel to get from here to Fairhaven, it's probably another 20 to 30 days of travel to get to Sharn.
Or we
On
can go
foot.
back to Fairhaven and then travel to
That's real
Sharn
world.
in
Lightning rail.
a week, most.
Yeah, lightning rails are your best bet.
Like a week and a half on week and a half on lightning rail to get to Sharn, maybe 5 to 6 days by airship.
Let me talk to you.
That's fine. And then final question. So, what are your goals for next session? And then, what, in terms of character development, magic items, what are your guys' goals within the next 5 sessions? You know, do you want to learn how to wield a great hammer?
Whoa, hey.
You know, do you want to learn how to drive an airship?
Yeah.
Things like that. What are things that can be accomplished over the next couple sessions that you would like to see? We're talking 5-10 sessions down the line. Not long-term storyline, but
so, magic items and skills to pick up.
general just in
It's all good.
what shorter-term goals would you like to achieve, whether personal desires or party storylines, or both, within the next 5 sessions? So that's what I have for you right now, but again, badger me and annoy me about it tomorrow and Friday, and I will send you guys a actual write-up of the questions, and I would like the answers ideally through Discord.
Sure.
Because with Discord, it's
You have it in one window you read.
much easier for me to read them and write at the same
How
time.
do we send
DMs.
You can send specifically him a message.
Yeah. You can just direct message
Scrub
me.
his name.
Yeah. You can just direct message me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you go to the server and click on my name, there should be a message option, and you can just direct message me.
We'll go ahead and stop the streaming and stop the recording.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys.